Colonel George Grem looks up in disbelief after a lightning attack, while Hazenheim, standing over him, calmly brushes off the accusation of attempted murder. He says he simply destroyed a pest his duty as a soldier for the future of the Empire. His foot stands on a crushed butterfly, and Hazen adds that he also destroys the pest that corrupts the Empire. That's all. All this unfolds in the Gastra Empire, an ancient and vast state, the oldest and largest on the continent. It is in this empire, during a lavish ceremony where ranks are awarded to new generals, that a new phase of their careers begins. The announcer triumphantly named the first graduate Lizard Eregru and declared that he was assigned to the Ministry of Defense of the Heavenly Palace. The graduate resolutely answered, yes. After the announcement, Emma Donnai was named the second graduate and appointed to the Ministry of Agriculture of the Heavenly Palace, and she also accepted her new position. She agreed, after which the fourth place was announced. Hazenheim sharply shouted, yes, and Emma looked back at him with a barely noticeable surprise on her face. Later, in a quiet room, she approaches Heisen, who is sitting at the table, and with a note of surprise, says that his place is unexpected. She was sure he would definitely be first, and at the same time recalls that the announcement of the third place was completely skipped. He lifts his eyes from the papers and says that the third place suits him, and Emma sees that he does not want to admit defeat and says that if it were not for him, the idea that a commoner could take first place would not even have been considered. He closes the book he was reading and says that although everyone claims that origin does not matter, in reality it is not so. Then he adds that it does not matter where you start from. She presses him, demands explanations, and when he begins to speak, an image of a confused, high-ranking official, a man surprised that he can still feel admiration, flashes in his mind. He stands before the assembly, a barely noticeable, confident smile on his lips, as he solemnly accepts his new title. Heisenheim, border guard of the northern district of Galna. His gaze is unwavering in his thoughts. He quietly confirmed his decision, and he accepts the position because he truly desires power over this country. When they were leaving the ceremony, Emma stretched, sighed with relief, and muttered about that long speech, reproaching him for the tales, called his boasting dreadful and shamelessly humiliating, and then added that despite everything the empire is declining and favoritism towards the nobility is visible everywhere. She quickly raises a finger to her lips, warning him not to say such reckless things. It's unknown who might be listening. He simply replies, yes, sir. Her warning was interrupted by a loud voice. A tall, sturdy woman named Rifa energetically greeted them and waved her hand. Emma could not believe she arrived so quickly, and Rifa explained that she rode horseback for 3 days in a row to be here on their important day. She shifts her gaze to Hazen and asks if he also saw the state of the capital and surrounding towns. He confirms he did, and Reifer thoughtfully says that the huge difference in splendor between them remains unchanged. She playfully touzles Emma's hair and jokes that with a position in the Ministry of Agriculture, at least she won't have to worry about food. But Emma objects and insists that her new role is more than just minor civil service duties. Her face becomes serious as she considers their new tasks. She asks if both of them are really being sent to the northern district of Galna, noting that the border guards are on the front line and there are still problems with the Cuban tribe. And suddenly it dawns on her that they will not see each other for a long time. To this, Hazen calmly says that the front line is exactly where he wants to be and promises to return victorious as soon as possible. Nearby, Rifa proudly puffs out her chest, smiles confidently, and says she will protect him. Although she speaks boldly, inside she quietly acknowledges his tough stance. When the friends stood together, a contemptuous voice sounded from above, mockingly ridiculing the very idea that a commoner could become an imperial officer, and disdainfully sent him to the most remote border to fight beasts and barbarians. It turned out the reporter was a sturdy young man with a smug, arrogant face. He slyly greeted them for their futile attempt. Hazen and Emma instantly recognized their classmate Demeter in him. Then he addressed Emma directly, acknowledged her kindness, but coldly warned that a blue-blood should not associate with a commoner, and advised her to choose her friends more carefully. His gaze suddenly fell on Rifa. She flinched from the unexpected attention. Demeter said that the same advice applies to her and offered to hire her as his personal night guard, insisting that her appointment to the Ministry of Commerce is a much better matter than any dangerous battlefield. Demeter stumbled, embarrassed by his own impudence, but Heisen stepped between them and calmly asked Demeter to stop bothering them, noting that he was clearly making Emma feel uncomfortable. Emma herself replied, if she had feelings for him, she would be extremely ashamed, and she reminded that although he was a respectable nobleman, he ended up last in their class. Rifa added that Demeter became an imperial general only thanks to the power of his family, and she contrasted this with her patience to be near someone he considers weak. Heisen's gaze sharpened, and he stated directly that Demeta's qualifications were not suitable for any of these women, and the fact that he came from a noble family meant absolutely nothing. Humiliation twisted his face into a mask of rage. He spat. Let Heisen remain a simple merchant. Let him find friends among those miserable nobles who will become generals, and let them never dare to show themselves to him again. With a contemptuous smile, Heisen simply threw him a good day, turned away, and walked off with his friends closely following behind him. As they walked away, Reifer reminded that from now on their paths would diverge, wishing both luck. Then she turned to Emma and quietly wondered why Heisen always says such things, making enemies for himself. He parted with his friends, and Emma sincerely said that she fully trusted him. A month later, he arrived at a new place of service in the formidable northern district of Garner. Standing before the threatening fortress, he solemnly announced his arrival as Sub-Lieutenant Heisenheim. Inside, he was led to the new commander, a man behind a large table with a majestic emblem. He introduced himself as Colonel Jedru Magno and remarked that no officer from common people had served in his unit for 10 years. The colonel continued, saying that Heisen's arrival was just in time. There was a vacant position. He pointed to a list, assigned the new sub-lieutenant to the 8th platoon, and promised to tell the details later. Then he inquired whether Heisen had any questions about the assignment, and the young officer answered briefly, and directly his face was impassive when he said he had no questions. Colonel Magno stared at him for several seconds, a barely noticeable smile playing on his lips. Accepting the answer, he quietly and almost ominously advised him to be careful. Bowing reservedly, Heisen apologized and ended the short and cold reception with the commander. As soon as the door closed behind the young officer, Colonel Magno's contempt became evident. He dismissed Heisen as an unpleasant commoner, and coldly thought that it no longer mattered the boy would undoubtedly perish at this new post. The subordinates standing nearby complained about the cruelty of the colonel who assigned the newcomer to the 8th platoon. Colonel Magno leaned back with closed eyes and waved it off. He didn't care about the reasons for this, because no one wanted a commoner officer, even if he was skilled. Unaware of the conversation inside, Heisen stood in the corridor. The cold reception did not scare him. On the contrary, a shadow fell over his face, and a sharp, predatory smile appeared on his lips, revealing hidden tension. His thoughts turned to the near future. First of all, he needed to train. On the training field, the air of the 8th was already filled with sounds of effort and shouts urging the recruits to run faster. He stepped onto the training ground of the 8th platoon, a damp place surrounded by barbed wire with makeshift obstacles, walls for climbing, and logs for practicing strikes. The soldiers inside seemed indifferent. Some played cards, others performed some strange strength exercise. His attention was drawn to a strange training. 2 soldiers barely dragged heavy sleds on which sat another, much larger man. One of the pullers grumbled that they were forced to carry unnecessary dead weight that would only ruin their backs and knees, while Heisen watched this spectacle with a blank face and wondered if this could even be called training. The soldier pulling the sled, burned with anger inside his partner, looked more like a child fighter than someone who trained daily. Then he glanced back at the overseer on the sled and thought that he was as fat as a pig. Suddenly, the smaller soldier jumped up and joyfully shouted that he had won and would take today's wine. The heavy man who fell to the ground fiercely accused him of cheating. The outburst of rage only confirmed the confusion and suspicions. They were playing for wine, and the distribution seemed unfair, and the soldier who lost looked at the fat man with anger, accusing him of slowness, and that because of his excess weight he lost the prize. Irritation boiled over. The soldier rushed forward, shouted at the burly man, and punched him. Even before the punch could reach its target, a powerful hand caught it in midair. A muscular man with a small beard stopped the fight, turned to the newcomers, and demanded to know who they were, and Heisen, unflustered, addressed the heavyweight on the ground and said directly that he lost because of excess weight and should lose weight and quit drinking. He stepped forward with quiet authority and introduced himself as Lieutenant Heisenheim, the new officer leading the 8th platoon. The woman nearby named herself Rifa. His companion noticed that the soldiers did as they pleased and addressed the burly man directly, asking him to state his name and rank as the platoon overseer. The tense posture of the man dissolves into a confident smile. He says he is the overseer here, Sergeant Como, explaining that due to constant changes in orders from above, they have to train on their own. Then his gaze stops on Reifa, and he notes that Heisen brought a very attractive woman. Reifa boldly catches his gaze, a spicy smile playing on her lips. She tells the sergeant that there are things much more interesting than training, and deliberately asks why he does not join them. Her proposal was met not by the sergeant, but by a cold order from Lieutenant Heisen. He praised Sergeant Como's physique, then ordered Rafa to deal with him, and Como simply laughed quietly in response. Without hesitation, she moved. With one powerful stomp, the sergeant flew down and fell to the ground, completely helpless, a clear demonstration of her strength, a trait of Zexan blood, whose people have physical abilities far superior to those of the northern people. Standing over the fallen sergeant, Rafa loudly said that whoever wants to touch her must first become stronger than her. Heisen immediately changed the training to 30 laps around the field and threatened, "Whoever refuses will be buried alive." And seeing how easily their leader was overthrown, the platoon soldiers instantly shouted that they obeyed. Then he turned his attention to the man still lying on the ground, and with a slight smile asked how much longer he intended to pretend to be unconscious. He was answered not by the sergeant, but by another soldier who jumped back in protest with blood dripping from his nose, angrily accusing Heisen of being a mad wizard who used his magic wand against subordinates, and demanded to be sent to the medical station, while Heisen, without blinking, asked if he really considered himself a soldier. He watched as the man ran off, squealing that it was just a minor nosebleed. In Heisen's opinion, he heard no real whining. The disobedient soldier shouted for everyone to get out of his way, and ran away from the parade ground. He could no longer withstand the pressure. When dusk fell, the rest of the platoon lay scattered across the field. Completely exhausted, finally the grueling run was over. He approached one of the men, checking his condition, and the soldier Sergeant Baz slowly knelt and assured the lieutenant that he was fine. The sergeant, surprised, asked how the lieutenant knew his name. Heisen explained that he had memorized the platoon list and called Baz an example of endurance and swordsmanship. He entrusted him to lead the training from the next day, and the embarrassed Baz agreed. While he and the rest of the platoon lay exhausted, Sergeant Como, with a spark in his eyes, raised his hand, and Lieutenant Heisenheim watched and explained that physical training is part of the job, but they have to manage on their own. Como loudly confirmed. The lieutenant began to talk about new rations from now on, 2 portions of food and 3 glasses of wine. And before he finished speaking, Como anxiously asked if this generous provision was for everyone, while the comrades still lay broken from exhausting exercises. When the training ended, the soldiers of the 8th platoon loudly celebrated their supposed victory, while Sergeant Como was still bent over, sweat streaming down his face, and he clenched his teeth from exhaustion. A little further away, Heisenheim silently observed them. He clenched his jaws and muttered a curse under his breath. It was clear that the result irritated him. They will return tonight. The moon is now hanging in the cloudy sky. Late. Later, there was a knock on Heisen's door. He shouted, "Who is there?" The door slightly opened, and in front of him stood a sickly thin man with a creepy smile, who introduced himself as Sergeant Dickett from the 8th platoon, said that a welcome party was arranged for the new lieutenant, and asked him to come. Heisen remained cautious and said that there was no sense of hospitality here at all. But Dickett tried to calm him down, insisting that it was a misunderstanding and they did not want to be enemies, offering wine and food to establish friendship. Although Heisen felt they were plotting something, he quietly agreed. As they prepared to leave, Dickett pointed to the magic staff on Heisen's hip and said it was a dangerous thing better left behind, and standing up confidently, promised that the platoon would protect Heisen if anything happened. His smile grew even wider. He leaned closer and mockingly asked if Heisen felt unsafe without it. Turning away with a giggle, Dickett said he would escort him to the party. In the next room, a commotion was already rising. Sergeant Como grabbed Baz by the shirt, ordered him to be quiet, and angrily accused him of arrogance just because Baz was praised for his fencing earlier that day. The door suddenly opened. Dickett announced the arrival of the main guest. Heisen stepped into the room, and Baz, with a bottle in hand, rudely greeted him and extended a full glass of wine, inviting him to drink. He looked at the bottle and the tray with food, expressionless, and one thought flashed through his mind. This is probably poison. To prove that the drink was safe, Sergeant Como grabbed the bottle and took a long sip straight from it, assuring there was no poison, reminded Heisen that he was a subordinate and had prepared himself, then challenged him. "Are you afraid?" Without hesitation, he calmly raised the glass to his lips and swallowed. To himself, he decided that the first shot was just a bluff. The real poison must be in the second. When he lowered the glass, Heisen enthusiastically remarked what a tasty drink it was, and this surprised Como. The sergeant laughed, maliciously confirming Heisen's suspicion. The second shot was indeed poisoned, and the fool would writhe in pain for 3 days and 3 nights. To this, he simply raised the bottle and began pouring its contents into 2 more empty glasses. He said it would be unfair to drink alone, so he suggested everyone raise a toast together. The proposal hung in the air, and the other platoon soldiers stammered and froze. Como broke out in a cold sweat. A terrible realization awakened in him. Heisen knew the cup was poisoned, and without losing his composure, noticed their apprehension and sharply asked what was wrong, why they did not want to drink with him. He raised the poisoned glass, and an eerily calm smile blossomed on his face. "Don't worry," he said in a steady voice. "It's not poisoned," and extending the glass, subtly hinted, "Isn't this the same wine that Kamo himself prepared?" The direct challenge hit the sergeant like a physical blow, his face contorted with shock and rage as the truth became undeniable. This rookie knew everything. When the squad's conspiracy was fully exposed, Hayes and Connolly explained the failure. The plan was too reckless, he noted, and their nervous glances and behavior gave everything away, so he reprimanded them and said that an assassination requires much more preparation than an ordinary murder. Kamo just stood and watched, stunned. The contemptuous tirade finally got the sergeant out of himself. "Damn it," he hissed, cursing all the recruits who think they are so important, and with a roar of irritation swung a heavy bottle at Hazen's head, and another soldier at the same moment kicked him. He easily deflects the attack from both sides. With one swift move, he executes the Kazakiri technique and air cutter, using only a simple fan. The invisible blade strikes Sergeant Kamo right in the face, throwing him back, and another platoon fighter froze in disbelief. The wild force of the blow caught another soldier trembling in shock. He looks at the motionless bodies of his comrades on the floor, only one terrible thought spinning in his head. Did he kill him? But Sergeant Dickett, though exhausted, is still conscious. He struggles to understand what happened and aloud asks how Hazen could use magic if his magic wand remained in the room. Turning away from the fallen man, Hayes calmly explains that a magic staff is not always necessary. He adds a mysterious warning: one should not show all their cards, especially when it concerns someone's fate. His terrifying words shatter the last remnants of their resolve. Two soldiers who remained conscious bow their heads to the floor and fervently apologize, confessing that Sergeant Como just poisoned the wine and that they were forced to do so under threats. Hazen listens, then clarifies that they seem to have misunderstood. Como was punished for hitting a senior officer with a wine bottle, not for poison. He leans down, his voice low and sinister, addressing directly the soldier with spiky hair. If the wine was truly poisoned, the one standing before him would be punished not for assault, but for treason. To emphasize his point, he raises a glass of dark red liquid and in a deceptively calm tone asks, "So tell me, is this wine poisoned?" The soldier stammers, insisting it is not poison, but his fear is palpable in every word. He explains that they were just following Como's orders and made the poison themselves. Hazen's expression immediately changes. A bright, cheerful smile flashes across his face. He says he is glad to hear that and suggests, if so, let the soldier drink it. The soldier's hand trembles wildly. The glass slips from his palm and shatters on the floor, red wine spreading across the wooden boards, while Hazen looks at the mess with cold satisfaction and says that this is their deserved punishment. The soldier emits a strangled scream of horror. Hazen's friendly demeanor disappears completely, replaced by an icy gaze. "What's wrong?" He tightens his voice, leaving it without warmth. "Drink, quickly." He remained on the floor, trembling under the oppressive aura of Lieutenant Heisenheim, who stood over him like a silent executioner. Suddenly, a brief panic memory surfaced. He was forced to kick Sergeant Como not out of hatred, but under coercion. The memory shattered into pieces from Sergeant Dickett's piercing scream. He writhed in pain, while Hayes and Conlai waved a fan with which they cast spells. Hazen flicked his wrist, and another invisible blade of force rushed straight at the forced soldier. A dull blow struck the man at the other end of the room, and he fell unconscious to the floor next to the frightened Sergeant Como. When the conspirators were subdued, Hazen pressed Como's head to the floor with his boot and announced that Sergeant Como and Dickett planned to kill the senior officer, a serious breach of military discipline. And Sergeant Baz, Hazen noted, was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. He leaned forward, his gaze burning, and he demanded confirmation from the pressed sergeant. Ignoring the silence, Hazen turned to the last conscious fighter of the platoon and placed his hand on his shoulder, entrusting the soldier to remove the bodies and inform their families, and finally assured. He had switched the wine, it was never poisoned, so the soldier could sleep peacefully. Having given the orders, Hazen left, closed the door in front of the grim scene, and wished the survivor good night and sweet dreams. Alone in the empty corridor, a cruel smile appeared on his lips, and a dark viscous liquid slowly dripped from his eye. He considered them merely mischievous children. As the strange substance slowly flowed from his eye, a memory from decades ago surfaced. A mighty figure in a robe loomed over a hooded man. Her voice full of contempt echoed. She called the man pathetic and asked if this was truly the end for the one known as the most powerful wizard in history, a man who had lived 200 years. The wizard's voice echoed in the memory. He had lost someone very important, and when he tried to bring her back, it was already too late. He knew that people die and that it is the law of nature, but he could not accept it. So he staked his soul and all his magical knowledge, as a result of which he woke up 3 years ago in this young body, and since then has been tormented by the question of whether the being who made that deal was a god or a demon. The memory faded, and he returned to the present moment. Near his eye was still a dark, tear-like mark, a physical sign of the deep pact he had made. He raised his eyes to the night sky, where the full moon peeked from behind the clouds, and thinking about the army, he decided that not only the high commanders but also the subordinates were corrupt to the bone. So he thought, this is the perfect place to break through quickly if you are only looking for results. Standing on the balcony, a cold, determined smile appeared on his face. He decided that this is where it all would begin. The time had come to end this decline and engulf the country that had lived in corruption for too long. Overseeing the training of the 8th platoon, Riafa shouts with playful threats, urging the running soldiers forward, promising 2 extra laps to anyone she catches, and a wide smile spreads across her face as she watches them suffer. A week had passed since that event, and one of the platoon guys, gasping after a run, looked admiringly at Heisen. He seemed unshakable, never missing a day of training, nothing like it was during Sergeant Como's time, and the image of Heisen standing over a fallen opponent surfaced again in memory. Meanwhile, in the impregnable fortress, a high-ranking officer sits at a table reviewing papers, looks up at the man standing before him, and in a calm, almost mocking tone says that he is surprised that the man is still alive. His visitor Heisenheim stands at attention. Heisen throws, "Why are you surprised? I submit reports every day as required," and the officer quietly replies, "I understand." He waved it off, explaining that the 8th platoon had long been filled with criminals and constantly caused trouble, and the officer, with a barely noticeable smile, apologized for testing him like that. The officer continued and said that he had received a report that Heisen killed Sergeant Como and others on his first day. When Heisen confirmed that it was true, the officer announced that he would introduce him to his new direct superior, Lieutenant Moe's Pizza. At that moment, a flustered man with noticeable mustaches runs in and exclaims that losing 2 subordinates on the first day is unacceptable. This is Lieutenant Moe's Pizza, his face a mask of shock and distrust. After his introduction, Hayes finds himself completely confused and can only emit a quiet sound of surprise. The first officer sharply interrupted the lieutenant. It was not 2, but 10 non-commissioned officers and lieutenants in 2 weeks. He showed records that all 10 previous commanders of the 8th platoon died under suspicious circumstances, hinting at Como, and asked Heisen what he knew about it. Heisen turns his gaze to his new superiors, asks what they think, accuses them of negligence, and points out that if they had acted after the first death, the second could have been avoided. His voice sharpens as he delivers the final verdict on their character. "You are a piece of shit." He insists on the accusation, his voice quiet and balanced, as if hinting that the senior officer deliberately turned a blind eye to the facts of previous deaths. The officer's face twisted with rage. It was a direct challenge to his authority. Keeping himself in check, he calmly says that he is simply stating objective facts. If the officer cannot accept the circumstances of Sergeant Como's death, he suggests calling for an external investigation. This proposal was the last straw, and the officer exploded, shouting that Heisen's words were blatant disrespect to a superior. The officer grits his teeth. A low growl escapes him. He understands that any external investigation will inevitably turn attention to his own actions and decisions and put him in a hopeless position. Before the conflict could erupt, a higher-ranking officer intervenes, Colonel Jedru Magno. An urgent message has just arrived, and he calmly diffuses the tension, deciding to postpone this matter for now, but warns that a more detailed report will be needed later. The emergency was clarified. They named the Cuban tribe a hostile group from the mountains. About 100 people appeared just 3 kilometers from the border. The messenger reports, and Heisen, studying the map, recalled that the Empire's expansion policy leaves these mountain areas unattended, so local villages are vulnerable to such raids. He sees a chance in the crisis, and addressing General Jedru, Hayes informally asks to be given command of the advanced platoon, saying that this is his chance to prove his strength. While Lieutenant Moe's Pizza begins to protest, General Jedru calmly considers this bold request. After a short pause, he gives permission. "Go ahead," he orders. "Defend the villages from." With new authority, Heisen leads the 8th platoon into the harsh, hilly wilderness stretching across the borderlands. Hiding in thick bushes, he and another fighter from the platoon observe the enemy. The fighter confirms through a spyglass that it is a human tribe. They are armed but not yet attacking, and Heisen immediately asks the most important question: is there a sorcerer among them? A look through the spyglass clarifies everything. The soldier nods. The man with the large, lush crown is indeed a wizard, and he points to the main threat. Watching his target from afar, Heisen instantly guessed. That man in the crown must be a minor noble in the Empire. The ability to cast spells and the level of power depended on blood, and only nobles had such gifts. One of the platoon fighters doubted the tactic and asked if they should wait for the main forces. Heisen sharply waved it off. "I cannot wait for slow reinforcements," and laid out his plan. Since fights between wizards are usually single duels, while he eliminates the sorcerer, the 8th platoon will set an ambush and capture the distracted members of the human tribes. And one more important detail: most mages can use only one wand at a time. The plan was clear, and he gave the order with grim confidence. "All right, let's go." He burst out from behind the trees and found himself right in front of the stunned tribe members. "Sorry to interrupt your gathering," he announced, and his voice cut through the forest silence. "This territory already belongs to the Empire. I cannot tolerate strangers doing as they please." The tribe men froze in surprise and demanded to know where he came from. Their leader, a wizard, recognized Heisen as a sorcerer and calmly ordered his men to step back, with a slight note of challenge in his voice. Heisen watched as the opponent's staff began to glow, shards of ice forming around it. "I understand," he remarked coldly, recognizing the power of the weapon. "So this is the power of your staff, ice axe." The sorcerer wasted no time and immediately launched a hail of spinning ice rings. Heisen slid back over the forest floor, successfully dodging the projectiles. They hit the ground and shattered into fragments. He went on the offensive and summoned a huge, swirling vortex of icy energy that tore through space. Heisen remained unshaken. "Not bad." A barely noticeable smile appeared on his face, but that was too simple. A little wind could change the trajectory. With a single wave of his own wand, he sent a precise stream of air that cut through the wizard's spell and effortlessly pushed it away. Seeing that his magic had failed, the human sorcerer rushed forward, jumped into the air to strike with an ice axe. Hayes easily dodged the clumsy attack, the smile on his face widening. As expected from a savage, he thought, but as he got closer, he realized something crucial. Everything fell into place when he finally clearly saw the weapon. The man wielded a wand and struck roughly, but the stone in its heart was completely different in size, in brilliance. In the Imperial Army, only a major was allowed to use a stone of such quality. He dodged another barrage of icy shards, his thoughts racing from the realization of the consequences if some so-called savage had such a treasure. Then the human tribe could have a source of these precious magical artifacts. This realization hardened his resolve. He had to obtain that staff at any cost, and focusing his energy, prepared to cast his own spell. He launched an attack, Shadow Fangs. From the void beneath his feet burst cruel tentacles of pure darkness and lunged forward. One shattered the wizard's ice shield, another lashed directly at the tribe leader. Dark magic hit precisely, knocking the wizard back and tearing the exquisite staff from his hands. While the staff flew through the air, Heisen swiftly lunged to intercept it and skillfully caught it, examined the prize, and noticed that their duel had already gathered spectators. From the nearby forest burst a battle band of human tribe warriors. They charged forward with raised axes and cleavers, shouting in fury, while he remained completely calm, merely noticing them. He turned away from the warriors who rushed to attack a signal to his own. He declared that the sorcerer was down and gave the order to advance. At his command, the 8th squad moved forward on horseback. Sweeping the area, their armored figures sharply contrasted with the tribal warriors they were about to engage in battle. The clash erupted instantly and brutally. Rifa and Sergeant Como led the assault, and their superior training and equipment quickly crushed the tribe's furious attack. Watching the battle from afar, he barely smiled with approval, looked at his squad, and thought to himself that when they truly tried, they were indeed capable. When the fighting subsided, Sergeant Como reported how it all ended. Although a few enemies managed to escape, there were too few of them to continue threatening the neighboring village, and the captured warriors tied up and on their knees shouted defiantly for a long time until one soldier forced them to be silent. After the skirmish, Sergeant Como examined the captured human warriors and noted with relief, there were injuries, but no deaths. When the platoons took the prisoners under control, Rifa directly asked Heisen if they would be killed, and this stunned Sergeant Como. Heisen calmly dismissed the idea. Prisoners must be treated humanely. They could become a valuable trump card in negotiations. When the prisoners were dealt with, Heisen first decided to check the neighboring villages and asked Sergeant Baz if there was a translator from the human tribe. But Baz apologized and explained that due to the tribe's fierce hostility, finding one would be difficult. The soldiers did not notice her, and the girl, hidden in the bushes, sighed with relief. She overheard several fighters from the platoon complaining about the incessant cries of the prisoners, saying that the human language was nothing more than noise. She was hiding, thinking it would be faster to just hit the prisoners to make them silent. But at the same time, she knew. If Lieutenant Hyson found out, the guilty soldiers would not escape punishment. She came out of hiding and approached the Tide warrior who was fighting fiercely. The other prisoners were shocked when they realized it was a girl. She told one man that his collar was choking him and promised to remove it. Her intervention was suddenly cut short. Sergeant Como and another soldier grabbed her, roughly interrogated her, demanded to know where she was from, and accused her of helping the human tribe escape. The commotion attracted Hyzen's attention. He approached and demanded to know what all the noise was about. And the embarrassed Sergeant Como only stammered, apologized, and explained that the one they caught turned out to be a girl. He looked closely at the girl, now firmly held by the sergeant, and noticed that she did not look like a member of the human tribe at all. He asked what she was doing in such a dangerous place, and the girl simply replied that the prisoner she approached said his collar was choking him. Her words sparked an idea in him. Hyzen asked if she understood the human language, and when she shyly admitted she knew a little, a smile spread across his face. He realized that having her on their side would be very important. He introduced himself as Lieutenant Hyzen from the Imperial Army and offered to escort the girl to the village, saying it was dangerous for her to be alone. But his smile looked suspicious. The girl responded, introducing herself as Lin. They rode together on his horse, and he asked her if she understood the language of the people, casually mentioning that the ornaments of the human tribe are expensive. She became worried and asked if he traded with the tribe and if it was dangerous, but he waved it off and calmly explained that he only distributes market profits because the Q-men have an absolute taboo against harming children. His attention fell on her appearance. He noticed that she looked like a 6-year-old, but she cheerfully corrected him she was 13. Surprised, he asked if her growth had been delayed, requested permission to examine her, and she agreed. He placed his glove on her head, and small particles of light hung around. She asked in surprise if he could also use magic. At his touch, an incredible magical power exploded from her, shocking him with its strength. His gaze lingered on her eyes, and suddenly it dawned on him. He knew those eyes. A memory surfaced, the eye of a sorcerer from his past, the most powerful in history. The memory shook him, and it was visible. Lin noticed his anxiety and asked if everything was all right. He quickly composed himself and assured her all was well. But in his soul, he acknowledged the troubling similarity of her eyes to those of that person from his past. Anxiety suddenly returned to her health, and she nervously asked if she had a serious illness. He explained his theory. The enormous magical power inside her probably hindered her physical growth. Then he asked if she could use magic, although he himself seemed to doubt his own assessment. While he pondered her incredible power, she, unaware of his thoughts, told about her origin. Lin, smiling, explained that she could not have any magic. It was for the nobility and kings, and she was just an ordinary girl, left in an orphanage and did not know who her parents were. Their journey finally ended. They reached the gates of the village of Dainesterd, a small settlement with simple wooden and whitewashed houses. Upon entering, a local man in shoulder armor looked around and noticed that there seemed to be no serious damage. While he spoke, Lin and another child watched anxiously. Their attention was drawn to an approaching procession. The reason for their fear became clear. Imperial soldiers were leading the captured Kimin tribe through the village, and this ignited rage in the people. One girl howled that they had killed her father and brother, and the man in armor roared for the prisoners to be killed, preparing to attack. Before the peasant could strike, Hyzen swiftly moved forward. His blade blocked the way, and he coldly warned the man that mistreatment of prisoners was forbidden, and if they continued, they would be punished according to the military code. The man recoiled and defiantly shouted in response that they were not soldiers and did not care about such rules. His disobedience made Hyzen freeze for a moment. Nearby, a captured human sorcerer quietly asked if Hyzen really intended to follow the rules, hoping he would not. Hyzen pondered, then said that if the peasants did not follow the rules, he would simply release them. The peasants' faces paled with horror, and suddenly a vision flashed in his mind, a smiling sorcerer surrounded by mist, a wreath and fire, so powerful that he could destroy their village in one night. Turning back to the stunned crowd, he explained that Imperial soldiers protect only good citizens who follow the Empire's rules. If they refused to follow them, he said there would be no help. He expressed the ultimatum without malice, but the armored peasant accused him of showmanship and shouted that the army always appears only after an attack. He insisted that the capture of a person was purely accidental, and if the soldiers had helped last time, no one would have died. He listened as Lieutenant Hyzen acknowledged the peasants' right to defend themselves, but firmly said that the army must also protect them. If they want this protection, Hyzen explained, they would have to endure the hardships associated with it. This, he concluded, is the nature of war. His voice cooled, his fist clenched at his side. He said that those who decided not to fight for revenge, but instead throw stones at a defenseless enemy and use the dead to justify their actions, disgusted him. The peasant's resistance crumbled. He stammered, agreed, and ordered the others to leave. The crowd quietly dispersed, leaving the captured common sorcerer kneeling on the ground with. When the immediate threat receded, Heisen noticed the girl Yen, asked if she was okay, and explained that he had come to the village to assess the damage and resolve a personal matter. Completely unaware of the peasant's plans for revenge, Yen energetically replied, "Yes." The peasant, a little embarrassed and apologetic, asked Yen if the commotion had scared her, and she thanked him, saying that she was fine and used to it. There were many children like her in the shelter. Hearing this, Heisen asked Yen to take him there, and the peasant offered to speak with the shelter director for him, but Heisen interrupted. The shelter was poor, there was nothing to sell, this was not a purchase. He looked down at the girl, and a wide, mysterious smile blossomed on his face. "Yin," he said calmly, "I will take you with me." The sudden confession stunned Yin and the peasant both with wide-open eyes. The peasant, stumbling over his words, muttered, "His smile is suspicious." On the wooden surface, a gloved hand carefully places a small gold coin as an advance. For this money, Heisenheim offers the woman opposite, the director of Norway, give him the young Yen Lin. Outside the neglected, disaster-ruined rural orphanage, she considers this offer. Hazen adds that he will send a small silver coin every month, enough for 10 or more children. The director became interested in this proposal. The conversation continued inside, and Heisen sincerely said that he greatly values the director's skillshare many years of work in the orphanage, and the fact that she managed to establish trade with a human tribe of a completely different culture. Acknowledging how hard it is for her, he expressed readiness to help in any way he could, which seemed to surprise her. Even before the director could respond, Yen Lin addressed Heisen directly, saying that his offer was too small, and with stunning confidence demanded 2 small silver coins monthly, what he proposed, and asked if she was not worth such expenses. Barely noticeable smile flashed across his face as if he knew everything. Without hesitation, he accepted her terms with one word, agreed. After the agreement, they prepared to leave. Heisen sat on the horse, and Yen Lin settled in front of him, and noticing her small bag, the director of Norway asked if that was all she needed to take. She explained that at the orphanage they shared many things, so in the bag was everything she really had. She added that in the new room it would be better for her if there were fewer things. Heisen simply replied that he understood. Her eyes widened. Suddenly a terrible realization overwhelmed her. She screamed, asking if she would have to live with him because the very thought of the officer's room so clean compared to the orphanage frightened her, and she declared that she did not want to go there. Her protests did not subside as they rode away, and the director of Norway waved from behind. Yen Lin shouted that she categorically did not want this, but Heisen waved it off. The decision was already made, and her opinion did not matter, saying it was just the feelings of a young girl. Placing his hand on her head, Heisenheim silently evaluates his new ward. He is impressed by her courage and business acumen. These traits are necessary for his plan to seize power in the empire. Money is decisive, and he decided that Yan must gather the required funds. When they set out on the journey, the question arises of how to address each other. Hazen thoughtfully says he might take her as a sister, and Yinlin, seizing the opportunity, joyfully calls him older brother, but shudders when he asks if she really wants that. The word brother struck a nerve. His face instantly darkened, as if a painful memory flashed before his eyes. His sudden change to a harsher expression frightened Yinlin. She begs him not to make such a scary face. Heisen clicked his tongue, apologized, and explained that it was not her fault. She just reminded him of his foolish younger sister. He quickly changes the subject and orders her to call him sensei from now on. And when he says he will teach her magic, Yinlin is stunned and thinks to herself that sensei is the last thing she wants to call him, especially since she believes she knows nothing about magic. Heisen responds to her surprise and explains. Her slow physical growth is a direct consequence of the fact that she has a hidden colossal magical power. He continues, sternly warning, if she does not learn to control it, when that power awakens it will break free and cause great harm not only to her but to everyone around. Yinlin catches his words and says she understands, but honestly admits she cannot fully trust him yet. A slight smile appears on Heisen's lips and he asks, "Can't you trust me?" He notices her insightfulness and considers that teaching her is an interesting idea. He is confident it will change her future for the better and will be incredibly exciting to observe. Riding horseback, Yinlin looks back as her native home becomes a tiny silhouette behind, says the village has become so small and suddenly realizes she has never been so far away before. She looked up when Heisen recalled their previous agreement and directly said that she underestimated herself. Her face softened and dimmed, and she quietly confirmed his words as if. When they rode horseback through the mountains, he tirelessly taught her. She had to insist on 5 large gold coins up front and 3 small silver ones monthly. The sum itself stunned her, and she froze speechless. She posed a hypothetical question. What if the other side sets an impossibly high price, say 100 gold coins? Hayes and Kamlai advised naming the absolute maximum, and he explained that the goal is to get at least 80 of the desired amount, find the opponent's compromise point, and keep emotions in check. He explained to her the fine line between the maximum and the minimum. If she crossed it, everything would be the same. He could simply accuse her of trading with foreigners, which is punishable, and force her into slavery, and this cruel logic of threat pushed her into terror. His tone changed sharply, revealed the true purpose of this training. Looking at the bound representatives of human tribes, he announced that he wanted her to eventually become a mediator with their people, so her negotiation skills are extremely important. Although his lessons were strict, he smiled slightly and confidently and added that he at least believes in her potential. His words seemed to resonate within her. She listened, holding her breath, when he said that her true value was 100 times higher than the price they had discussed. This unexpected praise sparked a smile in her, her eyes lit up, and she asked if he was trying to cheer her up. Embarrassed, Heisen immediately and decisively denied it. His denial quickly turned into a sharp lecture. He poked her in the forehead several times, demanded to know what she was even hearing, warned that if she settled for what she had now, she would become useless to him. She needed to work 10 times harder. Suddenly, strong hands lifted Yinlin and pulled her away from him. A tall woman with light hair reproached Heisen for pressing the girl, introduced herself as Rifa, his bodyguard, and added that she would now take care of Yinlin too. The young girl looked surprised when shown her new companion. Suddenly, a young girl hugged her and exclaimed excitedly how beautiful she was. Embarrassed, Rifa faltered and said that no one had ever called her beautiful before. The girl hugged her tighter and said that of all the people she knew, Rifa was the most beautiful. She confessed that she had always dreamed of a sister and was incredibly happy, leaving Rifa stunned. Her cheerful nature made Rifa ask, as she was surprised that Yinlin could have a child, and inquired how old she was, to which Yinlin cheerfully replied that she was 19, adding that in her Zexan tribe women usually give birth around 14 years old. Sitting on the horse, Heisen intervened and warned Rifa not to indulge the girl, revealing that despite her words Yinlin is only 13 years old. She got angry at the exposure, clenched her fist, and muttered about Heisen's terrible character. Director, the deception surfaced. The girl burst into tears and shouted that she wanted to return to the director, calling Heisen a kidnapper. Soon as they were approaching the large fortress, Heisen turned to the armored soldier beside him, and noticing a large troop of soldiers lining up outside, anxiously asked what was going on. The soldier recognized the troop in heavy armor. It was Lieutenant Miss Spitz's cavalry, and explained that they had finally finished preparations and were ready to set out. Then he asked Heisen if he was seeing them for the first time. Heisen's eyes widened in shock as he processed this information and could not believe it. Had they been preparing for more than half a day? His comrade explained that the soldiers had almost no combat experience and were panic-stricken by the fear of injuries, so they prepared so long that the war ended before they even set out. The soldier's explanation was interrupted by an unexpected jerk of Heisen's horse. The man in armor flinched and exclaimed in surprise. As soon as he arrived, a roaring voice immediately overwhelmed him. An officer in splendid armor shouted and called him a scoundrel. He himself offered a condescending apology, saying he did not recognize Heisen because his posture and equipment marked him as a novice. Unmoved, Heisen quietly asked who was greeting him. The officer, folding his arms with a smug smile, asked if Heisen had simply fled, broken after meeting the Cuban tribe. Heisen calmly denied it. No, they had actually defeated them and beforehand made sure the neighboring villages were safe. His confident expression crumbled. The officer froze in shock as Heisen showed a row of captured and bound human warriors assured of victory. Heisen ordered Sergeant Baz to temporarily take the prisoners to the cells. His shock quickly turned to rage, and the officer angrily demanded an explanation for why Heisen had not followed orders. Heisen said he decided they would not make it in time, and because of his actions the village was unharmed and the Cuban tribe was captured. He waved it off, saying it was just hindsight judgment, accusing Heisen of going ahead simply to claim all the glory. Heisen calmly challenged the lieutenant. "What was your special strategy? I'd be glad to hear it." The lieutenant growled, unable to answer. He clenched his gauntlet and shifted the conversation to risk. It was a magical battle. What would have happened if Heisen had lost? It would have been a disaster, he insisted. Heisen stands firm before the gathered 8th Squad and, full of confidence, says he will not lose even if a surprise happens. His people will handle it. His statement of faith was met with mocking laughter. The lieutenant dismissively rejects the idea that the 8th Squad could be useful, saying his people are so cautious that it takes them half a day to put on armor. He laughs mockingly and asks how such useless people, who barely know how to read or write, can be of any use, and Hazen's face hardens as he asks if the lieutenant finds something funny. The lieutenant disdainfully waved off the platoon. "Of course," he said, and a sneer was clear in his voice. He declared that these were just former farmers, people taken from the fields. In his eyes, they were completely replaceable and utterly unnecessary. The lieutenant's cruel words provoked cold rage. Hazen stepped forward, his voice filled with threat, and told Lieutenant Gyron that he had gone too far, rejecting the notion that skills depend on origin or literacy, emphasizing this with a finger wrapped in dark energy. Sergeant Camo tried to intervene, but Hazen did not back down. Dark energy grew around the stunned lieutenant as Hazen mercilessly delivered verbal blows and coldly concluded that Fragurin would hold the position despite extremely low intelligence, lack of morality, and complete inflexibility. He must be very skilled in magic. So Hazen challenges him to a duel some desk. From the public humiliation, the lieutenant exploded with confused anger. He mixed up his words and insisted he would not waste his time on Hazen, then turned to the gathered soldiers and shouted for them to disperse. He turned and walked away, slamming that Captain Lorenzo would arrive that night, and Hazen and Camo watched him go. The tension finally eased. As the sun sets and the surroundings quiet down, Camo thanks Hazen, but the second lieutenant waved it off, saying he did nothing special, and ordered Camo to make sure the guys rested well as soon as the prisoners were brought under control. Camo gladly agreed and told Riffy, who was holding the sleepy Yen Lin, to first take the girl to her room. Riffy nodded in response, and Camo hurried off to carry out his tasks. Later, Hazen enters a neat building where his arrival was announced. A calm blonde officer turns and introduces himself as Captain Lorenzo, apologizing for the late hour and saying he just wanted to talk to him. Before he can respond, another officer with long, slick-back hair brazenly stands close and rudely asks why he is here. Hazen calmly says he was ordered to report on the Cuban tribe matter. The assistant falters and looks at his captain, who instantly pulls him aside. Captain Lorenzo calmly addresses his subordinate, asking if he does not notice his presence or simply cannot follow orders. He says that this matter will have to be resolved by him. But his assistant looks past him with bare hostility. Eyes fixed on Hazen, he says that he himself will decide what to do with this, and sharply demands Hazen to respond, ordering him to speak. His face distorts with distrust, and before he can speak, Hazen announces that he is leaving supposedly by the immediate order of Lieutenant Pizza Mo, and the assistant protests in shock that their conversation hasn't even started. Lieutenant Pizza Mo fussily flits between the two men, insisting that Hazen should not have said that. He explains that he was simply reminding the young officer not to be rude to the captain. Hazen ignores the frightened explanations of the lieutenant, his gaze fixed on the adjutant. In a calm but provocative tone, he asks if they can finally start the report. Supposedly, the captain has already allowed it, and the adjutant's face burns with rage and his temple pulses in vain. When the tension was on the verge of explosion, Captain Lorenzo's voice cut through the silence with a slight. As if silent smile, he said that he heard everything and asked Hazen to continue. Standing before the captivated people of the tribe, Hazen solemnly proposed a prisoner exchange to conclude a truce. Lorenzo considers this idea extremely interesting and asks for more details. Lieutenant Pizza Mo tries to interrupt, doubting whether Hazen has the right to interfere in the colonel's grand plan, but the captain instantly silences him, and Pizza Mo shyly complies. When the floor was finally secured, Hazen begins the briefing, pointing to a spot on the large map. He explains that the base of the Cuban tribe is most likely in the mountains, land that is almost worthless to the empire, but its expansionist policy pushes towards conflict. The map depicts a strategic deadlock in the northern region of Garner. By imperial decree to unite the continent, their troops are stuck between two enemies, the human tribe and the Duchy of Dyad, and nearby looms the Gastro-Empire. Eyes narrow with concentration, and he reveals the essence of the plan: to propose a truce with the human tribe so they can focus all their military might against the other main enemy, the Duchy of Derry. Captain Lorenzo ponders, then asks a practical question. How will they even negotiate a large-scale confrontation if they do not even understand the tribe's language? Hazen states that he will take on the negotiations himself and pulls out his trump card, 6-year-old girl Yen Lin, whom he hired as a translator. When the child smiled, Captain Lorenzo froze speechless, stunned that a child is going to be used for such a dangerous diplomatic mission. He felt the oppressive consequences of this proposal. A vision of a roaring, burning bonfire flashed through his mind if the plan fails, The lieutenant and the girl face execution, and Heisen seemed to discuss this possibility with anxious calm. Openly doubting, he directly asked Heisen what his actual chance of success was. The lieutenant answered bluntly, most likely he would die. However, he added that the girl would probably survive. In the human tribe. There is a strict rule. Whoever harms or kills a child is expelled. He met the captain's gaze and clearly made it understood. He was not thinking about suicide and would not allow himself to be killed so easily, but admitted such a grim presentation really made a strong impression. After a brief moment of silence, Captain Lorenzo's face hardened with determination. He understood what game he was playing and said he would take the proposal to the superiors. As they walked, his adjutant nervously asked if it was really wise to rely on the opinion of only a second lieutenant. Lorenz waved it off, saying the decision would be his and he would not name Heisen. And Heisen, hearing this, realized the captain just wanted to avoid responsibility. He watched them leave and closed himself off with indignation. Even at the front line, he was surrounded by inept officers, and this only strengthened his secret desire to establish connections with promising people in the provinces as a step toward a position in central command. Lorenzo explained with a spark in his voice what the benefit was. If they managed to negotiate a truce with the human tribe, it would be a great achievement for Second Lieutenant Heisen and could very well earn him the rank of Great Special Mayor. Just the very thought of such a huge special merit shocked the assistant. Barely rising, he stammered and asked if this really meant that Junior Lieutenant Heisen would receive such an honor. Lorenz calmly confirmed that it would be so. Their dispute was interrupted by the noisy entrance of Lieutenant Most Pizza. He loudly declared that no recognition should be only Heisen's personal merit, because it was Captain Lorenzo who approved that reckless proposal, so the merit should belong to him as well. He shouted indignantly, saying that the junior lieutenant has no right to receive such a great special award. He reminded that the last time it was awarded, even regarding Miss Heru, one of the 4 countesses of the empire, and then an outstanding captain, there were disputes, and in his opinion the honor should go to someone at least with the rank of lieutenant. Captain Lorenzo calmly intervened, and even addressing Lieutenant Moe's Pizza, asked if she really thought that he, a man who dedicated his life to the empire, deserved this distinction more than someone who had barely been a second lieutenant for a month. The subordinate stands confused and speechless, so Heisen intervenes, apologizing to the embarrassed Pizzeria Moes and explaining that his sole goal is the success of the ceasefire agreement. The captain turned his attention to Heisen and invited him for a private conversation, while Lorenzo thought that with his rank, such opportunities to talk with junior officers were very rare. Walking alongside, he asked Heisen if he was familiar with strategist Jill Sashuzara, a heroine of the early days of the empire. Heisen honestly admitted that he was not a history expert and had only heard the name. He continues and explains that the Sassas were abandoned by the military strategy that divided all soldiers into 4 different types. He starts with the first type. Those who have both skill and iron will born to be commanders on the front line. The second type, skilled but without will, their place is in the rear as strategists. The captain continues, describing the third type, those who have neither will nor skill. He chuckles and says that since they are good for nothing, they must be forced to fight on the front line. His light amusement slowly turns into a sinister smile as he quietly whispers about the last category, those who have will but no skill. He calls them a special merit. The young lieutenant looks at him intently and asks what the strategist wrote for such soldiers. He raised his gaze, without a shadow of hesitation on his face, and pronounced the grim conclusion of Sasazara's theory. Soldiers with will but without skills must be killed immediately. Having delivered the harsh judgment, he formally bowed to the captain, finished the report, and left. The stunned Captain Lorenzo, with sweat on his forehead, barely uttered, "Thank you." And when the door clicked shut, a quiet, anxious recognition froze on his face. He had heard of him as exactly him. When Heisen's figure disappeared into the long, dark corridor, a harsh conclusion matured in Lorenzo's mind. Second Lieutenant Heisen is truly a frightening person. In the damp prison corridor, Yin Lin gives a simple language lesson to 2 captured human warriors, holding a red and a green apple and clearly pointing to the green one. But her training was not always so formal. In a brief recollection, she confusedly begs her smiling human teacher, the man she calls Mr. Moko, to take the lessons more seriously. In the present, her new confidence in the language is striking Heisenheim watches from afar. One of the prisoners enthusiastically praises her excellent command of the language and jokingly invites her to his village as a wife, while Yen Lin loudly rejects the proposal, ordering him to stop fooling around. He turns away from the scene and walks down the corridor, where Sergeant Buzz sits on a crate making notes, teasing that Yin seems to be progressing well, and Buzz agrees, noting that her youthful appearance helps quickly gain the trust of others. Indeed, her successes are not limited to conversation alone. She is also mastering their manners and customs, which is evident in her cheerful, confident expression. After this, Hazen says they have gathered enough information, and the negotiations should go smoothly. Buzz is stunned his lieutenant has already laid everything out clearly, but Hazen waved off the praise and advised the sergeant to learn the language as well, which impressed Buzz even more. Later, during a shared meal, Hazen asks Yenlin a sharp question. Is there anyone else besides her who can speak the human language? It struck her so much that she chokes on her food. In the background, Sergeant Buzz, surrounded by books, has fallen asleep on the bed after long, exhausting study. She quickly pulled herself together, nervously denying his hint and insisting that she learn the language entirely on her own. Hazen calmly advises her not to lie if she can be exposed. He explains that the language is usually acquired in two ways: intuitively in childhood or by learning it as a second language, and her particular manner of speaking, in his conclusion, clearly indicates the first. He insists, concluding that most likely the merchant helped her connect with the human tribe. Worried, Yenlin admits he is right but says she promised not to talk about it, and she is concerned about how easily he sees through everything. Bringing her to the underground meeting, he watched as Yenlin addressed the man they came for. She spoke first, her voice calm and confident, assuring him that she did not come to arrest him. It seems her reassurance worked. The man, a merchant with a roguish appearance, stood with his back to them and said he just needed to talk business. He settled on the sofa, completely relaxed and confident. The trader smiled and remarked that he came trembling with fear when the army summoned him, and here, surprisingly, such a young officer. Without ceremony, Hazen went straight to the point. He directly asked the merchant if he was the one who taught Yanlin the Kimin language, and if so, how he himself knew how to speak it. To his direct question, they responded with a contemptuous smile, and the merchant pretended to know nothing, mockingly asking if the current soldiers really took the words of a little child so seriously. At his evasion, Hazen placed a note and a coin on the table, explaining that it was a document freeing the merchant from any consequences of what was said, and also a reward. And the merchant, impressed, said that it turned out he could lie without any consequences and asked if that was normal. Hay sharpened. Hazen coldly said that it was up to them, not the merchants, to decide what was truth and what was lie. The unwavering confidence in the young officer's voice shook the merchant's smiles as he once again assessed the boy before him. He let out a short, sharp laugh that broke the tension. The merchant gave in, admitting that Hazen's gaze scared him to the bone. As a man of business, he agreed to speak for the offered money. When they agreed, he stood up and casually revealed his secret. Nothing special, he said. He met a woman from the Cuban tribe and simply learned the language in her bed. He continued the story, saying that he taught Yin the crafts of the human tribe, for example, making amulets, that he specifically looked for a gifted child in the orphanage and found her, gently stroked her head and enthusiastically added how smart she was, because humans are not just harmless to children, but actually very kind to them. When the merchant finished, Hazen sharply leaned forward. His face became stern. He interrupted that tender moment, directly said that a man must have a motive for his actions, and demanded to know what exactly it was. He revealed his goal, explaining that soon they would sign a ceasefire agreement with the Cuban tribe. As soon as that happened, he intended to start trading with them as soon as possible, and sealed his proposal with a firm handshake. The merchant was stunned, rejecting the very idea of a truce, accused Hazen of joking, and fervently reminded him of that terrible wave of bloodshed between their peoples, while Hazen coldly replied that the army currently held a human sorcerer captive, and that gave them a decisive chance for negotiations. He leaned closer to the still stunned merchant, and in a quiet, thoughtful voice, explained that as soon as they managed to break into the human circle of trust, then their chance to act would come. The merchant's thoughts raced. He decided that the lieutenant was crazy. After all, after the armistice, only merchants attached to the army were supposed to engage in trade, and the fact that Hazen himself was looking for him, risking everything, clearly indicated another, unofficial motive. His suspicion was met with Hazen's sly smile. He guessed the merchant's hidden thought: smuggling. The merchant shuddered at such bluntness. Hazen, comfortably reclining on the sofa, calmly asked how much he was to be paid for this matter, while the confused merchant insisted that he needed nothing, saying that those who conduct honest business deserve a fair profit. Finally, he admitted what really interested him. Hazen acknowledged this, but set a condition: he would give the merchant the right to the first trade negotiations with the man. But the payment for this right would be determined by yen, which greatly surprised the little girl. The merchant laughed out loud and immediately agreed to the deal, throwing his arm over Hazen's shoulder as if celebrating a new partnership, then turned to Yen. playfully pinched her cheek, and declared that she had found a good man. When the deal was concluded, Yin Lin's face twisted with anxiety, and she silently insisted to herself that this merchant was by no means a good person. The merchant, however, expressed the opposite opinion to Hazen. He admitted that he personally believed imperial soldiers used their power only for enrichment, but Hazen seemed to be an exception. He admitted his insensitivity. He continued trading when others were cruelly persecuted, and sometimes thought about it. Hazen replied coldly and clearly, "I act only for my own benefit and my own goals," and left the merchant to do with this information whatever he wished. After 3 days, the mission began. They looked at the mountainous human lands, and doubt hung in the air. Was a peace treaty really possible after such a long war? Walking alongside the captive human magician, she remarked aloud that everything would depend on the mood of the tribe's leader. The mage, leading Hazen, Yinlin, and Rifu along a narrow path, set a condition. Their success would depend on how truthful the information they obtained from the captives was. Their arrival was immediately met with hostility. A crowd of warriors surrounded them, spears hovered, tension was felt in the air, and Hazen calmly said that such a tense meeting should have been expected. The Kimon warriors exchanged wary glances and muttered to each other. Their suspicion was obvious. They held weapons aimed at the delegation. Rafi shifted awkwardly and complained that the force of their gazes painfully affected him. Hazen, as always calm, simply said that the warrior's reaction was completely understandable. He kneels before the invisible leader and politely introduces himself as Lieutenant Hazen of the Imperial Army. Despite the hostile reception, he thinks that the very fact that he was brought here means readiness for negotiations. His gaze rises to the majestic throne at the top of the short stairs, and he addresses the leader of the Cuban tribe directly, sincerely thanking for the reception. From the throne, a majestic woman with long light hair and delicate tribal tattoos looks at them. She introduces herself as the Blue Queen Basha and says with surprise that Hazen has not only mastered their language, but also seems to understand their customs. Her initial surprise quickly turns into an icy question. She asks if they really think they will be released alive, even though they came to sign a ceasefire agreement. Her words sharply tighten the air in the room. The surrounding warriors again aimed their spears at the delegation, and Yen Lin quietly gasped in fear at the new threat. He outwardly seemed unafraid of the weapons, calmly apologizing for the suddenness of their visit. Basha responded with a cruel smile and offered him a choice of punishment for the intrusion: impalement, beheading, or public humiliation. While the queen enumerated the grim options, Yinlin, still hiding behind Hazen, began to panic and search for any possible escape route. Her search was cut short when one of the warriors lunged forward and aimed a spear directly at her. But even before the weapon could strike, a sharp command from Beja sounded: "Do not point the weapon at the girl." The warrior slightly recoiled but responded sharply, questioning whether their tribe was about to perish because of such softness. Hazen, pressing Yin Lin to himself, waved it off. He didn't care, but Yin Lin grabbed his uniform and objected. No, he did care, and threatening a child was wrong. Basha observes this clash. Her face reveals nothing. She states that Hazen's opinion here does not matter and explains. The Cumans are a proud clan of warriors who do not seek prosperity through indiscriminate killing of women, children, and the elderly. Hazen admits that she is absolutely right, but immediately issues a stern warning: the Imperial Army, unlike them, will use any means to seize this land if it deems it profitable. She was silent, listening as Hazen continued to explain. He analyzed the staff of the Mage of the human tribes of Kasiko. He detailed the Empire's strategy. They considered the Cuman Mountains useless to anyone, and this has so far saved the tribe from destruction. But he warned this is only a temporary reprieve, as it is only a matter of time before deposits of precious stones are found in the mountains. Her gaze sharpened as she challenged his logic. If these gems are real, why would he tell the Empire about them and effectively invite them to steal? She pointed out that such a discovery would inevitably turn their land into a bloody battlefield desired by all neighboring states. His answer was rude and shockingly frank. He wanted all the precious stones only for himself. The queen gawked, stunned by his brazen confession. Her shock quickly turned to rage, realizing she had been made a fool. She threatened to execute him on the spot, and he calmly asked to wait a little with the verdict until she saw what he had to show, and showed a smooth black magic wand. The warrior handed her the wand. She examined it carefully. The craftsmanship was flawless, no traps or hidden mechanisms, but the purpose of this object remained a mystery to her. She aimed the wand at him and demanded to know how a simple soldier could have crafted such a thing when the Empire strictly controlled their production. And he simply replied that he made it 2 years ago. He admitted that he stole the technique and explained. He needed to improve his craft skills, but the official guild was too strict. and magical gems for practice were prohibitively expensive. He made his final offer. He confessed that he had already secured a safe trade route and proposed to sign a secret ceasefire agreement to trade without exposing the gem deposits. The terms were simple. He wanted their magical stones, and in return, he would supply the human tribe with magic wands and the military power they provided. Queen Basha considered his proposal. Her gaze remained unwavering. She confirmed that she understood the terms. He wanted her tribe to sell him their magical stones, and in return, he would give them magic wands that they were forbidden to sell to the empire. The agreement was simple and closed a circle that could not be broken. Kaiman supplied raw gems, and he transformed them into sticks, which were then sold back to the tribe. She admitted that such a deal was beneficial to both, but immediately asked a sharp question and directly asked him, "As an imperial soldier, isn't this a betrayal of one's own country?" He responded to her skepticism with a confident half-smile. Although he was still a soldier for now, he explained that he had his own goals. With unwavering confidence, he declared that he did not intend to serve the empire. Interest flashed across her face. She appraised him with a glance, said with a slight smile on her lips that he was an interesting man. Turning away, she climbed the steps to the throne, and her voice echoed through the vast hall. Agreeing with his opinion, she stated that without a stronger force their tribe would become easy prey, and since the empire and duchies advanced daily, they could no longer afford to remain a backward tribe. Filled with hope, he asked if this meant she accepted his proposal. She laughed lightly, turned to him, raised her hand, and said not to rush. Her expression became serious, her eyes sharp. She reminded him that they were a clan of warriors. For them, the weak were unreliable. Setting a condition, she uttered the name Oribes. A mighty warrior immediately stepped forward and decisively declared that he was ready. The warrior Oribes stood before them, his gaze firm and vigilant. Basha introduced him as the second strongest in the human tribe and asked if he understood his task, while Hyzen watched with a confident smile on his face, ready for the trial. He stood opposite his opponent and the huge Aranathe duel officially began. Kaiman and the tribe watched from all sides, their shouts echoing throughout the structure. Rifa became worried, recalling that Oribes had repelled soldiers from both the empire and the duchies more than once. The crowd roared in anticipation and shouted for Oribes to crush this foolish soldier, and the Blue Queen Basha announced the condition without unnecessary words. Whoever remained standing would be the winner, and with one decisive gesture gave the command to start the fight. When the duel began, Orib was ready, his weapon a formidable construction of sharp, jagged ice. He threw a light warning to Heisenbuer, the fierce ice dragon, and Hyzen in response assessed the opponent's strength and realized that Orib's precious stone was as powerful as the Imperial Colonel's stone. Finally, Orib confidently said that Hyzen's speech was not bad. He unleashed all his power and summoned a colossal dragon, entirely made of crystalline ice. The monster lunged forward, and Orib shouted a challenge. "Don't let down our queen, Hyzen." The ice dragon's maw slammed onto the arena floor with a crash and shattered into icy shards. Hyzen deftly dodged the blow and found himself on a large piece of ice. He looked down at the aftermath of the attack and calmly admitted that his technique, Shadow Fang, was powerless here. In response, he began to cast a new spell. A complex magical symbol materialized around him, framed by glowing spheres of light, and below, Orib's confidence melted away, replaced by distrust. He fell silent, staring at the unfamiliar formula and demanding to know what Hyzen was doing. Or those above, suspiciously watching the row of glowing weapons materializing around Hyzen, demanded to know what they were. Hyzen, with a calm smile, pointed to the spectacle and confessed that he knew. His shadow fangs alone would not be enough to win. He began to talk about his uniqueness, revealing that he had lived on 2 different continents and therefore understood 2 completely different systems of magic. He passionately explained, on the Western continent where he once lived, magic relied on chance and seals a slow but flexible method that allowed the creation of many different spells, whereas in the East, magical wands are used for instant magic casting, and each wand can only perform one type of spell. He reached a bitter conclusion. Travel between continents is practically impossible, so he is probably the only living person who knows about both. Having the option to choose between 2 systems, he chose the magic wand without hesitation. His explanation was cut off. He jumped back to avoid a sudden explosion of icy spears. Orib snorted and said that no matter how many bad magic wands Hyzen had, the result would be the same, a colossal ice dragon materializing from his magic. When the dragon was about to attack, he slammed his hand on the ground, roared the name of his spell Earth Shield, and a huge barrier of stone and soil burst from the ground, intercepting the explosion. The shield holds. As the energy dissipates, Orib freezes, stunned that Hyzen managed to repel the breath of the ice dragon. He explained that by expanding the attack radius its power decrease 7, a weak earth shield can withstand it. When his turn came, he announced this and prepared his wands. Oribes noticed with horror that Hyzen had a wand in each hand, realized he could use them simultaneously, and shouted, "Monster." Hyzen boasted, if this is a unique feat in history, he could repeat it, adding that he heard Miss Huru from the Four Counts could do the same. With a daring smile, he launched his spell, shouting its name, Guren. A huge stream of fiery energy burst from the wand, rushing across the arena straight at the ice dragon. The attack strikes with destructive force, completely shattering the ice dragon into a cloud of frozen fragments, and Oribes can only watch his face frozen in pure shock, unable to comprehend how his mighty creature was so easily defeated. He stood still, stunned, watching as his ice dragon was utterly destroyed. Amidst the dissipating magical energy stood Hazen, whose victory was aided by a magic wand known as Gyron the Purple Lotus, designed for one devastating strike, and its power wildly intensifies for only one use per day. Then he calmly took out a second, completely different wand. Its elegant tip gleamed as he raised it. His opponent's mind was in turmoil, instantly turning to anxiety as he prepared for another attack. His shock turned into a challenge. He laughed it off, calling it a bluff and boasting that as long as his magical power lived, the ice dragon could be resurrected as many times as he wished, while Hyzen meanwhile looked at him with a knowing smile as the armor and wand dissolved into nothingness. But before he could take a step, tendrils of dark energy burst from the ground and completely entangled him. He screamed, not believing his eyes, and demanded to know who dared to interfere in their one-on-one duel. Hyzen simply explained that his other magic wand, Enkiku, was designed for remote control. It manipulates and transmits magical power from afar. It suddenly became clear to him that it was a trap. He cursed his foolishness as Hyzen was already rushing toward him, blurred in swift motion. What met him was not a strike, but the tip of Yankee Kwan gently touching his forehead. Hyzen scolded him, saying he was too simple and pure, and explained, in a battle between wizards, the most important thing is to be able to deceive each other. He looked down at his defeated opponent, his face like a mask, and threw one sharp question. Are you satisfied? Watching from afar, the Blue Queen Basha raised one hand. Her gesture stopped the action, and quietly but authoritatively she declared that the decision had already been made. Her judgment barely quelled Orib's furious interrogation. He approached Hyzen with Basha and persistently demanded how many magic wands he actually had and how he hid them, while Hyzen only smiled and explained that the inherent flaw of wands was easily solved by carrying several at once, and this, according to him, was the best method. He finished the explanation, revealing that he used the ring magic wand Jinto, which made his other wands invisible, so he could exchange them with Nindo without anyone seeing. The Blue Queen Basha reacted stunned. She asks if he can really call such an incredible, almost monstrous feat just a minor trick. He remains calm and admits that even with such a diverse collection of magic wands, his power is still insufficient, and explains that he revealed his secrets only to prove his worth to her. Basha digests his words and decides, having such an ally is creepy, but still better than having him as an enemy. Hyzen calmly accepts her assessment, gratefully noting her understanding. Having agreed, they stood together before the Cuban tribe, and Hyzen announced to the crowd that from today they would sign a ceasefire agreement with the Empire. This announcement was met with a powerful shout of joy. He watches the reaction carefully, expecting at least some voices of dissent. Basha assures him that among her people the chief's decision is unquestionable. However, in the crowd, a warrior's face tightened with offense. His fist clenched, a silent proof of that deep-rooted hatred of the Empire, which the new peace is unable to erase. Sensing the mood, Basha stops the formalities and orders sake to be brought to welcome the guests, and to the surprised Hyzen explains that their people have lost much but also gained much. Unlike her predecessor, who would fight to the destruction, she chooses a different path. She throws her arm over his shoulder, but he politely declines the drink, saying he does not like alcohol because it dulls his thinking, and Basha jokingly asks if his refusal means he will break their agreement. Suddenly Reifo appears and gladly announces that he will take care of the alcohol and meat. When Yen shouts in protest, Hyzen just stands, his face a mask of pure horror at the chaotic arrival of comrades. He sternly points a finger at Yin Lin, declaring that she is good for nothing and must entertain the evening with a dance, but in the next moment categorically forbids her to drink, reminding her that she is still a child. In mock terror, Yin Lin runs to the Blue Queen Basha, sobbing and asking for help. The queen smiles and curiously asks if that girl is Hyzen's daughter, and Hyzen quietly corrects her. He adopted Yin for her talent, says he wants to introduce her to a merchant so she can gain experience in trade, and asks Basha to be strict with her. Baji's face becomes serious as she looks at the little girl. If Hyzen brought her, then she is truly special. Yen shudders at the queen's piercing gaze and answers fearfully that Hazen just wants to use the little weak child. Her remark made Basha laugh heartily. Hazen, without embarrassment, explained that Yan's fear was just a bluff and revealed that she was actually only 13 years old. Embarrassed by the exposure, Yan poked him with her finger and exclaimed that he had a bad character. When the laughter subsides, Basha raises a large wooden mug and says she hasn't laughed like this in a long time. What a truly good day this is. Hazen raises his mug in a toast and hopes this is the beginning of a good journey for both of them, and the mugs clink in a chime as if sealing this hope. The celebration continues in full swing. Rifa enthusiastically tears into a large roasted bird, and nearby Yan Lin jokingly entertains a group of human warriors sitting on the ground looking completely exhausted. As night falls, the sounds of lively celebration echo through the dark mountains under the light of a thin crescent moon. The next day, Hazen walks down a long, sunlit corridor of the fortress and approaches Lieutenant Mo Pizza, who is reviewing a document. Mo spits, his eyes wide with disbelief as he reads a ceasefire agreement. He looks up, completely shocked, and demands to know if Hazen really did this. Most Pizza openly doubts, says such a simple piece of paper could easily be a forgery. Hayes and Kamlai explain to him. To legitimize the agreement, Queen Basha herself will come to the fortress. The lieutenants advise that Commander Gettle should be present at such a meeting. His eyes narrowed with suspicion, Most Pizza asks if Captain Lorenzo was warned, and Hazen simply replies, no, explaining that his order was to report to Most Pizza first. Then, with icy calm, he adds that he advised the captain to get rid of Moe Pizza, and aloud asks if the captain intends to do it. First spits his face twisted with the realization of a mistake. Lieutenant Mo Pizza boasts at his desk, a broad, self-satisfied smile stretched across his face. He is amazed and says that although he barely believes it, this is the greatest achievement in the history of the Fourth Company, and now special recognition is no longer an unattainable dream. Eisen stands by the lieutenant's desk, completely bewildered by what he sees, silently weighing the situation and understanding. Moe's Pizza is a dangerous person who not only did nothing but consciously delayed the matter and shirked duties, and now shamelessly tries to take all the credit. The lieutenant, leaning forward and seemingly brushing it off, explained his position to Hazen, saying it was not his idea, but he believes the Fourth Company should receive special recognition, and as if in passing, added that the noticeable misconduct of the 8th Platoon is a known problem in the company. He calmly turns the lieutenant's own logic against him. If the platoon belongs to the company, then the behavioral problems of the 8th are a direct result of the lieutenant's lack of leadership and supervision. Most Pizza recoiled, shouting and disbelieving. The lieutenant, furious to the extreme, vehemently denies any connection and shouts that the platoon's bad behavior is their own fault. Hazen sighs and calmly says there is no point in seeking credit without taking responsibility, so Mo Pizza should then recommend only the 8th Platoon for the award. His superior officer nervously fusses and urges Hazen, don't be so harsh, think more flexibly. If the 4th Company receives a commendation, then the 8th Platoon will definitely benefit from it too. His pleas did not move him an iota. While most clenched their teeth in outrage over the alleged insolence, Hazen bluntly said that people outside the 8th Platoon did not try at all. The lieutenant suddenly flared up, raised his hand to strike the subordinate, and shouted that this was a disciplinary punishment. But even before the blow could land, Hazen effortlessly grabbed the lowering wrist and simultaneously pressed the sharp tip of a pen to his skin. His superior's face contorted with horror. With one simple, smooth movement, Hazen unbalanced the lieutenant and pushed him. He fell to the floor. Now he stands over the fallen officer, holding not a weapon but a simple fan. The frightened lieutenant whimpers and desperately slides backward across the floor, while Hazen, without a trace of worry, slowly and deliberately steps forward, closing the distance. He looms over the scared Lieutenant Most Pizza, who, stammering, mixes up words and insists that Hazen just tried to kill him. Hazen, however unperturbed, calmly explains that he only killed a harmful insect, and with an icy gaze adds that as an Imperial soldier he will continue to kill any other insects that spoil the Empire for its future. When Lieutenant Mo's Pizza, with a dull groan, struggled to get to his feet, Hazen informed him that he was detaining Captain Lorenzo and asked for permission to leave. The embarrassed lieutenant, though clearly against it, reluctantly told him to go. The lieutenant's suspicion instantly flared. He pointed accusingly and demanded to know if Hazen himself intended to report to the captain. Hazen confirmed that these were indeed his orders, and this made Lieutenant Pizza grumble with irritation. Distrust boiled within him, and Most Pizza demanded to know the content of the report. He insisted that Hazen say that the 4th Company should receive a special commendation, and Hazen calmly replied that he would report exactly what he had already told the lieutenant. He explained in detail. He would report that the captain ordered him to convey that in his opinion the fourth company should receive a commendation. But this subtle difference angered Lieutenant Mo's pizza. She shouted that this was not at all what he had ordered and accused Hazen of deliberate disobedience. He energetically stomped his foot on the floor, and the lieutenant decisively declared that they would immediately rehearse the report and would not let Hazen go until he made it perfect, while Hazen began to protest, reminding about the captain who was waiting. But most pizza waved off the concern, saying the captain could be kept waiting as long as needed. Suddenly, a calm voice interrupted from the door and stated that this would indeed be a problem, and the lieutenant turned around stunned, demanding to know who was interrupting S. It turned out to be Captain Lorenzo himself. He looked completely unimpressed, touched his temple, and said that it seemed to him as if his ears would rot from what he overheard. He enters the room, his voice filled with contempt, accusing the lieutenant of distorting facts and forcing subordinates to submit a false report. "Most Pete," says Stemmers, completely confused, unable to give a coherent response to the captain's appearance. The captain admitted that he had been listening from the very beginning. When he heard about Lieutenant Heisen's return, he came to meet him. But upon learning that Heisen had strict orders to report first to Lieutenant Moss Pete, he decided to wait outside, considering their special relationship. In anger at being caught, Lieutenant Mo's Pizza turns his wrath on Heisen, grabs him by the uniform, and not believing it, calls him by name. He still remains calm. He deliberately acted so that the superiors would notice his mistakes, but he admits to himself that he never thought the matter would go this far. While Heisen was pondering, Captain Lorenz calmly informed the stammering Mo that he would ask to be demoted and Heisen promoted. Lorenz reprimanded him, saying it was too early to trust him with the rank of lieutenant and that he was ashamed for accusing the wrong person. Lorenzo looks down at the stunned officer with a sinister smile and asks if he is sure about that, then decisively declares that he will crush to dust the insects that spoil the empire. The threat throws Pizza Moe into a panic. He bounces back across the floor and begs for any other punishment. The captain explains, "For now, this is only temporary until the official announcement. Moe's Pizza should consider himself on the level of a lieutenant in authority." Then Heisen spoke and asked. While Moe's Pizza looked in horror, he said that the lieutenant is a kind and gentle person who does not like to torment the weak, so he asked to transfer the former lieutenant to the fourth company. He coldly explains, the former lieutenant has a bad habit of mocking units and commanders, and if Pizza Mo is in his unit, Heisen can punish him immediately. Captain Lorenzo agreed, but warned Heisen that the punishment should not turn into simple revenge. Heisen responded with a sinister smile, confirmed that he understood, and silently vowed to completely crush the rotten spirit of Miss Spitz. His fate is decided. The disgraced officer falls to the floor, whimpering in complete despair. He sat in stunned silence, sweat and tears streaming down his face, because the reality of his humiliation finally reached him. Behind him, Heisenheim watched without any emotion. Captain Lorenzo, as if ignoring the disgraced officer, turned to Heisen with a smile and remarked how impressive it was that Heisen would be promoted to first lieutenant after only a month in his assignment. But he remained focused on the big picture, brushing off the praise. He insisted that they needed to quickly move on to the next step. His sharpness confused the captain. He only repeated the words as a question, and Heisen began to explain in detail, confirming that this was exactly what he wanted. Later, having finished his business, he returned to his quarters. When he opened the door, he was greeted by a familiar voice warmly welcoming him back. It was Rifa, sitting next to the sleeping Yen Lin. She asked if his duties had taken longer than expected, then noticed that the girl was still asleep. She explained that the previous days of traveling through the steep mountains had been hard for Yen Lin, and for someone as small as she was, it was quite natural to need rest. He approached the window, stretched, and looked outside. He agreed, saying it was wise to rest while there was such an opportunity. His gaze fell on the sleeping girl, and his face grew somber. He knew the next step would bring no peace. Ahead was war with the Duchy of Diorado. Standing before Rafa and Yinlin, Heisenheim made a stunning announcement. Their next objective was war with the Duchy of Diorado. Rafa and Yinlin jumped to their feet in shock and questioned this sudden declaration of war. He ignored their anxiety and instead turned his attention to the still sleepy Yinlin, asking if she had woken up. She blinked her eyes, and her voice showed concern over the suddenness of the conflict, while Heisen meanwhile handed her something to take. He hands her a letter sealed with sealing wax, ordering it to be delivered to Queen Basha. Yinlin accepts the message and agrees, but inwardly admits she has a bad feeling about this task. He switched to current affairs and inquired about how trade with Nandru was progressing. Yinlin reported that a large batch of Magatama beads had already been prepared for shipment, and the next delivery promised even higher quality jewelry. He accepts the report and enthusiastically praises the clever strategy of hiding the jewels inside Magatama. He understands that flooding the market will crash their price, but confidently says she will handle the distribution. Her face darkens and trembles. Yin Lin returns to what was said earlier, confirming that she overheard him mention something about the war. He turned away with a slight wave, clarifying that it was only advice he gave to the captain, while Rifle watched this with a serious, thoughtful look. The scene reveals the details of his proposal. He firmly insisted on a preemptive strike on the Duchy of Diorado, taking advantage of the fact that their truce with the human tribe was not yet known, precisely outlining the enemy's strength of fortress with 5,000 soldiers that could grow to 30,000, and asserted that the moment to act was now or never. During the conversation with Captain Lorenzo, the captain notes that higher ranks are already considering such a move, but he is worried the timing is bad and uncertain logistics unsettle him. Hayes sees that the enemy has the same supply problems and insists they will hold out until the fortress gates open if reinforcements are prepared. He acknowledges Hazen's talent, but his face shows anxiety. The captain adds an important detail: he is being held in the Duchy fortress. Hazen's eyes narrowed as he pondered the captain's words. His mind raced, trying to recognize the formidable person being spoken of. In response, Captain Lorenz revealed his identity. General Gazar is a true power possessing rare and devastating lightning energy. He explained that lightning mages are extremely rare and immensely powerful, and that many strong figures, even the fourth Marquis Miss Hu, gained fame thanks to these powers. Heisen absorbed every word, understanding the full seriousness of the threat. Reflecting, Lorenz added that Marquis Miss Hu is to come to the duchy's aid in a few months, but the duchy itself knows well how reckless a full-scale war would be now. Listening carefully, Heisen decided it was pointless to insist further, apologized, and left, while Rifle watched him with a troubled expression. They were talking about war so soon after their reconciliation with the human tribe. He walked on, his mind already calculating moves. For others, an attack on such a formidable opponent as Dacha with only 4 people seemed unrealistic. But for Heisen, precisely because of this, it was the perfect opportunity. He admitted that it was an unexpected turn for everyone, but there was no doubt he really managed to corner a decade-long conflict. A confident smile appeared on his face, as expected, thought they would let him go. Meanwhile, at the 8th training ground, Captain Lorenzo had just given the command to start training when a sudden commotion interrupted her. The captain was unceremoniously thrown off his horse, which reared and neighed loudly, and Heisen, who was watching everything from inside, just groaned in irritation. How could Lorenzo not even properly saddle a horse? He could not understand why such an incompetent person was a lieutenant. Captain Lorenzo explained. He was the 5th son of a nobleman of the 9th rank and had no right to inheritance, so they simply could not expel him from the army. Heisen privately assessed him as a person with a vile nature, low intelligence, and terrible magical skills. The lieutenant, as if overhearing or guessing Heisen's contempt, exploded with rage and demanded to know what he had said, boasting that he had the captain's favor, while Heisen just sighed and mentally decided that the man was not just useless but harmful and even thought of killing him. With a quick and decisive movement, Heisen struck the noble lieutenant in the face with the hilt of the scabbard. Blood dripped from his lips, and he recoiled in shock. The enraged lieutenant howled, asking how a commoner dared to hit a nobleman of high rank, and Heisen calmly placed the scabbard on the ground, reminded him that in the army rank is above all, and reproached the lack of respectful language among his subordinates. The nobleman, boiling with anger, threatened that his family would not remain silent and would ensure that Heisen received the harshest punishment for his acto, which Heisen only quietly, as if unimpressed, asked, "Really?" It was then that Captain Lorenzo spoke in a calm voice. He told the lieutenant that he himself was a true failure and noted that despite his noble origin, he had no right to inheritance, was still only a lieutenant, and was almost disowned and socially alienated from his family. His words struck a nerve. The lieutenant began to tremble, and sweat struck his forehead, stammering and demanding to know on what basis Lorenzo made those claims. From behind the desk, cluttered with documents, Hazen began to explain. The duty of a leader is to plan the subordinates' vacations, so he primarily gave priority to those who had long been unable to return home. The hint was crystal clear. The lieutenant's face twisted in horror when he realized the amazing irony. Hazen learned about his personal shame through official military procedure. He continued, brushing off the babble of lieutenants who insisted it was just a fabrication. Hazen laid out his conclusions. This man passed the officer exams thanks to influential connections and was now advancing in service by currying favor with the superiors even without direct evidence. Hazen claimed that his incompetence was obvious. His gaze was cold and direct as he threw the last sharp phrase. "Aren't you ashamed to have someone like you in the family?" he asked. He stood over the kneeling lieutenant, a silent victor. The other soldiers of the 4th Squad froze in silence, stunned by the sudden and complete change of power. The defeated nobleman trembled, sweat ran down his forehead. The weight of humiliation pressed on him, he could not utter a single word. Shock turned into breathless outrage. He declared himself a nobleman, refused to be treated like a slave, and accused Hazen of bullying. Hazen, with a quiet, calm smile, offered another option if the lieutenant really thought of becoming a slave. He could arrange a place for him as a higher-ranking slave through his connections. Hazen maintained a calm appearance, but his eyes became icy. He called the lieutenant's words about being a victim hypocrisy, pulled out a small booklet, and asked if the gentleman had forgotten what happened to the 2nd lieutenant and the non-commissioned officer who died even before his arrival. He began flipping through the pages. It turned out to be the memoirs of the executed Sergeant Como. The lieutenant paled and stammered in disbelief, and Hazen noticed that despite his appearance, Como was incredibly meticulous, and all the lieutenant's instructions were recorded in them. The lieutenant desperately claimed that this could not be considered evidence. Sighing, Hazen closed the book. He contemptuously asked if the nobleman was really so stupid that he did not understand. After he constantly committed such sloppy crimes, everyone already knew and simply kept silent. The cold rejection struck the aristocrat like a real blow. In his imagination, ghostly figures of the man he wronged grew around him, and their silent condemnation suffocated him. His self-control finally cracked. He fell forward, begged and pleaded for mercy, shouted that he regretted his actions and repented. He continued to crawl and whine, begging that he did not want to be a slave. Hazen looked down with contempt on his face and asked what he had done with those who asked him the same, and deciding that the conversation was pointless, handed the diary of Como to Sergeant Buzz. He ordered Buzz to use the diary as a prompt to thoroughly teach the lieutenant a lesson, and then said he was going to his room. Buzz agreed, but a doubt flashed across his face. He looks over his shoulder with a cold, determined expression and gives the final order regarding the disgraced lieutenant. If he is on the verge of death, bring him to Hazen, who swears to heal him, no matter how many times it takes. Bring him to Hazen, who swears to heal him, no matter how many times it takes. In response to the grim command, Sergeant Buzz, sweating a little, could only utter a simple, obedient yes. Later, Hazen stands by the room with crossed arms and a gloomy face. It is clear that he is deeply worried. Inside, Riefa and Yenlin notice his unrest, and Riefa says with horror that if their master is worried, then the world itself might end, while Hazen meanwhile thinks that rarely does anything go according to plan. He turns to both of them, and though it sounds rude, admits that he also has worries, like everyone else. His confession leaves Riefa momentarily speechless. She gazes at his stern posture and decides to herself that the idea of making him a high-ranking slave is by no means foreign to her. She reasons that if a magical contract bound him, he could still be useful to society. Sighing, she decided that it was more about free will. Hazen overheard, and with a gentle smile said that his future was also decided that way for a friend. It is natural, and Riefa, irritated by his carefree expression, cut him off so that he would not say such things with a face as if he did not need gratitude. This exchange left her anxious. It is known that Riefa comes from an ethnic minority specializing in combat, and despite her strength, she has a pure and good heart. In an empire obsessed with magic and full of vile intrigues, her frank, simple nature does not allow her to cope. She needs a person who truly understands her. Yenlin sees Riefa quietly pondering and reads in her an unspoken thought, a feeling of inferiority. As if she is just like me, and realizing the fragility of this moment, Yenlin decides to remain silent. To break the heavy silence, Riefa puffed her cheeks and told Hazen that as a newcomer in the first year it was normal not to understand, but immediately caught herself, got confused, and exclaimed that they are of the same generation. Hazen sits by the window and watches the soldiers training below, quietly notices a huge gap in their skills, takes it for granted, and suddenly catches himself. Including age and experience from a past life in the calculations is a bad habit. Barely noticeable but confident smile appears on his lips as he compares this situation to a worker with 100 years of experience. Silence is broken by the energetic arrival of Inlin and Riefa. Inlin excitedly exclaims that she must go teach Sergeant Baz the Kimin language. Riefa adds that she also needs to help with platoon training, and Hazen dryly reflects on why they are so fussing. They will probably have to work for at least another 2,000 years. Meanwhile, in the fortress Argid of the Duchy d'Orado, soldiers in heavy armor stand guard. The fortress is famous for its impregnability. It is protected by a magical barrier that neutralizes projectiles, but one guard size. He is terribly bored. High on the balcony above the fortress walls, a mighty warrior silently listens as an invisible companion suggests that his current boring task is a demotion for having hit a minister. The man was recognized General Gazar, his face pierced with tension, and dissatisfaction smolders in his eyes. He was sitting with an assistant who said it was nothing unusual a failed minister who thinks only of his own gain is beaten just like that. And Gazar sharply replied that in that matter he had no choice, he just got angry. Leaning back, the general aloud complains about boredom and even openly wishes for the empire to attack, and his assistant instantly warns him, begging him not to say such unfortunate words. Hasty footsteps broke the conversation. A messenger runs up and Gazar's curiosity instantly flared. What happened? He asks. A fight, a battle, and his assistant calmly says neither. The envoy stopped before them and said that someone wants to see General Gazar alone. He smiled maliciously. The prospect of this mysterious meeting smelled of something fun, a pleasant break from monotony. Stretching theatrically, he exclaimed that he was so bored he could die. His assistant asked if the general would go alone, and Guzzard was indifferent whether betrayal or trap. He did not care. He wanted to see everything with his own eyes, so he quickly climbed the stone stairs, and the assistant still closely followed him. Arriving at the meeting place, he approached the hooded man directly and demanded to know his purpose, interrogating whether he was a spy or perhaps wanted to switch sides. The figure identified himself as an officer of the 2nd Battalion of the Northern District of the Gastra Empire of Ghana, and explained that he had brought a copy of the letter. The voices of the officers grew anxious as they made a shocking demand. Their face twisted with tension. They begged General Gazar to get rid of 2 people, Captain Lorenzo and Heisenheim. A few days later, in the formidable fortress Argid, the guard commander Landbrew reports to General Gazar. They have evidence Miss Huru, one of the 4 counts, is heading towards them. Relying on this intelligence, General Gazar addresses the gathered commanders. He explains that he assembled them because it seems that the truce agreement with the human tribe is genuine as evidenced by imperial caravans now entering and leaving their territory. His face breaks into a wild smile, and he shouts, "Let's go to war." Cavalry Commander Nidil responds with loud enthusiasm, confessing that he does not fully understand what is happening, but is eager to show the country what they are capable of. Unlike the general enthusiasm, Infantry Commander Nudita calmly calmed Nidil and asked him to settle down. Guard Commander Landbruz sighed heavily, apologized if he scared them, and explained that all this actually started a few days ago. The scene returns to that meeting. The hooded officer from the Gastra Empire informed General Gazar that Miss Huru's army would gather at the northern Garna fortress in a month to capture Argid. He extended a document as proof, which Landbrew accepted, promising to send it for verification to intelligence. He sharply turns to the hooded figure and asks why would an imperial officer betray his own empire. The officer trembled, and a passionate hatred for the 2nd lieutenant named Heisenheim burst out of him. He claimed that he had taken everything from him, and even deprived him of the ability to command his subordinates. The informant continues, insisting that Heisen is not an ordinary lieutenant. He single-handedly made a truce with Cumin and set in motion the events that led to this attack. Landbrew can hardly believe it, and Gazar carefully studies the document, pondering what reward the merchant demands, and realizes that if this intelligence is true, a valuable opportunity opens before them. He understands that the motive is a miserable personal revenge, but believes that this man's vile betrayal benefits the duchy. Landbrew adds that they were underestimated. The enemies probably expect that they themselves will try to retake the Garner fortress. And filled with rage, the hooded officer demands to eliminate both 2nd Lieutenant Heisen and Captain Lorenzo. The officer anxiously asks if everything is agreed upon, and General Gazar smiles confidently, assuring that he, the Thunder General, will personally finish them off. To this, the officer bursts into maniacal laughter, imagining Heisenheim's last moments. Returning to the present, General Gazar, comfortably seated before the commanders, concluded the report, confirming that this is how events unfolded and why he gathered them all here today. He gives the first order. He commands his adjutant Lenbrew to ask General Ganneru to arrive with his 50,000 men from the capital. Lenbrew agrees that such a force is needed against Miss Hu, but notes how easily Gazar talks about mobilization, while the general just smiles. His excitement is felt blood boils with anticipation, and he exclaims that in 10 days they will raise the army and capture the Empire's fortress. Lenbrew then raises the question about the Kemen tribe, worrying if their forces will be enough to deal with them. Gazar waves it off, says that this truce is not a real alliance, and 5,000 men will be quite enough to hold them back. The cavalry commander Nidal pounds his fists on the table and roars with excitement. He is fervently eager for the upcoming battle. Gizar laughs. What irony, Hyzen's plan completely failed. He says that if not for the one who betrayed everything, it could have become truly dangerous, and it would be interesting to catch Hyzen to talk to him. He laughs contemptuously at the thought that he must keep the agreement with the traitor. He has no intention of keeping his word to this miserable defector, especially regarding the destruction of Moe's pizzeria. Meanwhile, at the northern fortress Garner, the reconnaissance arrived too late. Hyzen and Lorenzo were rushing through the corridors. Hyzen bitterly says that a large army led by General Gazar is already heading towards them and has reached neighboring villages. Lorenzo curses this disgrace and laments that the command is divided whether to hold or retreat, and important information did not reach the units in time, and Hyzen grimly notes that there is always some obstacle. Lorenzo explains that Lieutenant Colonel Barasag's unit has already retreated. They aimed to blow up Colonel Gettel's positions, so there is no chance to win by usual methods. Hyzen understands that if the second unit retreats, their forces will be split in half, and the only thing left to hope for is his plan. When they reach the place, N8 announces the arrival of Captain Lorenzo and Lieutenant Hyzen. They enter the command room, where Colonel Jedru Magno sits at a large table. He, noticeably irritated, sharply asks what they are doing here so late. Lorenz calmly asks the colonel to listen to Lieutenant Hyzen's plan, and Hyzen, with a slight smile, interrupts, saying that it's good that Colonel Barasag has withdrawn. He can later be accused of desertion, and the colonel will recognize him. The colonel said not to suck up and to speak to the point. Hyzen boldly declared that he himself will defeat General Gazar, and without him the duchy's army will collapse. The colonel was stunned for a moment, then angrily waved it off, called it a fantasy, and asked why Lorenz brought such a fool to him. In the command room, Captain Lorenz fervently defends Hyzen's plan, says that the peace agreement with the human tribe that respects strength became possible only because they recognized Hyzen's immense power. Colonel Magno laughs contemptuously and waves it off, saying it's just a savage tribe. Annoyed by the colonel's narrow-mindedness, Hyzen throws him a question. What does a mage really mean to him? He emphasizes that it is not just a person who uses magic. For Hyzen, a mage is one who makes the impossible possible. Hyzen presents the colonel with a harsh choice: flee without a fight and be demoted and branded a coward, or trust him and become a hero who defended the fortress with half the troops. He reminds that soldiers are nothing without victory, and firmly states that he alone can achieve this victory for him. His face changes, a cold smile spreads across his lips, and his eyes shine with a fearful gleam. "I will fulfill your wish," he promises, and the colonel, gasping for air, freezes in stunned silence. The tense moment was broken by the outraged Major Scheiman, who fiercely declared that Colonel Magno would not listen to the fantasies of a rookie, demanded to know if Hyzen had any brilliant idea, but Hyzen calmly replied that he had only stated facts. He addresses the hall with complete confidence, as if he already holds the result in his hands, and says, "They are lucky if they entrust him with this battle. He will bring a victory that no one could even imagine." At that moment, Captain Lorenzo steps forward, his face burning with determination, and addresses Colonel Magno. He also has a request. He asks permission to transfer his captain's authority to Lieutenant Hyzen. He contemplates the situation. While they were on the defensive, the command could hide behind concern for their own skin. But when a real battle approaches, their cowardice becomes a burden, and he sees Hyzen as a storm that has struck the fortress and forces it to change. Somewhere else, the Blue Queen Basha feels the same. She also sees Hyzen as a fierce storm that in a short time managed to do the impossible, exposing discord in the fortress, the incompetence of her command, and even her own flaws. Turning back to the command hall, Lorenzo looked at the officers who were contemptuously mocking and decided, if becoming like them or like Hyzen meant giving up his place at their table, then it was not such a great sacrifice. Colonel Magno's face twisted into a fierce grimace. He directly gave Hyzen an ultimatum. Failure meant a death sentence. While Colonel's threat still hung in the air, Captain Lorenzo put forward his conditions. He informed Hyzen that he would not tolerate defeat, but if Hyzen succeeded, he would be transferred from the fortress with a strict order never to return. When the time came, Colonel Magno officially gave the order from his desk for Captain Lorenzo to relinquish power. Lorenzo returned to Hyzen, handed over his captain's authority to the lieutenant, and deeply bowing entrusted him with one solemn requesto: save the fortress. The captain remained bowed before him, and Hyzen looked down with a quiet, unwavering gaze and a word: "Understood." He took on that enormous responsibility. Standing over the strategic map dotted with figurines, Captain Lorenzo looks at Hyzenheim, accepts his new role as a subordinate, and asks for his first orders. Heisen, with a serious expression, says he wants Captain Lorenzo to continue being their liaison with the higher ranks. Lorenzo quietly laughed, admitting he was sure Heisen would demand more respectful language from him. Heisen, however, looks past him and anxiously says that the colonels will not so easily carry out his orders. Suddenly, as if on stage, Lorenzo straightened up and loudly declared that he would now show respect. Heisen calmly explained that although he insisted Lieutenant Mo's pizza speak politely, deep down he hoped Lorenzo would continue to speak to him as always. He is stunned, embarrassed, and awkward from this unexpected sincerity. Lorenzo admits that he never thought he would hear the word respect from Hayes's lips and begs him not to tease like that anymore. Turning the conversation to the most pressing issue, Heisen in a glove points to a chip on the map and lays out grim numbers. First, they will have to position their 15,000 soldiers for a defensive siege against an enemy force of 50,000, and Lorenzo grimly asks if they will be able to hold out at all. He continues, noting that the enemy commander is at the level of the great General Hazar, and he has a powerful guard corps behind him. Despite the odds, Heisen's face froze with determination, and he declares that he intends to defeat General Hazar before it becomes a problem. He explains his reasoning to the thoughtful Lorenzo. The higher ranks probably do not want to fight Gazar themselves, so the proposal to fight against him will most likely pass. That is why he asks Lorenzo to lead the main forces in his absence. He explains in detail the personal role he plays in this strategy. As a mage, he will sow confusion among the enemy ranks while their attention is focused on the fortress, thereby opening a decisive passage. Lorenzo, with a serious expression, asks what exactly Heisen plans. Heisen replies that he knows he is not fully trusted, and adds that this very caution makes Captain Lorenzo strong. He rarely makes mistakes because he does not trust people blindly. The finger decisively presses on the central outpost. The final order has been given. While Lorenzo holds the position, Heisen will have to rely on his support to cover the other units, because where the main enemy offensive will strike is still unknown. Despite Heisen's bold strategy, Captain Lorenzo sighs heavily and says he is not sure. The Principality of Diorado has strong cavalry that will almost certainly attack the central gates of the fortress. He dismisses this anxiety with a confident smile and says that is exactly why they must use Rifa. He assures the captain that he will see something interesting, and beside him Rifa stands with crossed arms just as confident. The captain clasps his hands together and slightly bows his head as if silently agreeing, quietly accepting the plan and whispering thanks. Heisen asks a question. What qualities does he expect from a senior officer? Lorenzo glances at the map and assumes it is about general military abilities, but Heisen immediately explains that is not what he meant. The captain names other options: excellent judgment, the ability to forgive subordinates, or a fair assessment of their abilities and achievements, but Heisen explains. The highest priority is none of these, but what the leader does after the event. He says the most important thing is to truly listen to subordinates and take any good idea. People like Colonel Jedru and his minions he rejects as incapable of such leadership, but Lorenzo is different. He can do it. Heisen extends his glove and formally asks for the captain's strength, noticeably impressed and a little confused. Lorenzo notes how convincingly Heisen acts, saying a soldier should pretend superficial respect. But Heisen does not do this, and that is what attracts him, and Heisen simply accepts this as one of his flaws. Convinced, Lorenzo firmly shakes his hand with a decisive grip and says that of course he will help. On the day of the battle, the fierce roars of the Principate army come from the plains below. On the fortress walls, the defenders are gripped by fear. One soldier falls, screaming that he does not want to die, and a comrade tries to hold him back. And Heisen observes this, realizing that the enemy's advantage of more than 3-1 has already sown mass despair. While the panic was growing, Heisen remained calm, quietly assured the soldier that there were enough arrows, and sharply ordered not to neglect equipment inspection. The entire fortress was soaked with despair and resignation, and he stood alone, contemplating his next move. A soldier in armor approaches him on the fortress wall and loudly, with passionate zeal, greets him, confidently pointing a finger and thanking Lieutenant Heisen for his hard work. The soldier continues, asks if Heisen is not succumbing to despair, and reassures him. No, of course not, because they are all beside him. Someone doubted this unwavering optimism and asked if he would hold out when facing an enemy army of 50,000. Without hesitation, the soldier shouted in response that this is not a problem at all. The soldier smiled confidently and insisted that if Lieutenant Heisen leads them, victory is in the bag. Heisen stood firm and coldly reminded that against them is the famous General Gazar, whose name is known across the continent. The soldier did not flinch. He said that they, as soldiers, were ready for this, even repeating Heisen's exact words, "If you are going to kill someone, be ready that you will be killed too." And Heisen's face darkened when he admitted that he could not guarantee that everyone would survive. His grim word hung in the air, and he froze in a brief, tense silence. He lifts a small, triangular, magical artifact. A barely noticeable smile appears on his lips, and he quietly mutters that being a soldier is truly hard work. When the device starts, his voice carries over the ramparts, amplified so that everyone can hear. "Soldiers of the Empire, do you hear me?" The people in armor turn, startled by the sudden address. Elsewhere, Colonel Jedru Magno demands in surprise where this voice is coming from. And Lieutenant Moe's Pizza calmly explains that there is no need to be surprised because Heisen uses a magical staff so that everyone can hear him. Heisen's amplified voice shouted a bitter truth to the army. The battle will be decided in 3 days. Escape means death, and they face 50,000 soldiers of Thunder General Hazar. He acknowledges their possible despair, but with a burning, unwavering gaze proclaims that he has a promise for them. While he was preparing his speech, another officer, Captain Lorenzo, was already trying to encourage the people. He promised that half would survive, that they would push back the enemy and break out of this hopeless situation, urged to endure the siege for 3 days and trust their training, their own strength and comrades. But the soldiers listened uncertainly, doubting whether such a promise could be true. Choosing a different approach, he raised the amplifier to his lips and thundered a simple, powerful order throughout the fortress. All warriors raised their voices. In response, a wave of energy ran through the ranks. The soldiers raised their weapons and gave a single battle cry. When the sound covered him, he lowered the device, and surprise flashed across his face. Seeing them so fired up was rare. Riffer appeared nearby and noted how unusual it was to see him shouting. He quietly explained it was necessary to raise morale somehow, because besides Captain Lorenzo, he trusted no other officers. He admitted to himself it was not like him, but the motivation was simple. Looking at the soldiers, the faces of his platoon surfaced in his mind, and among them were people he would never have allowed to die. Her face softened into a knowing smile when she noticed that he was not entirely honest. He said nothing more, only that he left the rest to her, and dashed along the top of the fortress walls, leaving her frozen. She leaned over the parapet and, with fear in her voice, shouted, demanding to know where he was going. But he had already left mounted his horse below, and the fighting spirit of the army rose so much that even a weak commander would have endured another day. He knew that someone as skilled as Captain Lorenzo would manage even better. His part here was done. It was time to focus on what really mattered. She watched him ride away, having thrown the rifle aside and with a crooked smile on his face, and could only pity the captain who had just been entrusted with such a heavy burden. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the Blue Queen Basha stood before the gathered warriors of the Kemen tribe. They knelt in silent, orderly ranks and awaited her command. On the other side of the field, General Gazar stands and gazes confidently at the distant fortress. Before him stands an endless army, all troops in their places. He turns to his adjutant, the guard commander Lambrou, and confidently declares, "They will break through the enemy's center." He addresses his soldiers, his voice burning with passion. He reminds them that they have already suffered too much under the Empire's yoke and that the time for revenge has come. He proclaims this battle as fateful. Seeing their elevated spirit, Gazar is already preparing to give the order to attack, but a sudden gruesome sight stops him. A soldier's head explodes nearby, and the general freezes in shock. Shock spread through the ranks as a powerful roar echoed from the fortress. Gazar and his assistant stood frozen in disbelief. The soldiers whispered in confusion, and the general could not understand how the enemy, though 3 times smaller in number, had such fighting spirit. Somewhere aside, an imperial officer watches that distant phenomenon and aloud wonders, could this be the skill of Heisen, which was talked about before? On the battlefield, Commander Gar Lambrou suggests switching to a long-term strategy. But Gazar instantly and decisively rejects this idea. He says it will be a short battle, and they will rush into attack with everything they have, immediately. He begins to explain why he thinks so. The enemy is probably waiting for the arrival of the god of war, Count Mitchell. Having such power on their side, they could completely change the course of the battle and negate their numerical weakness. He continues the analysis and comes to the conclusion. If the defenders see even the slightest hope of withstanding the first assault, a half-hearted attack will only backfire against the attackers and strengthen their will to fight. So his decision is final. With the loud clatter of steel, he gives the order to destroy them completely, throwing his entire army into a fierce, merciless assault. He gave the order, and it was carried out without hesitation. A storm of arrows rained down on the fortress walls, forcing the defenders to raise their shields against the relentless volley. From the height, Heisenheim watched as the assault began, and with understanding realized that it was impossible to withstand losses from arrows with such a small defense, so he needed to find a way to intervene. In the chaos of the battle at the foot of the wall, he quickly found a fallen human warrior, decided that the only way to distinguish his own from the enemy was by clothing and banners, and quietly, whispering an apology, began to remove the uniform from the body. He changed into enemy clothes and pulled the turban low over his forehead. He noticed that the principality's equipment was quite decent. The disguise allowed him to slip among the enemy archers without attracting attention while their commander shouted orders. He shouted to the fighters not to panic, to keep a steady shooting pace, and to remember that they had plenty of arrows. When one of the archers reported that they were successfully holding the front line, Hazen quietly crept along the rampart, approaching his target. With a sudden muffled strike, he hit. The archer's commander fell an arrow pierced his head, and a subordinate screamed in shock. Hazen's goal was clear, to remove the leader to sow confusion among the archers. He stood calmly amid the growing panic. Whispers ran through the ranks. The warriors asked what had happened. Was it an assassination attempt? Who killed their commander? He melted back into the disorderly formation and ordered others not to break ranks. To himself, he quietly forged a plan, to set fire to several places here and there that should be enough to bring everything to chaos. Meanwhile, in the command center, the door suddenly flew open. Captain Lorenzo turned, his face frozen in shock as his assistant ran in and reported that the archers' attack had weakened. He smiled. The news that the enemy offensive was weakening lifted his spirits, and turning to his men, he said that Lieutenant Heisen's efforts had paid off and urged them to hold their position until sunset. On the battlements, his soldiers obey orders and hold the line under a hail of arrows. The commander orders his fighters to change position, making sure that this area is safe for now. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, General Gazar peers at the battlefield through a spyglass. His adjutant Lambrou anxiously asks whether they are in a stalemate or at a disadvantage, and whether it is time to send their commander into battle. The general for now rejects this idea. A duel between mages is too unpredictable. His attention is drawn not to the mage, but to another unusual warrior near Captain Lorenzo. And from above, from a high point, a powerful archeress moves into action. She releases a shot. It explodes on impact with incredible force and throws the soldiers into the air. Watching the devastation, General Gazar speaks of the terrible power of the warrior woman, and his assistant asks him to stop whistling in admiration. His observation is interrupted by the rumble of a distant explosion. A messenger rushes to him, shouting his name, and when Gazar turns, demands to know what caused the commotion. The envoy ran in with terrible news. The commander of the archers was killed, treacherously murdered from behind. The assistant reported. The commander had no protection against magic and died instantly. When his guards turned around, the head was already gone. The attacker aimed at his only weak spot. Suddenly, the perspective changes, showing Hasenheim from behind. He holds a thin, stick-like weapon. The hint is obvious. This is his doing. He turns out to be a deadly mage. When the sun began to set, General Gazar was still digesting the new information and ordered the messenger to withdraw all units for today. The assistant called out to him, but Gazar was absorbed in thought. He realized that the skill to kill meant something more. His irritation overflowed. He slammed his sword on the table with a loud clang. He decided that the killer Heisen was not suitable for large-scale group battles, and if their troops retreated to regroup and strengthen the defense, a single operative could do nothing. With a new strategy in mind, a confident smile blossomed on his face. He announced that tomorrow they would finally launch an attack. Below, Cavalry Commander Niddle, in full armor, already in the saddle and ready, gladly accepted the order, gave his name, and said he had been waiting for this moment, ready to lead the assault. When Lieutenant Heisenheim entered the command hall, Captain Lorenzo greeted his return, confirmed that Heisen had killed the leader of the enemy archers, a feat that allowed their forces to hold, and inquired how it happened. Heisen explained that due to the high morale of the soldiers, it was easy for him to pretend to be one of the enemies, and added that he strives to avoid pointless killings. The captain laughed dryly and said that nothing is simple on enemy land, and Heisen scares by making it look easy. He sharply shifts the conversation to strategy. The front moves already the next day and will bring General Hazar. Lorenzo asks if Heisen intends to meet the general face to face, but Heisen admits that man was only a decoy. With a slight smile, Heisen announced that tomorrow he would leave the general to the captain, apologized, and stepped back, advising Lorenzo to rest. The captain exclaimed in shock for a moment that Heisen was again shifting responsibility onto him, but quickly resigned himself and agreed to take on the task. He leaves the command room and enters a large hall with stone walls, serving as a temporary hospital. Seeing wounded soldiers lying on the floor, He notices with slight relief that there are fewer wounded than expected. Surveying the scene, Sergeant Baz approaches and asks if these men are all wounded, but Heisen replies that there are even more. Then he gives a decisive, direct order: gather all the wounded and bring them here. The sergeant, though hesitant, assures he will comply. Heisen lifts a serpentine magical object with a glowing eye at the end, and resolutely declares that he will heal everyone. They need as many soldiers as possible for the upcoming battle. When Heisen kneels beside a wounded soldier, Baz rushes to him, warning fearfully that using magic will drain the lieutenant's strength, and that he heard from Yin that Heisen had not slept at all preparing their strategy. Heisen simply replies that he will conserve his magic. Baz, confused by this, asks what is wrong. Heisen turns to him and explains his philosophy. As a senior officer, he has the duty and responsibility to do more than those who serve under him. This word strikes Baz deeply. He has never heard an officer speak like that. Baz, confused by this, asks what is wrong. He continues explaining to the sergeant, frankly admitting, although he has paid more, it is a mistake to think that the leadership only gives orders and boasts. As he speaks, Sergeant Baz listens with an ironic smile. Heisen waved it off. Such leaders, he said, simply lack ability or do not try and eventually make a fool of themselves. The sergeant remarks on how easily his lieutenant says such terrible things. Then he gives advice, his gaze firm and serious. He reminds the sergeant that he will not be around forever to lead him. The weight of these words makes Buzz clench his fist in the glove. A choking sound escapes from his throat. Heisen calmly continues, saying he is just doing what is expected of him as a senior officer. A sudden clatter of armor cuts through the tension. Sergeant Buzz straightens up, his expression gaining the same conviction as Ernest's, and he says with conviction that he admires Lieutenant Hayes. Heisen looked at him in response, his face expressionless as he comprehended the sergeant's sudden and sincere confession. After a moment of silence, he finally replied and told the sergeant that there was no need to admire him. He refocuses on the matter again. He explains that he only needs his subordinates to do their job. While he speaks, a soldier with a bandage stirs, embarrassed that he has already recovered. Heisen concludes that if everyone fulfills their role, the army as a whole will become stronger. Hearing this pragmatic philosophy, Sergeant Buzz confirms his position. He agrees with the logic but insists that he still admires his lieutenant. Rarely in the real world does one meet a person with such values, so placing his hand on his heart, he sincerely declares his deep respect for Lieutenant Hayes. Faced with the sergeant's unwavering confidence, Hayes gave in and said to do as he pleased. Buzz smiled triumphantly and declared that he would do exactly that. The next day the sun rose over the fortress. He stood alone on the fortress wall. The ground rumbled beneath his feet as General Gazar led the cavalry in an attack to the west. Trusting Captain Rifi, Heisen turned his gaze to the battle unfolding before him. His gaze narrowed with grim determination. Now he clearly understood his task. His goal was to crush the central cavalry unit, charging their positions under the command of Commander Niddle in heavy armor. The enemy attack proved much stronger than expected, and even when the infantry commander joined the cavalry, their unit barely held. Heisen raised a stick wrapped in cloth and prepared to intervene. He released the power of the staff, a spell called Wrath of the Earth, a weapon that controlled gravity within a certain radius, releasing a shockwave that instantly shattered the cavalry formation and threw horses and riders. The sudden chaos that erupted from beneath the ground threw the enemy into confusion. A soldier noticed a lone figure on the wall, shouted that it was a mage, and ordered the archers to prepare their bows. In response, a hail of arrows flew at the fortress, but they stopped in midair, stuck in an invisible barrier. Commander Niddle stood stunned, and his assistant begged to retreat, admitting that the mage was beyond their power. He jumped down from the parapet and gracefully landed on the ground below. Commander Nadel, surprised by such a bold stunt, shouted to confirm, "So, you are Hazingame?" And Hazingame confirmed that it was him. The commander, still on horseback, said why he had come. He had heard that Heisen could wield several staffs and wanted to verify this before the battle. Heisen calmly moved on to another topic, and he confirmed that it was indeed he who had killed the commander of the Kanahavan archers the day before. Explaining that he had to eliminate him to break their formation, their excellent archers stood in the way. His confession stunned Commander Nadel for a moment, and he was left speechless. The commander's gauntlet creaked as he clenched his fist tighter. His voice trembling with restrained fury, he said that the man Heisen had killed was his best friend. And Heisen simply confirmed this, his face expressionless. The shock froze in him and turned into pure rage. With a guttural crackle of energy, Niddle Declarity found another reason to kill him. He raised the ornate weapon, ready to start their duel. Even before the duel began, the sky above their heads darkened, and filled with a storm of steel, countless swords appeared and soared into the sky. From their position, the commanders watched the attack. Niddle, impressed by the multitude of blades, aloud wondered if it was some higher form of telekinesis, and correctly guessed that the rear infantry commander Niudita was enhancing the attack with magic and precisely guiding the weapons. The target of the attack moved with incredible grace, twisting and flipping in the air, dodging every blade. Nadal stared in disbelief and shouted how he could fly so freely, calmly hovering amid the chaos, and Heisen replied that it was not so much convenience as the result of ingenuity and refinement. This was achieved thanks to a clever combination of magical principles. A magic wand that grants free flight is every wizard's dream, but realizing it is not easy. By using an item called the floating feather to reduce weight to 0, a wizard can take the wind-forming wand, Wind Roar, and ride the air current. Unimpressed by the move, Commander Niddle snorted with contempt and declared that his weapon would endlessly pursue the target. In response, Hazen simply raised a folded fan and whispered, "Wind Roar," releasing a powerful gust that fiercely scattered the entire storm of swords. The steel storm dissipated. Blades rained down from the sky and vainly stuck into the ground, and Niddle, watching the failed attack, noticed with surprise that the weapon seemed too light. He changes tactics, growls a challenge, and telekinetically hurls a huge boulder at the opponent hovering in the air. The boulder crashes to the ground with a deafening thud. He watches the impact, confident that the sheer mass of the projectile is too great for the roar of the wind to simply blow it away. But Hazen does not try to blow it away instead. He meets the attack head-on, swinging a new massive blade that slices through solid rock with unimaginable ease. He calls his weapon Steel Slash and explains to the stunned commander Niddle that it is a magic wand that can cut matter steel is like pudding to it. The threat neutralized, Hazen is ready and asks if Niddle has any more moves, declaring checkmate. Before Niddle could respond, Hazen struck with another ability. Ice began to crack and cover the Steel Slash blade as he invoked a new technique, Permafrosterize the Sea. The commander suddenly felt unnatural cold in the air. A tiny shard of magical ice lightly touched his helmet, and he looked up in surprise, trying to understand where this strange cold came from. With a sharp crack, the entire length of the steel blade, now frozen solid, shattered into countless sparkling fragments that filled the air around Hazen. This demonstration of power was made possible by his new weapon, a magic wand, reworked from one that once belonged to a human tribe. It is an artifact studded with the highest quality precious stones and filled with colossal magical power. Boiling with rage over that demonstration, Commander Niddle shouted to Infantry Commander Judita with an order to also unleash all her power. And Judita obeyed. Together, they directed a massive, rumbling wave of telekinetically controlled weapons at Hazak. The joint attack fails. On the ground below, the remnants of their telekinetic volley lie broken and shattered. Niddle screams with effort and despair, while Heisen meets his gaze with eerie calm. His stunning power leaves destruction in its wake. On the battlefield, Commander Niddle falls, cursing his defeat, and nearby his comrade Ludita lies motionless. Heisen shifts his gaze to General Gazar, who watches from afar, and says that surviving such an attack would make him a monster, but giving such a grand title for these efforts is unnecessary. He impatiently awaits their meeting, and Gazar simply replies that he will wait. The victory is absolute, a scene as if straight from hell. Hazen stands victorious over the fallen commander amid a field of broken swords. For a moment, the tension of battle is visible. He quietly exhales, and a drop of sweat slowly trickles down his temple. He sways slightly. A soldier runs up and supports him, asking if he is all right. Heisen admits he spent a lot of magic, but even before the soldier could rejoice at the near victory, Heisen gathers strength, roars, calls the army into full assault, and declares that the enemy's head has been taken. Gaze shifts to a distant structure, and freezes. He feels that the fate of the battle now fully depends on Westgate. From a high point on the fortress walls, several figures were intently watching the approaching army. Among them, two officers, Captain Makazalu and Captain Buies, look with contempt. Makazalu notes that approaching with equal forces is negligence, and Buies adds that General Gazar's reputation is overrated and only holds weight because the duchy is a mid-level state. In the Empire, he would barely qualify as a lieutenant. Their superior, Major Simon, laughs loudly, agreeing that there is nothing to fear. The cheerful expression vanishes from his face as he turns to Captain Lorenzo, who has just appeared. Simon asks venomously whether Lorenzo was demoted or perhaps pushed out by Lieutenant Heisen, declaring that they do not need disgrace among the officers, and Lorenzo, completely unperturbed, calmly says he was assigned to support this area while other officers giggle behind his back. Standing on the fortress walls, Captain Lorenzo surveys the situation. Although Lieutenant Heisen entrusted him with the western gate, He understands that their forces are almost equal to the enemy's and contemplates what next move to make. Beside him, his fellow officers are much more confident. Major Shimon laughs and boasts that victory is so certain as if a promotion is already guaranteed, and Captain Buie agrees, saying he can't even imagine how they would have to coordinate with Captain Makazalu and the Major. The conversation breaks off when Lorenzo notices a figure rushing swiftly toward them. Nearby, Reifer declares she is ready to act on his command, but Lorenzo raises his hand, thanks her, and says that for now they will just observe. The figure crashes down near the gates. It is General Gazar himself. He points upward to the ramparts and roars a challenge to the Imperial cowards, declaring that if anyone defeats him, the battle will end and they will gain great glory. Knowing that Imperial soldiers use magic, he demands a worthy fight, while Captain Makazalu looks down with a cold gaze, his knuckles cracking from tension. His sneer hits the most painful spot. Captain Makazalu sees it, calls Gazar a monkey, and says such an insult is unforgivable. Meanwhile, Major Shimon blows nearby. Captain Buies tries to remind them of the order to avoid one-on-one duels, but Makazalu decisively silences him. Major Shimon unleashed his fury on Lorenzo, shouting that he should know his place, and accusatorily asked if he was implying that Captain Makessel could lose. But Lorenzo calmly met his gaze and simply replied, "No." Ignoring the quiet exchange, Captain Buie decisively stomps forward. He shouts, encouraging the others to defeat Gazar and bring victory to the Empire, and as they move out, Lorenzo stays behind, a single drop of sweat running down his temple. A moment later, Captain McKessler emerges from Westgate with a hammer in hand. He stands alone in the open square before the fortress, facing General Gazar, while the other officers watch from the entrance. He directly addressed his opponent, called himself Makazalu, and proposed to settle everything with a single duel. Gazar smiled, agreeing, drew his decorated staff, and ordered Makazalu to remember his name, Thunder Cutter Peacock. From his position, Lorenzo instantly recognizes the weapon. He mentally confirms it is General Gazar's magical staff, Thunder Cutter Peacock, and recalls that such staffs, crafted by artisans, are considered masterpieces, each with its own unique name. At Westgate, Captain Makessel boasted that he was the only captain in the Empire who possessed a masterpiece weapon. Roaring with loud laughter, he unleashed its power, shouting the name of the technique Yellow Rock Surge. The attack met with disdain. General Gazar effortlessly stopped the captain by grabbing his head, called Makazalu a weakling who talks too much, lifted the captain's hammer himself, called it a magical staff that would kill him, and with icy calm asked, "May I begin?" No one had time to react, and it was already over. A dull thud echoed on the stone as Captain Makazel's headless body fell, and his masterpiece weapon rolled nearby. The shocking speed of this strike left everyone stunned. Captain Lorenzo turned to Rifa and asked if she had seen. She admitted she had not. General Gazar, now with his own Reikiri scepter, Peacock, allowed electricity to crackle around him. He the Thunder General, they say. His movements are like lightning. With a casual swing of his battle hammer, he said, "Well then, who's next?" His challenge sent a wave of terror among the other officers. Major Shimon and Captain Buie screamed in fear, and stumbling, retreated from the horrific sight. Against the backdrop of their horror, Captain Lorenzo remained calm, pointed directly at the lone general, and loudly gave the order, "All troops advance." No matter how strong he is only one man. Overwhelm him with numbers and bring him down like. As the armored soldiers advanced, Major Shimon's composure completely fell apart. He cursed and complained that he had come here only because of assurances that Heisen would handle this monster. Panic grew as he saw Captain Boo avert his eyes as if about to leave, and he shouted after him. Captain Buie had no intention of fighting. He pushed through the ranks of advancing soldiers, tore his way forward, and shouted for them to make way, "Let me through," and indifferently called his men meat shields. The soldiers ignored their cowardly captain and rushed forward. But their tight advance was instantly overwhelmed by a whirlwind of destruction. General Gazar burst into their ranks and mowed them down with incredible speed. The attack ended in a moment, pushing through to safety. Captain Buie looked back just in time to see the last of his soldiers fall. He froze, completely stunned by the bloody slaughter, and could only utter a confused, "Huh? What?" He stood frozen with fear, while General Gazar looked at him with a cold, predatory smile. The general's voice dripped with contempt. He called the captain a disgrace for his subordinates advancing while he fled. Looking down, Captain Buie screamed in pain, realizing his leg was completely severed. He began dragging his mangled body across the ground, desperately begging for his life. In a desperate bargain, he pointed to the fortress and assured that with his authority he would open the western gates if only Gazar would let him go. The general's face twisted with disgust. He said he was most disgusted by people like Buie's, and simply ordered him to die. The captain had not yet managed to utter a word when the cold steel of the blade pierced his back, forever silencing his pleas. Seeing the swift execution, Major Shimon was completely confused. He shouted for a full retreat and in blind panic rushed to flee the battlefield. He rushed to the fortress's safe gates, with only horror in his mind. Reaching the heavy wooden doors, he furiously hammered on them and roared that it was an order to open immediately. On the other side, the guards refused, saying they were ordered under no circumstances to open the gates. Despair grew. Captain Lorenzo grabbed him and ordered him to calm down, warning that if the gates were opened, the enemy would flood inside and all would be lost. But the major, gripped by fear, only shouted louder for the gates to be opened. Watching the chaos from afar, General Gazar found the place pitiful. Seizing the opportunity, he raised his hand and fired an energy projectile into the sky. Noticing the signal, his assistant, Guard Commander Lambrou, ordered all troops to advance. At the fortress gates, Captain Lorenzo grits his teeth in despair. He understands that both Major Shimon and the soldiers are paralyzed by fear, unable to do anything against the approaching enemy, and he desperately thinks about what to do. While he struggles, suddenly a rifle appears and calms him. "Everything is fine, just trust me." Holding a strange, segmented weapon, she resolutely declares that she will attack the enemy, shouting demon armor raging bone. Without hesitation, she turns the weapon on herself and thrusts it straight into her chest. The parts of the device instantly scatter with a clang, like shark teeth. The pieces rapidly assemble around her body, forming a solid suit of jagged, bone-like plates. From the newly completed form bursts a hiss of steam and magical energy. Her transformation sends a shockwave the enemy commander cannot believe his eyes. As the warriors of the Cuban tribe rush forward, General Gazar shudders, staring at the armored figure and marveling at what powerful magical staff could have created such a warrior. Kim and Vanguard, completely unaware of the power they are now dealing with, rush further into the attack, and one warrior breaks ahead, laughing and boasting that he will be the first to reach the fortress. His boasting is cut short when an armored rifleman intercepts him with a single devastating blow, and seeing his soldier destroyed, General Gazar fiercely orders his strong armored warriors to advance, while his age trembles with anxiety. Standing on the parapet, Captain Lorenzo recognizes the advancing squad with fear. These are elite soldiers in heavy reinforced armor made of rare Medoma steel, a force compared to Gazar's own, and he cannot believe they are thrown into battle so easily. The famous armor of the elite soldier does not resist Rifa breaks through Medoma steel with one crushing blow. Seeing this impossible feat, General Gazar is struck as if by an electric crackle, and he realizes that this power belongs to one of Hayes and his subordinates. Breaking his way through, the warrior in armor bends down and lifts a huge decorated sword from the battlefield, preparing to meet the next wave of attackers. She stood breathless, alone against an entire army. Around her, fallen bodies covered the ground, and General Gazar from his post looked in disbelief and asked what kind of fighting style he was observing. Watching from the fortress walls, Major Shimon burst into joyful laughter, exclaiming what an incredible spectacle it was, marveling that Lieutenant Heisen had such a wild, hidden trump card, and shouted for the armored warrior to fight to the last breath. Captain Lorenzo, his subordinate, tried to persuade him, warning not to pressure the warrior. She was the last strength of the western gates. But the major, consumed by ambition, shouted that if General Gazar fell, the victory would be his alone. When Lorenzo doubted his words, Shimon sharply grabbed him and, shouting, demanded silence and not to dare contradict him. He staggered. Suddenly the harsh truth dawned on him. Shimon seemed disgustingly stupid to him, and he began to doubt Lieutenant Heisen's true intentions. A chilling thought crept into his mind. Perhaps Heisen's plan from the start was for Gazar to destroy them all. On the field, the armored warrior clicked her tongue in despair, knowing she could not allow their forces to be further exhausted. Seizing the moment, General Gazar rushed straight at her. He dashed with incredible speed and unleashed a move he called Swift Thunderstorm. The strike hit precisely, and a crack echoed across the field. Despite the damage, the armor held. Gazar easily landed on a log, amazed by her incredible endurance. A wide, predatory smile blossomed on the general's face. He cracked his fingers and said the fight was finally becoming real fun. Before the western gates, General Gazar stood opposite a warrior in strange armor of the duchy. He crouched low, blade ready, preparing for the clash. Watching from afar, Major Shimon laughed loudly and confidently told Captain Lorenzo that General Gazar was not such a threat, and that this would be his end. The general burst into motion, instantly closing the distance and catching the armored figure by surprise. He realized that such speed took a lot of strength, but it was a necessary price. With a roar, he unleashed his equipment, Peacock Dance. From his position exploded a bright, devastating fan of energy, sparkling with power and hitting the enemy. He landed heavily, gasping from the effort. The armored warrior staggered, visibly damaged. "Don't move anymore, Gazar." He believed with admiration that now the western gates were safe. Suddenly the creature self-destructed with a deafening roar, and Major Shimon, watching this spectacle, burst into triumphant laughter, praised the power of imperial weapons, and shouted to his men, "Disperse the duchy's army and kill them all." Mid the explosion and chaos, General Gazar turned to the remaining soldiers, his face grim. "Retreat," he ordered. The dust began to settle, and Captain Lorenzo cautiously approached the broken, smoking body of the armored machine. "Rifa," he called gently, "now everything is fine. The duchy's troops have retreated." His words were met with sudden violence. The creature's hand sharply shot out and smashed the ground. "Step back, Captain," shouted Hazenheim, jumping between them and raising his spear in a defensive position. Among the ruins, Rifa's strange voice whispered two words: "Disperse, liberation." The strange armor began to crack and crumble from her body, freeing her from the burden. When her strength finally fails, she falls forward with a dull thud, but Hazen is already nearby, catching her and gently pressing the weak body to his chest. He holds her tightly to himself, her eyes wide open through dirt and blood. She raises her gaze and weakly whispers his name. He looks down at her, his face softening, praises her, tells Rifa that she defended the fortress well and without her it would have fallen, and adds that since she worked 100 times harder than everyone else, she needs to eat 100 times more. His words evoke a quiet, triumphant laugh from her. Gasping from exhaustion, she manages to say how proud she is of what she has done before she is left breathless. Realizing the full seriousness of her condition, Hazen immediately calls for stretchers, glances at her wounds, and understands that everything is much worse than he thought, regretting that he is late. Nearby, two soldiers in armor pressed against the barricade, too scared to approach the one still considered a monster. When the soldiers hesitate, Captain Lorenzo steps forward, offers to help carry Rifa, and reminds Hazen of the upcoming strategic meeting. Hazen instantly becomes angry, grabs the captain's hand, and snarls, "What's wrong with you? Is this how you plan to thank our savior?" Then his rage is directed at one of the silent soldiers. With a threatening look, he orders him to hurry and not to provoke his anger, causing the soldier to shudder with fear. Under his stern gaze, the soldiers finally obey and carefully lift Rifa. One of them informs Hazen that he heard the lieutenant is heading to the western gates, and the news from that side was terrible. Hazen only nods, but his attention is elsewhere. Captain Lorenzo approached him again and apologized, explaining that after the soldiers saw her fierce fighting style, they must have been terribly frightened. His words paint a picture of the battle's climax. Rifa herself unleashes her power against General Hazar and the entire duchy's army, and Lorenzo confirms what everyone saw: she was the one who saved them all. Hazen stood by the fortress walls, his hand clenched into a firm fist, and turning to Captain Lorenzo, he angrily could not believe that the soldiers had become so ungrateful after all. Even a dog remembers the debt for food and shelter. Lorenzo sweated a little and replied that not everyone has Hazen's strength. He turns his gaze to the armored soldiers lined up along the rampart, reminding them that everyone has a family and people who would risk their lives to protect them. His voice rose as he directly challenged one of the men and demanded to know how they would feel if those dear people were called monsters. The soldier was simply left speechless by this question. After a brief speech, he succinctly asked them to think everything over carefully, turned and walked along the battlements. Later in the fortress, Major Shimon disdainfully waved his hand and mockingly greeted Hazen for hiding the monster, saying the creature is useful and he is looking forward to his performance tomorrow, to which Hazen glared fiercely and sharply replied that it was insolent to call her a monster after she saved the Major's life. The Major, with a superior smile, waved off this thought and said he would report to Colonel Gettle. It was the strength of the 1st and 3rd Battalions that repelled General Gazar. Hazen's facial expression became stern, and he calmly suggests, "If so, the Major's units will handle the defense themselves tomorrow," and he declares that he will not throw Rifa into battle. Stunned, Major Shimon pointed an accusing finger and growled that Hazen was ignoring a direct order from the chief. Such an offense in wartime is punishable by immediate execution. Hazen, unshaken, replied to not hesitate and do as he pleases. He continues cold-bloodedly, asks what is wrong, advises the Major to urgently go report to Colonel Gettle, even offers an excuse saying they offended my subordinate and now cannot use her, while the Major only grits his teeth in irritation. A wave of horror overwhelmed Major Shimon. He trembled and realized, if they do not deploy that thing, the Empire will lose, many soldiers and officers will die, and depressed, he silently admits there is no other choice. Finally, he bursts out, shouts, admits his mistake, and begs to be allowed to use Rifa, and Heisen simply raises his hand and calmly asks what he means. He pointed his gloved finger down towards the major, his face cold, and said that for the one who asks, Shimon still holds his head quite high. In response, Heisen demands at least a drop of sincerity. Although at first Major Shimon raged, he instantly falls prostrate, forehead to the floor, begging to allow Rifa to fight tomorrow, and Heisen simply agrees with. The major is completely humiliated. Heisen's boot firmly strikes him on the back of the head. Shimon groans in pain and shock, pressed to the ground under the lieutenant's foot. Captain Lorenzo looks on in disbelief, and Heisen's voice becomes venomous. He tells the pen major that if he really wants to use Rifa, then let him bring the emperor himself, so that he falls to his knees and bows the same way this proposal shocked Shimon. The pressure on Shimon's head increases as Heisen presses the sole of his boot. His contempt is palpable, and he calls the major a disrespectful, squealing pig. Then he makes a harsh choice: to execute him for disobedience and allow General Hazar to slaughter everyone, or to turn a blind eye to his actions and use his power to survive. He tells the trembling major to choose wisely. Heisen burst out in triumphant laughter. Defeated, Major Shimon agreed to turn a blind eye to the disobedience, putting forward a single condition: Heisen must defend the fortress at all costs. He seized on that concession and declared that the major finally admitted. He relies on the power of the disobedient for his own safety. Shimon weakly protests, saying his actions are for the Empire, but another stomp of Heisen's boot interrupts him, and the lieutenant insists that the major cares only about his own life and demands that he admit it. His harsh speech was cut off by a sharp blow to the face. Captain Lorenzo intervened, struck him, and shouted that he had gone too far. The intervention gave Major Shimon the chance he needed. He dashed to the door and ran out of the room, slamming the door behind him while Lorenzo stood over the fallen Heisen. Turning his back on Heisen, Captain Lorenzo walked away with heavy steps, his voice full of rage. He promised that Heisen would pay for his actions, threatened to tell everything, and called him a scoundrel. Soon near the medical station, Lorenzo's anger subsided and turned into surprise. He questioned Heisen, saying that such behavior was unbecoming of him. Heisen, pressing a cloth to his face, apologized for his outburst and assured the captain that he had calmed down. He showed Lorenzo Rifa. She lay unconscious but stable, with a faint glow emanating from her body, and Yen Lin was watching over her. Heisen reassured the captain that Rifa would survive, then explained that long ago someone risked their life and soul to save the one they loved. Lorenzo looked puzzled by the sudden confession. Heisen continued, his voice heavy with regret, saying that despite their sacrifice he called that person a monster. The memory sharpened, a hooded figure who committed a forbidden act and ceased to be human. It happened because of a desperate obsession to save one single person, a person whom Heisen himself deeply valued. But when he faced that immense power, a power far stronger than his own, Heisen could only be afraid. He called it a monster more than once because he realized the only way to stop this overwhelming spectacle was to defeat it. Returning to the present, with a face full of self-loathing, he admitted that back then he had no choice, otherwise he would have died. He can invent excuses forever, but he swears he will never forgive himself for calling his savior a monster. Meanwhile, Major Shimon, hiding behind the barricade with 2 soldiers in armor, sat torn by fear and rage. He muttered to himself that the people he now has to deal with remind him of the same figure from the past. Heisen's thoughts would not let go of the bandaged figure of Rifa. Although he had stayed in the fortress for a short time and barely knew the soldiers, it was unbearable for him to see a woman who risked her life for everyone being called a monster. He returned to Captain Lorenzo, brushing off his emotional outburst, asked him to forget the nonsense he had just said. Lorenzo simply looked at him with a knowing gaze, and Heisen looked away and pondered. Then the captain put his hand on his shoulder to calm him down and said that it was not nonsense at all. He assured him that Heisen was also a human being after all. Later, alone in his cabin, Heisen was rereading the captain's words in his mind when suddenly there was a knock at the door. He found 3 soldiers in armor from the 1st and 3rd battalions waiting for him and addressed them directly, reminding them how Rifa saved them all, even when they were gripped by fear of General Hazar's power, and how they, in turn, treated her with such contempt. His face became stern and authoritative. As their temporary captain, he ordered them to return to their posts, eat, and rest. One of the soldiers began to protest, but Heisen interrupted him and said that for now they would do nothing more here. His voice sharpened with tension as he declared that there was no one left to fight for them. He revealed the bitter truth: Rifle would not be able to move for at least a month. His words hit right in the heart. The soldiers stood at attention, fists clenched on their chests in a unified salute. They understood. To thank her, to show their gratitude, they declared that tomorrow it would be their turn to fight. Barely noticeable, approving smile appeared on his lips, and he told them to fight with the same determination. He turns and leaves the barracks back to Captain Lorenzo. The captain shouts that he has not forgiven Heisen, but advises, if the guys survive, let them bring Riffy food as a token of gratitude because she will appreciate it. Off-screen, a soldier agrees enthusiastically. Then he himself stands in the quiet room and looks out the window, while Rafa and Yin Lin sleep soundly nearby, recovering from their ideals. Returning to Captain Lorenzo, Heisen listens as he says that being a soldier is not so bad after all, and he turns to him with a slight smile, agreeing that it is nice to see the fighting spirit has not completely fallen yet. His expression changes, his gaze hardens, filled with determination. Under the dark, cloudy sky, he quietly swears, tomorrow they will definitely defeat General Gazar. The night passes, and on the third day of the siege, Heisen stands alone before the main gates of Gaon Fortress. His opponent appears. General Gazar from the Principality of Diorado greets him and calls him a lieutenant of the Imperial Army of Heisenheim. Gazar notes that since Heisen came out alone, it must be a one-on-one duel. Heisen calmly confirms Gazar's assumption, raises a finger, and suggests placing a bet on the outcome. With foggy confidence, he announces the terms. If he wins, General Gazar will become his subordinate. The general's face contorts with shock and rage at the sheer audacity of this proposal. With a smile full of confidence, Heisenheim flipped a gold coin and made a bet with General Gazar. If I win, you will become my subordinate. The general, tapping the hilt of his weapon, noticed his confidence and readily agreed, adding that if the result is reversed, everything works the other way around. Flipping the coin into the air, Heisen makes it clear has more than just confidence. The coin spins between them, and their gaze a silent, tense challenge. It struck with a sharp click. Its voice sounded and declared this an indisputable truth. The duel flares up instantly. Heisen draws a fan knife, and Gazar leaps into the air and brings down his staff with a powerful strike from above. A thunderous blow rolled through as Heisen's weapon transformed and deflected the attack with a cross-shaped shield. Gazar landed and said that the rumors about Heisen's abilities turned out to be true. He recognized Heisen's staff, the magnificent Thundercutter Peacock, and Heisen agreed. The skill to wield multiple magical staffs and adapt to the opponent is a great advantage. It was this power that allowed him to destroy Riafa's demonic armor. The Stormy Bone, hearing this, Gazar became interested and exclaimed, I want you. Heisen remains calm and confidently says without any doubt that with just one stab he will completely surpass the overall speed. Gazar's face became serious when he understood the challenge, and he proposed to honestly and openly show the difference in their abilities. He crouched into a fighting stance, drawing his weapon, and admitted he had changed his mind. If Heisen were a boring opponent, he would have been beheaded immediately. But now at least he will hear the name of his staff. Heisen agreed and said that although the name is not great, it is called Magnetic Flash. He smiles, his eyes shining with confidence, and declares that he will use a magical staff that will overcome Gazar's Thundercutter Peacock. A faint glow emanates from his weapon. In response, General Gazar roars and charges forward, his weapon only a blurred trace of movement. But in a moment, Heisen disappears and appears right behind the general, who turns around stunned. He instantly recognizes the technique. Swift Thunder, the signature technique of Thundercutter Peacock, which grants the owner incredible speed and strengthens the body to withstand insane stress. The general struck where Heisen had just stood. His attack sliced the stone floor with a deep crack, but the target was already gone. Heisen caught himself mid-jump and landed safely farther away, his two staffs ready. The attack missed again, and Gazar loses self-control. Anger boils. He demands to know what is happening. Well, PFFF. He hasn't yet had time to comprehend the situation when Heisen suddenly appears nearby and lightly touches his temple. The lieutenant's voice is calm and contemptuous as he explains a simple truth. The general is too slow. As soon as the general begins to turn around, he sees that Heisen has already returned to his initial position, and suddenly he is overwhelmed with shock. While his mind barely manages to react to the lieutenant's movement, it is already over. He finally understands. The issue is not that he is slow in body, but something deeper in the speed with which he can cast magic, in the very rhythm of his thoughts. Seeing the general's hesitation, Heisen shouted from the opposite edge of the training field, his voice full of superiority, asking if he was finally ready to yield. The general's determination hardens. He sharply says that the difference in combat skills does not matter, the one who stands last wins, and announcing a new strategy, decisively declares that he will redirect all the enhancement magic of Thundercutter Peacock into his field of vision to track and catch the lieutenant. Unmoved by the general's new strategy, Heisenheim became increasingly fascinated by how flexibly his opponent acted. Clicking his staff, He announced that he would show the full power of his technique magnetic flash. He explained his ability. By marking the battlefield in advance, magnetic moment uses yin and yang to pull him between these points and give incredibly high speed, turning the terrain itself into an advantage. When Heisen dashed between the markers, Gizar, even with enhanced vision, realized that stopping him was impossible, and stopping even for a moment would mean death. The general lost track of Heisen's purely horizontal movements and could not understand where he had gone. Looking up, he saw Heisen perched high on the fortress wall, and Gizar held his breath. Suddenly realizing he had been deceived, he believed the markers were only on the ground. He had not yet managed to comprehend this new turn of the attack when he noticed with horror that a marker had been placed right behind his back. A loud blow threw the general against the stone wall. His body hit the ground with a heavy, dull thud. The weapon clanged nearby, and Heisen smoothly landed not far away, stopping his spinning staff. He struggled heavily to get up. His face was frozen in a grimace of tension. General Gazar cursed his failure until he finally admitted defeat. Standing over the fallen overall, Heisen quietly sighed with relief, acknowledging that the fierce duel was finally over. He looked down on his opponent with a victorious smile and proclaimed, "Now you are mine, General Gazar." Lying on the ground with a drop of blood on his lip, Gazar simply smiled in response and without hesitation agreed, calling it a complete defeat. He threw his head back on the ground and looked at the sky. Sighing contentedly, he recalled the battle and decided that it was a wonderful experience. Lying defeated among the ruins, he thought that his prolonged absence from the fortress would not shake the spirit of the soldiers and remained confident. The advance of the principalities would not slow down. Heisen, calmly settled near the fortress gates, immediately shook his confidence, firmly stating that their advance would indeed stop. From afar, two of the general's men watched the outcome and could not believe that General Gazar could have lost it all. Just as the Land Brigade commander clenched his fist and was about to give the order for the troops to advance despite their general's defeat, a messenger on horseback rushed to them shouting about an urgent report. The messenger, overwhelmed with panic, shouted that it was a disaster. He begged them to immediately return to the outer fortress because thick smoke was rising from its distant walls. Right on those walls appeared the cause of the chaos. The Blue Queen Basha declared that the human tribe had invaded, and addressing her warrior, coolly remarked that their easy victory was boring and without climax for her. As if waving her hand away, she unleashed her power. An icy gust swept through the fortress corridor and instantly froze the soldiers into solid ice. One of the general's men, stunned by the icy wave, stammered in disbelief. How could this have happened? He recalled the truce with the Kimin tribe and thought with horror whether they had switched to the Empire's side. When another mountain messenger froze in ice, Landbrew cursed, realizing they had been deceived. From the walls, Basha refuted his unspoken assumption. They were not taking anyone's side, but simply attacked because the fortress was left defenseless. Round the main tower coiled a colossal ice dragon. Above it fluttered a white flag of surrender, and Basha addressed the army of the Diorado Principality. She gave them a choice: to surrender peacefully, and then she would even spare the lives of those frozen inside. On the now quiet battlefield, the army of the Principality had completely retreated, and while the soldiers on the ramparts wondered if this was the end of the skirmish, Heisenheim was intently watching the retreating troops. He knew this was only the prelude. General Gassar would be captured, but soon he would be allowed to escape. The defeated general, sitting on the ground, unfolded the document handed to him, and with disbelief, fell silent, reading that it was some kind of magical agreement between master and servant, and he could not believe that he was to join the Imperial Army in the role of Hayes and subordinate. Hazen openly and simply explains. He does not want to serve the Empire himself. Instead, he uses the position of an Imperial soldier to achieve his own goals, and adds that if Gassar officially joined the Empire, it would be harder to command him directly, so the contract is a more effective way of control. The opponent's words struck Gazarpas, biting his thumb in thought. He puts the truth together. Hazen was in conspiracy from the beginning of the war, leaking information to gain merits, and although he looks about 20, his combat skills, techniques, and strategic thinking far surpass his age. He stands up, places his hand on Gassar's shoulder, and sternly warns, "Do not try to figure me out, you will regret it." Gassar was not afraid, raises his eyes, and sincerely asks how old Hayes really is. The general grimaced in an ironic smile, signing the contract. He yields and says he will take the young man's advice to heart. The next day, during the victory celebration, Colonel Jedru Magno swirled a glass of wine and confirmed to the nervous Major Schimment that Lieutenant Hazen's message was indeed about bringing the Emperor here. The colonel burst out in bitter laughter, lamenting that he had given his whole life to the will of the Emperor, and now he must feel such deep humiliation. Major Shimon protested that this was no laughing matter, but Jedru assured him he was not laughing at him. The laughter faded, a cold smile appeared on his face. He said that Hazen's crime lèse majesté was without a doubt, and whatever his merits, such an act inevitably deserved the death penalty. The major agreed with absolute, joyful confidence. He said that when Lieutenant Colonel Bursag and his group fell out of favor due to desertion, it was the perfect time for them to disappear. Their fate, he concluded, was now firmly in their hands. He loudly mused, laughing, that perhaps if Lieutenant Hazen had fallen to his knees and tearfully begged for forgiveness, they might have considered pardoning him, but quickly dismissed this thought, snorting contemptuously that an important mission would never allow such a thing. His laughter became maniacal as he shouted that Hazen should be forced to eat horse dung piece by piece so that his superior would not see it. Hazen stood calmly in another part of the fortress, sharply contrasting with the major's vile outburst. The quiet moment of the young lieutenant is suddenly disrupted by Yen Lin and a young peasant, who approach with a festive meal. Yen Lin excitedly shows the delicious food to his master, and the young man adds that without an honored guest, there is no real celebration. Seeing Hazen's detached gaze, he asks if something is wrong, to which Hazen simply replies that without an honored guest, there is no real celebration. He turned away from them, simply said it was nothing, and began to walk away, leaving the two who watched him with worried faces. Somewhere in the dungeons of the fortress, a self-satisfied officer unlocks the cell door, chuckles to himself, and confident that he has successfully framed Hazen by pretending the lieutenant allowed the prisoner to escape, declares with a triumphant, mocking smile that Hazen is finished. His self-satisfaction was cut short when the lantern illuminated him. Standing before him were Captain Lorenzo and Hazen. Their appearance was completely unexpected. Lorenzo's voice cut through the darkness and sharply asked what the officer was doing, and the conspirator screamed in shock. He stammered, the keys clattered loudly as they slipped and fell. Lorenzo looked into the empty cell and realized with fear that General Gazar was gone. He immediately accused the frightened officer, asking if he had helped the general escape. The officer panicked, flailing his hands and insisting it was just a misunderstanding. The captain, gathering his thoughts, suggested that the officer might be his spy working for the principality and leaking information. Considering this quite likely, he returned to Hazen and decisively ordered, "Capture and find General Gazar." Lorenzo said he would report to the superiors, and Hazen calmly confirmed the order. Without hesitation, Hazen rushed forward, beginning the pursuit. As he left, the humiliated officer was released and, muttering angrily, "Serves you right," still believed that his conspiracy had succeeded and would cause trouble for Hazen. He paused for a moment but turned back to Captain Lorenzo with a warm, sincere smile and said, "Thank you, you saved me," admitting that if Lorenzo had not intervened, he would have had to release Gazares himself. And when another officer praised Hazen's defense of the fortress, the true depth of the lieutenant's strategy was finally revealed. When his mission finally became official, Hazen sought revenge for old grievances. The officer who tried to frame him froze with fear, his face shining with sweat. He stammered and asked who he was, Hazen, and what he meant by calling his actions an excuse. The officer's fear was entirely justified in the secluded brick alley. Hazen had already met with General Gazar and calmly informed him that he was not foolish enough to miss his moves and knew about all the denunciations that had occurred. Then he suggested to Gazar an escape route. It was possible to get out through the Western Warehouse Station. The general briefly nodded, thanked him for the help, and left. When Gazar's escape was secured, Hazen again turned his attention to the trembling nobleman and mockingly suggested that his high rank would probably save him from execution. This thought threw the officer into a whirl of panic and denials as he watched the general disappear. His cold gaze remains fixed on the officer as he pronounces the true sentence to the man to live a life as a slave of the lowest sort. And the nobleman chokes on his sobs, his body trembling uncontrollably from the terrible fate that awaits him. Elsewhere under the scorching sun, the consequences of such sentences become apparent. Workers, among them Yen Lin and the tightly bandaged Blue Queen Basha, labor hard in the quarry, hauling heavy stones through clouds of dust. Meanwhile, in a beautifully furnished office, a high-ranking official stands by the window and looks thoughtfully, reflecting on recent military victories. The army of the principalities is defeated, the opposition faction has vanished, and this morning strangely refreshes with its silence after the brilliant celebration of victory. He turned away from the window. Before him stood Lieutenant Heisenheim, flanked by Captain Lorenzo. The official's composure cracked. He announced that, unfortunately, Hazen is placed under house arrest on a serious charge of lèse majesté. With a stern expression, the high-ranking officer, Colonel Gettle, authoritatively points forward and declares that Lieutenant Heisenheim is placed under house arrest on a grave charge lese majestatis. He receives the serious news with frighteningly unwavering calm. His face betrays nothing, and he simply says, "Understood." He silently stands next to another officer. Nearby, a voice sneers contemptuously. Demita mockingly calls Heisen a fool, confident that the lieutenant has no idea what terrible trouble he is in. Demita steps forward, his face shining with a self-satisfied smile. He reminds Heisen that lese majestatis is punishable by death and boasts as his superior. His word alone is enough to condemn him, then makes a disgusting proposal. If Heisen truly wants forgiveness, let him eat horse dung. In response, Heisen leans so close to Demita's face, who is still loudly chewing, quietly asks if his closeness has angered Demita, then dryly says that he himself feels nothing. Calmly, Demita walks around Heisen with a contemptuous look. Surrounded by his men, theatrically asks if Heisen wants to ask him for something, stretching the words to humiliate even more Hef. Finally, he breaks the silence and says there is only one thing. As he turns his head, Demita laughs contemptuously and mockingly, awaiting his further submission. Heisen covers his mouth and nose with disgust, tells Demita that his breath smells like sewage, and asks him to step back a little. During the conversation, the insult hits, and Demita trembles in sudden, hoarse rage. Demita loses self-control, sharply turns around and shouts at Colonel Gettle, fiercely pointing at Heisen and asserting that he has no remorse, while the colonel sighs, tired of this scene, and simply tells Demita to disappear from sight. When the colonel released Demita, Heisen stepped forward, passed by another silent officer who gave him a slight nod, approached the colonel and politely asked for permission to leave, ready to submit to his house arrest. While Heisen is busy with other matters, Demetra celebrates in the grand hall with two companions. She eagerly awaits the moment when she can see Heisen on the scaffold. Nearby, Colonel Gettle sums up and says it's time to move on to the next matter. Then he addresses an invisible interlocutor about Captain Lorenzo. He says that usually his actions would deserve demotion, but Lorenzo's recent merits are so significant that the offense can be overlooked for now, and this is exactly what he confirms now. The gaze falls again on Colonel Jedru Magno, who impatiently taps on the campaign map. Magno announces that after the defeat of the Dutch troops, they must take advantage of the momentum and capture the fortress. Then, nervously turning, he addresses Colonel Gettle and asks when to expect the arrival of Count Mitchell. Colonel Gettle replies that such preparations are unnecessary, then breaks the silence with stunning news. The seaweed of fortress has already fallen. It was captured by the Cuban tribe. The news enraged Colonel Magno. His eye twitched. He shouted in disbelief, cursing the Cuban tribe for capturing the fortress while the imperial troops were fighting the duchy, and with bitter indignation realized that the duchy's retreat became possible only because of their sudden attack. Colonel Gettle calmly intervenes and reminds the chief that the empire and the Cuban tribe are bound by a truce, warning that its violation will undermine the trust and dignity of the empire. But Magno, grinding his teeth in rage, replies that the agreement means nothing. They will still retake the fortress. His fury boils. He thrashes the furniture and shouts curses, fiercely blaming Heisen and growling that the lieutenant is sticking his nose into his affairs again. After his outburst of anger, cold calculation settles on him. He weighs the situation. The land once belonged to the Cuban tribe, and due to the mountainous terrain now has little strategic value. A new idea arises, and he picks up a pen, saying there is a way to resolve this. Colonel Gettle instantly understood the essence and voiced it aloud: land exchange. Magno confirmed the idea with a thoughtful look, and Gettle added that the seaweed on fortress is such a critically important outpost that even giving away low-value land and a bit more territory, the empire will still gain a strategic advantage. At that moment, Major Shaman begins to applaud, flattering and enthusiastically praising Colonel Magno for coming up with such a brilliant plan. Magno disdainfully waved his hand, asking not to flatter, and said the decision was simple. Colonel Gettle silently observed this scene. In an exquisite office, Colonel Gettle waved off Major's remarks about shyness and ordered to immediately start negotiations with the human tribe, but categorically without Heisenheim. The Major protested stiffly that it was impossible, because only the 4th Company under Heisen's command could speak with them. His protest was met with fury. Colonel Gettle lunged forward and grabbed Major Shimon by the collar, barking into the silence he was tired of hearing Heisen's name, and demanded to know if Shimon really thought they couldn't act without him. Pushing the Major away, the colonel did not calm down and continued his tirade, calling him an incompetent fool for daring to hesitate over such a simple matter as negotiations. In response to the verbal attack, Major Shimon completely changed. A self-satisfied, sycophantic smile spread across his face, and he asked Colonel Gettle to put everything on him, boasting that Cumin would start negotiating in a week no in 3 days. Colonel Gettle accepted the offer and entrusted the mission to Shimin, promising a promotion to lieutenant colonel in case of success. Then with a cold look addressed Captain Lorenzo, called him a disappointment, and placed him under house arrest for insubordination, and Lorenzo quietly accepted the punishment. After being released, Captain Lorenzo walked down a long, empty corridor, his footsteps echoing loudly until he stopped. Lieutenant Heisenheim was standing and waiting by the door. He quickly shoved Heisen into the room, urging, "Quickly, before we are noticed," reminding that he too was now under house arrest. Inside, Lorenzo asked if it was really possible to let the land exchange proposal go further without mentioning Heisen's name. Behind closed doors, Heisen sighed with relief, explaining that if his name was on the plan, the colonels would have rejected it immediately, and thanked Lorenzo for skillfully slipping them the idea as if it were their own. Lorenzo worriedly pointed out that others were now trying to proceed without him, and Heisen shrugged as if unconcerned and said he didn't care for him. It made no difference who would carry out the task. His indifferent wave made Lorenzo ask if he was implying that they were doomed to fail from the start. A confident smile played on Heisen's lips, and he confirmed, "As long as the goal is achieved, the method does not matter." He calmly explained to Captain Lorenzo that if the truth came out, as an excellent imperial soldier, it would force him to choose in favor of the Empire, and Heisen could not allow that. Lorenzo, clearly stunned by this logic, begged him to stop. Turning around, Lorenzo firmly stated that his duty was clear. Pausing in the doorway, Heisen realized that his own best decision was completely different from Lorenzo's. Lorenzo let out a strained laugh and waved it off. "This is unreal." From the corridor, Heisen simply advised him to do everything possible but avoid anything that could cause stress during suspension. The next day, in a remote fortress towering in the mountains, Major Shaman spread his arms and greeted the gathered officers, warmly welcoming them despite tight schedules. He immediately gave them a new task to negotiate with members of the human tribe currently in the Argive fortress. 3 officers, including Captain Lorenzo Zaid, reacted with obvious surprise. In response, Lorenzo's assistant politely questioned the order and noted that communication with the human was usually conducted by Lieutenant Heisen with his unit. Major Shimon's face twitched with irritation. The major's irritation exploded into rage. "Do not utter that name," he roared. He called Heisen a criminal who committed a crime against the Emperor and was therefore unfit for such an important matter. The assistant recoiled, hastily apologizing, and another officer intervened. Without a translator, negotiations would be impossible, and he reported that besides Lieutenant Heisen, the only other capable translator was Warrant Officer Buzz from the 8th Squad. Major Shimon grimaced. He did not like the idea of using Heisen's direct subordinate, but he yielded and allowed it. Then he recalled that Buzz had only recently been sent on reconnaissance to the Principality of Diorado. In a hurry, the assistant corrected him. Buzz was on a mission in the Principality's capital under deep cover and would not return for at least 2 months. Gripped by panic, he grabbed the major, shook him, and shouted for him to immediately recall Buzz. He demanded an answer. Was there any other way? These subordinates could only report that a translator named Nandal had set off on a 3-month journey to the far east of the Empire, and no other permanent merchants had been seen recently. Irritation boiled inside him. He stomped away from his officers, calling them useless fools. He growled for them to stop constantly voicing problems and finally come up with something. He sharply turned, pointed a finger at Captain Lorenzo, and stubbornly insisted that it was impossible. While the major raged, Lorenzo quietly muttered to himself that without Lieutenant Heisen, it was indeed impossible. Lorenzo met his rage with cold reason and said that if the major had a real alternative, they would do everything to implement its shaman. Sweating, cut in that it was their job to come up with solutions, and as a major, he only issued orders. His face contorted with despair. Shane Man insisted that these were historic negotiations that had to be won at all costs. Lorenz countered that precisely because of their importance, the lieutenant needed to be reinstated, even if it meant lifting his suspension. He coldly added how problematic it is when pride and ego push a superior to demand the impossible. The captain continued, admitting that none of them were as capable as Hazen, but he only pitied the fallen comrades who died following the orders of an incompetent commander. When the words hit him, Major Shimment began to tremble, realizing the serious consequences. Having said his piece, Captain Lorenzo, along with his assistants, turned and, throwing a brief "excuse me," left the room. The click of the closing door shattered the sudden silence. Major Shimment froze in place. Left alone, he completely lost his composure. His face twisted with panic, and he screamed piercingly into the empty room, "What are we to do now?" When he finally realized his situation, he was thrown backward. He knew that after such a loud statement, admitting failure would deeply disappoint the colonel and lead to the withdrawal of his recommendation for the rank of lieutenant colonel. He raced down the corridor, thoughts tearing through his head. Reaching the door, he furiously knocked and shouted for Lieutenant Hazen to open, and a wave of indignation overwhelmed him. A major was forced to beg a subordinate. The door quietly clicked, but it was not Hazen who greeted him. Standing in the doorway was a little girl, Yan Lin, politely asking how she could help. The major recoiled in surprise, and a nasty assumption about the lieutenant's private life instantly formed in his mind. Inside, Lieutenant Hazen calmly sat with papers in his hands, raised his head, and dryly inquired, "Is the major needed?" Shimment recovered, puffed out his chest, and sharply declared that it was a direct order. Hazen had to go to negotiations with the Cuban tribe, even promising to guarantee him a pension. Hazen refused without hesitation, and Shimment nearly choked, muttering about insubordination in the chain of command. He stood up from the chair, let the document fall to the floor, and calmly, cold-bloodedly told the major that he could not grant such indulgences. Moreover, he added that whether he obeyed the order or not, he was already sentenced to death, so the order itself lost all meaning, and the major only began to stammer. His arrogance crumbled. Major Shimment fell into a deep, desperate bow and begged the lieutenant, apologizing for his disrespect, and asking him to reconsider the decision for the sake of the Empire's future. Hazen's expression softened slightly when he told the major to raise his head. Then he walked past the boat officer, and his footsteps echoed quietly. And just as he passed by, the boot suddenly fell and pressed the major's face into the floorboards. With icy fury, Hazen demanded to know how Shimon intended to take responsibility, explaining that his reckless words caused the collapse of his entire plan for the future. Pressed to the ground, the major sobbed a sincere apology and promised to do everything to make things right. He offered money, even a promotion, and Hazen listened, a muscle twitching in his cheek, and asked if he meant anything at all. A sharp, almost cruel smile appeared on Hazen's face, and he said with pleasure, "Bring me horse manure." The absurd demand stunned Major Shimont, and Yen Linthi simply froze and could not utter a word. She looks with gloomy distrust, squeezing pus. The girl cannot believe that Hazen really orders the major to eat it, and cries out in despair why he is so cruel, and Hazen just smiles and confirms that it is so. He responds to her accusations with a calm question: what exactly does she mean by cruel? And explains that it was Major Shimont who first tried to make him act, and that this is precisely the tactic the major uses when he has the advantage. His logic gave Yin Lin little comfort. She growled in irritation, and insisted that he would never allow his own teacher to be subjected to such. Hazen turned away slightly and said dryly that it was not about whether it could be done. He passionately talks about his own code. His rule is to strike first before being struck. If it were an act without malice, it would be mere oppression, but the major's meanness was ugly and undeniable. Because of this, he will take full revenge and show no mercy to those who draw a blade against him. After his statement, he immediately acted, pressed the major's head, who was kneeling, with his foot, and told him that if he did not like it, he should not have done it. Added that he was wasting time and had to leave quickly, and the major flinched from the pressure. In the major's head, a turmoil of thoughts, his face twisted from stress, weighs a terrible choice: to eat pus and become a lieutenant colonel, or refuse and be demoted, cursing this dead end. With trembling eyes, he looks up and asks for confirmation. If he eats this, will Hazen really give him his power? Hazen, with a confident smile, assures him that yes, provided the major has the determination to see it through to the end. While the major had not yet managed to do anything, Yen Lin rushed forward and grabbed Hazen's leg. She begged him to stop, her voice full of despair. Hazen looked down, momentarily puzzled by her interference. Her sudden intervention gave Deep Shyness a spark of hope. He begs her to help. Everyone is stunned to learn that she can speak their language, but Yin Lin turns away from both and says there is no need for this nonsense. She declares that she can no longer endure and will become the translator for the human tribe herself. Her words were abruptly cut off. Hazen roughly shoved pus into her mouth. Splashes flew across her face. He loudly said not to interfere, that he would never allow such a thing, and to emphasize, poked her in the head. He firmly holds Yin Lin, his face icy. Addressing the crowd, he coldly announces that this is a matter between him and the girl, and outsiders must remain silent here. Yen Lin listens. A rustle is heard, and she understands his thought. As a dependent, she is unable to break or change any contracts. His composure crumbles when he sees the document she pulled out. He recognizes it as a contract termination permit. His thoughts racing to understand when she managed to obtain it, and she asks if that will be enough. A memory of her return to the shelter surfaces. The director, signing a paper, gently scolded her, asking if she really thought she would sign without reading the contract. Turning back to the present moment, She pushes the document forward, demanding confirmation. She explains that even with the director's permission, the contract can only be terminated by paying a fine of 10 large gold coins, an outrageously large sum. Clicking the paper, she turned to the stunned Major Shamanta, and with a sly smile, indicated that right here was a person who could pay the fee. She returns, extends her hand with the document to Heisen, and beams a bright smile for 10 large gold coins. She offers him to sign a contract directly with her. Heisenheim submits a document before Major Shamet on his knees and says that it is a letter of delegation signed by Director Norway. So under these powers, Heisen can cancel their contract at any moment. He points to a fine of 10 gold coins, a huge sum that he doubts the Major can afford. While he is pondering this, from behind the Major, someone quietly offers to pay the amount. Heisen raises his eyes, surprised when Yin Lin quietly utters this. The proposal angered Major Shaman, stood up, roared that he would pay, and accused Heisen of rotten ears and a rotten character. Heisen calmly replied that oral words were not enough for such a large sum. A real contract needed to be drawn up after inspecting and organizing the Major's property, a process that, in his estimation, would take at least 6 months. This, Yun-Lin steps forward with a bright smile and offers to take charge of organizing the property herself, assuring that she will do everything in one day. The Major looks at her stunned and asks if she is serious, while Heisen watches her proposal with barely noticeable surprise. Major Shimon bursts out laughing, pointing a finger reproachfully at Heisen and maliciously stating that Yen has finally grown tired of his eccentric behavior and that he is pathetic. To himself, he enjoys this moment, confident that he has finally found Heisen's Achilles heel, while Yen, playing her role, simply asks what he is talking about. Unmoved by the display, Heisen mutters that if this is a genuine legal contract, termination, his hands are tied, disdainfully telling the Major to hurry up and complete the paperwork, because he no longer wants to hear his irritating voice. Convinced he has won, the Major triumphantly tells you to pack her things and move into his room as soon as the contract is ready. She obediently replies, "Yes, sir," while Heisen silently stands aside with his arms crossed. He trembles with excitement, clenching his fist and raising it in the air. As he turns to leave, Major Shimon bursts into loud maniacal laughter and shouts, "I won." The victorious laughter of the Major echoes down the empty corridor, and as he leaves, Heisen and Yen remain alone in the room. As soon as he left, Yen cast a sly glance at Heisen and asked if her performance was enough, to which Heisen replied with a slight smile that yes, it was truly an impressive act. When the trick was over, Yinlin reviewed the document and aloud wondered if Major Shimon could really be fooled by such a contract with so many loopholes, thinking that when her mission with the human tribe ends, her master will be able to buy her out for your pennies. Heisen simply explained the psychology of their success. People believe what they want to believe. For Major Shimon, who imagined her as a shining savior, Yen was the answer to his prayers, and he would not dare to nitpick the details. Then he announced the next step. Reifu was appointed as Yen's bodyguard, and she made a cheerful appearance, jokingly picking Yen up in her arms. Heisen noted that this is where Yen's ability to persuade would be decisive, and that it would give a chance to see the Empire's corruption firsthand, and Reifu willingly agreed to the mission. Reifu gently touched Yen's head, and Heisen added that the ability to judge people comes with experience, and that some eyes can only be trained by seeing real trash embarrassed. Yen quietly asked if such experience was really necessary. She sighed and retorted, "Although Shimon is trash, he is still better than Heisen, who just laughed and asked if she even understood that this was no joke." The smile on his face faded when he gave her the last advice: from now on, be wise. Yin sincerely thanked him for everything, added that money had also arrived at the shelter, and nodded firmly. When they finished packing, evening had already fallen, and walking across the stone bridge, exhausted Yen puffed her cheeks and asked Rifa how she could possibly serve the master named Hazel. Rifa smiled, explaining how he seemed to her. When he is angry, he is ruthless and can be cruel, but she emphasized that he never demands the impossible from good people. He reserves his severity for those who show signs of evil or weakness. Then she added that Heisen really cares about Yen, and these words hit her so hard that she exploded, shouting that it was a lie because he was not that honest. Later, when they were settling in, Rifa noticed that Yan's luggage had grown since she arrived at the fortress, and asked when she bought such expensive things as books. Yan explained that she borrowed them from Heisen, and wanted to read in her free time because there was still so much she did not know. She swallows nervously, tightly clutching the box with supplies, while Rifa encouragingly places her hand on her back. Rifa praises her for her diligence and says they are in place now. The real test begins. Inside, Major Shimon carefully studies the document presented to him and, casting a sharp glance, asks, "Do I just need to sign it?" His gaze stops on Reifa, Suspicion instantly turns into rage. He slams his fist on the table, demands to know why Hazen's guard is here, and accuses her of espionage. While Yenlin timidly says that Rafa is currently hired as her guard and at the same time serves as a deterrent against the human tribe. Rifa froze, quietly cursing Hazen for his annoying nature that got her into this situation. The embarrassed Major Shimon stammers an apology. His gaze lingers on her figure, and Yin Lin notices these wandering eyes and thinks to herself how strange he is. To finalize the deal, Yen Lin extends a small pouch and warns. 10 gold coins inside this is almost all his wealth, and this is his last chance to refuse. Shimon disregarded this, laughing, saying it was a trifle for a promotion to lieutenant colonel, and smugly admits that he had saved this money anyway for a bribe. To show how seriously he takes this matter, his pen scratched across the paper, and the signature finally sealed the contract. The next day, the group arrives at the huge Algia fortress. Major Shimon complains about the absurdity of building such a structure deep in the mountains, calling it the Principality's scone, while nearby Rafa and Yin Lin feel an ominous premonition, as soon as they stepped into the fortress courtyard, a young human man named Kasaku shouted, "In Lin," and rushed to embrace her. Their meeting exploded with joy. Both sighed with relief that the other was safe, while Major Shimon stood nearby with disapproval, muttering about the inappropriateness of their public embraces. Kasaku says that in his culture, hugs are a simple greeting, a way when actions speak what words cannot. Shimon sneers contemptuously, calls it a completely indecent custom for a dog of barbarians, does not believe they will understand it, and orders Yenlin to follow him. She is brought before the human leader, the Blue Queen Bash, who greets her warmly. Yenlin immediately kneels respectfully and sincerely congratulates them on their recent victory in battle. She watches as Major Shimon stomps forward, boots thudding heavily on the ground, and seeing his direct approach, she says that as a captain he must greet the human tribe as hospitably as she did. He anxiously accepts her advice, rushes forward and buries his face right into the chest of the Blue Queen Bay, and the surrounding human warriors are stunned and speechless at this brazen act. His action causes a piercing scream from Yin Lin. She demands to know what he is doing. From under the embrace, Shimon retorts that he is simply adapting to their culture, and that if hugs are a greeting among equals, then he is more than worthy. The sharp clatter of drawn weapons cut through the air. The sound comes from one of the Queen's guards, Oribs, who waves a weapon crackling with energy. He fiercely condemns the Major's blatant disrespect to their leader, His rage instantly spread around. Other human warriors raised their weapons, their voices merging into a single cry, "Kill the offender." Finding herself in the growing chaos, Yin Lin's face pales. She believes it is all over, sure that she will be killed along with that foolish Major, and silently, desperately prays for the safety of Director Norway and others. Before the warriors can strike, the Blue Queen Bash raises one commanding hand. In a quiet but unwavering voice, she orders her people to cease fighting and freeze. As soon as the danger receded, she turned to Yen Lin and coldly ordered her to silence the annoying gnats, while Major Shimon kept pressing close to her. Yen Lin boiled inside, deciding that the Major was a hopeless sycophant, sucking up to superiors and tyrannically treating subordinates, and despaired at the thought that all the higher imperial officials were the same. After the confrontation in the tent subsided, the group gathered around a table with a large map. The Blue Queen Bash declared the greetings concluded and urged to get to the point. Yun Lin agreed and officially stated their goal to propose a territorial exchange between the Empire and the Kemen tribe. The Queen glanced cunningly at her and asked if she had foreseen this, to which she replied that her people from the mountains did not need that land, but she knew perfectly well its immense value to the Empire, and declared with a resolute gleam in her eyes that she would not give it away for nothing. While she was listening, Major Shimon did not cease his tirade, rudely noting that even a pile of garbage can have something that shines, and called her a decent bitch among barbarians, then shouted that his words were simply too harsh. The Queen, hearing this untranslated outburst, calmly asked Yen Lin what he said, but the translator advised her to just skip that part, calling it noise. In a desperate attempt to save the situation, Yin Lin gave a heavily censored translation. With a strange smile, she told the Queen that the Major praised her for impressive wit, and added that this is how a queen should be. Inwardly she prayed that Ba Zia did not know the imperial language and its cultural taboos. Her prayer went unanswered. The Queen's hand shot forward and grabbed Yin Lin's tunic. She leaned closer, her voice low and sharp, first praising the successful paraphrase, then asking whether those words, "barbarian dog," "decent bitch," and "garbage hell," were really necessary to convey the Major's true character. She tightened her grip, her face just a few centimeters from Yen's lens. The Queen coldly ordered, "Translate honestly next time, or Yen will pay the price on her coming-of-age day," and the frightened girl could only stumble and utter one sentence. Completely unaware of the threat, Major Shimon interrupted them and asked what they were whispering about, then threw out an obscene proposal, calling the queen a clever bitch, and declaring he would take her after the negotiations. Yen Lin was gripped by cold horror. The truth became undeniable. Ba Sha had mastered the imperial language, and she had let her guard down. He, seized by panic, continued to laugh loudly, and Yen Lin tried to warn him. She said directly that the queen understood their language and begged him to watch his words. His laughter grew louder, and brushing off the warning as impossible, he pointed directly at the queen, teasing her, calling her a promiscuous little mongrel, and mockingly asking how she could even understand this majestic imperial language. At the direct insult, the queen simply maintained her calm smile with closed eyes. Shimon took this as confirmation and smiled, laughing at her supposed naivety, while Yen Lin saw the truth and screamed inside that this was not a smile of ignorance, but a vigilant, knowing gaze. She finally opened her eyes, and her gaze seemed to completely ignore the major. Turning directly to Yen Lin, she announced that it was time to move the conversation forward, pointed with a slender finger at the map, and named 5 specific places as their price: Koryu Oat, Nesfu, Maniata, Rahakart, and Goldia. And upon Yen Lin, still trembling, a wave of gratitude for the queen's mercy fell. While the queen laid out her terms, Major Shimon stroked his chin, pretending deep thought. Yen Lin sharply ordered him to stop pretending to work seriously, and the major finally responded that he understood, stating that this fortress was the one for which blood was shed, and that in return they demanded even more valuable lands. When the negotiations began, Yen Lin felt how difficult it was for the empire. The fortress was vital, but the soldiers had to capture new lands every year. This was the main order, so losing even a little territory meant a serious political problem. She angrily reproached herself if only she had managed to finish reading the history of the empire's founding before sleep. The queen's choice of lands was troubling. Koryu and Nesfu were originally human lands, so their claims were understandable, but the other 3, mountainous and remote, were completely unsuitable for governance-like. While Yen Lin was pondering the queen's strategy, Major Shimon threw in a counter-condition. Koryu and Nesfu were acceptable, but taking the other 3 imperial territories, Maniata, Rahakart, and Goldia, was categorically forbidden. He stood and watched as the queen calmly reviewed the conditions, asking instead only for Maniata and Goldia, while the major thoughtfully considered her new proposal. If it was only about these 2, he thought, it might be acceptable. Feeling his agreement, the queen decisively declared the matter settled, and insisted that there was no need to wait for the later signing ceremony. Let's do it right now. And at that moment, another officer stepped forward. The newcomer turned out to be Colonel Gettle. He had come to check on the progress of the negotiations. Major Shimon proudly announced that everything was completed. The colonel said that before finalizing the agreements, they needed to celebrate the victory and give thanks for the land exchange. Then he respectfully knelt before the queen. The sight of the high-ranking officer showing sincere respect so impressed Yen Lin that tears glistened in her eyes. But Major Shimon misinterpreted his superior's act, taking it as an act of magnanimity, believing that the colonel had finally realized the cruelty of his past actions. Colonel Gettle corrected the choking major, explaining that the queen was the monarch of a small state and that she deserved proper respect. He clarified the terms of the agreement and asked if Maniata and Goldia were really lost. Major Shimon, staggering with joy, confirmed this and mockingly added that both lands were held by the faction of the cowardly traitor Lieutenant Colonel Connect. The agreement was concluded, and Colonel Gettle told the queen that her demands were strict, but he sighed with relief they had agreed, as the fortress was vital for expansion. As he spoke, the queen raised the document, and with a sly smile noted what a skillful negotiator Major Shimon was. Just at the moment the colonel clicked his pen. Yen Lin from her seat watched the events with a sharp gaze. She acknowledged the impressive conversational skills of Major Shimon, but understood that beneath the surface both sides were cautiously probing for weaknesses. The queen herself was silent, her gaze fixed on the document in her hands, her face inscrutable. She raised her eyes, sincerely thanked them, and asked that the people from the transferred territories be resettled by the end of the year. Nearby, Yen Lin sighed with relief, slightly swaying, thinking that the tense matter was finally over. That same night in the Algid fortress, imperial officers were loudly celebrating. Glasses clinked as Colonel Gettle and his subordinates raised toasts to what they considered a historic victory, and Gettle advised Major Shimon to take example from them and work hard, saying that after the promotion, it would be harder to reach them. Their noisy revelry did not subside. 3 men threw their arms over each other's shoulders, drunkenly hugging and laughing, while Yen Lin, standing at a distance, could only think that the land exchange seemed to have gone successfully, but the spectacle before her was a real disaster. Later, when sobriety began to return, Major Shimon looked closely at the map and carefully studied the details of the exchange. His eyes widened in shock when he read the names of the allowed territories Corey had included Nesfi, Goldia, and Maniata. His drunken subordinate, Lieutenant Mo Pizza, mumbled indistinctly a question, asking if he was blind. Ignoring him, the embarrassed, panic-stricken man grabbed the official document, shouted the name in disbelief, and asked if they had really signed it. He trembled when Colonel Gettle arrogantly confirmed this, boasting that he had come all the way here personally to sign the treaty. The realization hit Shamet with full force this was a huge problem. His panic raged within him, and he roared, shouting the reason for his horror. Maniata is a sacred place where the imperial tomb of the 13th Emperor Silganus is located. Only confused, drunken murmurs of two commanders, who were still celebrating and completely unaware of the disaster he had just spoken about, responded to his desperate cry. One of the officers next to Colonel Gettle shouted in disbelief. Could the tomb of the 13th Emperor Silgana not be in Maniata? This revelation swept through the room like a shockwave. The colonel froze, and Lieutenant Mo Pizza was completely bewildered. Yenlin also froze, her eyes wide with shock. She felt the terrible weight of the situation. Recalled that Emperor Silgana was one of the most famous star emperors, a key figure in the nation's history, and understood. To make a condition in negotiations with some small tribe, to give up the land where such a person rests, this is a catastrophic blow to the honor of the imperial royal family. The weight of this realization caused Lieutenant Mo Pizza to slump, gasping hoarsely for air, and he weakly asked the colonel what could be so important about a simple grave. His ignorance enraged Colonel Gettle. He grabbed him by the uniform, trembling with fury. The colonel growled that if the central authority found out about this, it would not just be confiscation of their lands, but the inevitable execution of their entire clan, and most people shuddered in absolute horror. He began to cough violently and begged the colonel to calm down. In panic, Most Pizza asked to annul the deal and burn the document to solve the problem, while another officer tried to restrain the colonel. The officer sharply stops him, sternly asks if he really intends to drag the Empire's trust through the mud, reminds Moe's Pizza that this is an official signed document, and insists, "We need to think about what to do next." He decides that negotiations must be resumed as soon as possible, even if the Cumans demand other lands in exchange. Their goal is the formidable Algid fortress. Inside, the Blue Queen Basha met Colonel Gettle and his honorary retinue with a sly smile and asked if they had forgotten anything. Moe's Pizza, all sweaty, stammered embarrassedly, as if there had been a mistake with the land exchange, but Basha coldly waved it off. She said she had checked the documents and found no errors. Colonel Gettle steps forward, trying to correct the mistake. He says that Maniata is cut off and inconvenient, claiming it would be much better to have connected spaces like Halt or Kakoba, but Beja's smile only widens as she reveals her true intention. She deliberately requested Maniata. Her face becomes threatening. She says she can't wait to desecrate the tomb of the one who stole the most land and lives from the people. Leaning forward, she utters an icy warning, "Don't you dare interfere with me." Her words confirmed the horror that began to grow in Colonel Gettle. She knew about their mistake from the very beginning. When Major Shine Man crawled on the floor begging for any land, just not that sacred manata, Gettle's hand clenched into a fist. He realized that the time for simple apologies had long passed. She shifted her gaze to the Major pressed to the ground, a cold smile appearing on her face, and in flawless imperial language, she called him the one who offended them at the meetings. This revelation struck the frightened Shimon with a new wave of shock. He desperately denied the accusations, covered in sweat, insisting that it was all just a misunderstanding. His panicked denials made Colonel Gettle sharply turn to him and demand to know if the Major had done anything offensive. She waved off his pleas and coldly asked if this was some imperial custom. With a flick of her wrist over her palm, a magical device materialized, and she explained that it was an item obtained from a merchant named Nandu, capable of recording both images and sound. The device turned on and showed a recording of Major Shimon's previous meeting. His voice filled the room, calling people barbaric dogs and gnats. The recording continued, capturing his lecherous comments about those he ironically called decent bitches, and his intention to take the queen for himself once the deal was completed. And while this disgusting tape played, Shimon could only stand and watch in horror. The compromising evidence ignited a storm of rage in Colonel Gettle. He clenched his teeth, realizing the baseness of his subordinates. He had known before that Major Simon was a libertine, but this was an unforgivable disgrace. Turning away from the stunned Major, Gettle bowed deeply before the Queen and sincerely apologized for the disgusting disrespect of his people, and for his own deep shame. He apologized, But behind these words hid a silent, burning gaze directed straight at the man who caused this international incident. He fell on his hands and knees, his voice trembling as he repeatedly apologized, but the Blue Queen did not move. Ignoring the crawling officers, she gave a clear order. Bring Geisenheim to her, only then will they continue the conversation. Soon, in another room, Heisenheim and Yen Lin sat opposite two disgraced officers. Colonel Gettle, somewhat calmed but with a grim expression, addressed the still trembling Major Schiment sharply, saying he was deeply disappointed in his vile character and demanding to hear what he intended to do now. Before Shimon could respond, Heisen lunged forward and gripped the Major's face with a crushing hold. He fiercely declared that Shimon's useless, loud mouth was no longer needed. From now on, Lieutenant Heisen would conduct the negotiations. The Major only squeaked in fear and agreement. He turned to Captain Lorenzo and placed his hand on the shoulder of the disgraced Major Shaman. The colonel apologized and admitted that Lorenzo was the only person he could now rely on. Lorenzo hesitated, saying he could hardly help much, but the colonel insisted that as a senior officer he must be more confident. He clenched his teeth and changed his mind. It was wrong. He realized that by giving Lorenzo leniency, he would only receive gratitude, and that was not what he needed. While the colonel wrestled with his thoughts, Captain Lorenzo quietly spoke with Heisenheim, warning that Heisen spared no one he considered enemies and now had the colonel on a hook, advising that everything now depended on what the colonel would offer him. Heisen responded not to the colonel but to the disgraced major. Sighing quietly, he kicked the door and flung it open, and the major's shy men flew out of the room, screaming in pain. The major desperately crawled on the floor, begging Heisen to negotiate with Queen Bashia, swearing he would do anything, even eat horse manure. But Heisen coldly waved him off. It was already too late. Ignoring the noise around him, Heis calmly closed the book he was holding. He was completely lost in thought. Then, with a calm and eerie smile, he revealed the subject of his thoughts. He was thinking about how much he wished they would all die. That statement stunned Colonel Gettle and Major Shimon. They froze speechless, their faces frozen in disbelief. Heisen enthusiastically spoke, waving his hands. He thought how convenient when Colonel Kinnick's faction was soon cleansed. Captain Lorenzo would become his only superior, then rhetorically asked if useless superiors were needed at all. The enraged colonel called him crazy, but Heisen did not finish. He fixed his gaze on the colonel and noticed another detail, calmly remarked that, in his opinion, the colonel's head was raised a bit too high. He cold-bloodedly notes that Major Shimon seems to understand his position better than the colonel. Colonel Gettle, stunned by this frank disobedience, demands to know if Heisen has gone mad. Unshaken, he reminds the colonel that the only way to save his clan from execution begins with Heisen himself agreeing to negotiate. He then moves to a personal threat, indifferently says that the colonel's daughter will soon marry and they have a grandson on the way. The hint falls like a heavy burden when he states that they all face clan retribution because of the Gettle's incompetence, and the colonel clearly wavered, demanding to know how Heisen learned such private details. The threat hit the mark. Colonel Gettle exploded in rage, barking at the lieutenant to watch his words. Heisen remained completely calm, his gaze sharp, and in a quiet, cold voice he asked if the colonel was addressing him. Heisen's cold manner breaks the colonel's rage, leaving him sweaty and speechless. Heisen presses on, saying he is merely stating inevitable facts and asking why Gettle still dares to act with such authority. The colonel, trying to compose himself, weakly demands an answer. In response, a sinister, wide smile spreads across his face, and with open contempt he says he doesn't care what happens, that he will rejoice when the colonel dies, and that the fate of their families means nothing to him. Pure malice in his words finally broke the colonel. Gettle rushed forward and desperately grabbed Heisen's hand, begging him not to drag his family into this conflict, and admitting that their fate would be his fault. His plea turned into complete submission. He fell to the floor, pressed his forehead to it in a desperate bow, and begged Heisen to intervene somehow, while the lieutenant looked at the humiliated officer with an unreadable expression. He leans down, grabs a handful of the colonel's hair, and sharply lifts his head from the floor. With cold precision, he reminds the broken man that just a moment ago he tried to destroy him by accusing him of disrespect. Horror fills Colonel Gettle's eyes. He stammers and apologizes, desperately retracts his words, and begs for mercy. He lay on the floor, humiliatingly confessing to Lieutenant Heisen that everything was his fault, and begged for mercy. Heisen, looking at him without emotion, said he does not kill for fun, and demanded an explanation why he should negotiate with him at all. A desperate colonel, raising his eyes from the floor, feverishly proposed a new deal, a promotion to Major General for Heisen instead of Major Simon, who looked at this with distrust. Heisen pondered the offer, thoughtfully touching his chin. He reasoned that, as a second lieutenant, Jumping 3 ranks at once was unrealistic, but Geto insisted that there was no need to worry. His facial expression spoiled. He looked disdainfully at the officer and could not understand why Gettle himself was being promoted. The colonel, drenched in sweat, swore that when he himself became a major general, he would also promote Heisen. Heisen rushed forward, grabbed Gettle by the hair, and sharply pulled his head back in anger, demanding to know whose victory this really was, reminding the colonel that he had done nothing. Hiding in the fortress, the audacity of this proposal enraged him. Then he gave a new order. When offered a promotion to Major General, Gettle was to refuse, and moreover insist that instead Captain Lorenzo be promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. This order left Gettle speechless. Returning, Heisen admitted that no one had ever taken such a step before. He dismissively waved his hand and added that Gettle need not worry. If he were defeated, then he and his entire family would simply die. His threat hung in the air. Even before Heisen could step back, Gettle jumped up and, shouting in despair, assured that he would do it and definitely follow orders. This scene could not be unnoticed. Captain Lorenzo stepped forward and directly accused Heisen of his methods, stating that he had no intention of rising through the ranks in such a way, and asked if Heisen was going to run away again. He calmly explained that Lorenzo saw the empire's corruption with his own eyes and compared the country to a giant tree. Heisen said that the rot had reached the very trunk. To save it, they had to cut off the old, rotten branches and leaves. Captain Lorenzo lowered his head, stunned by the ruthlessness of the proposal. He could not properly express his protest and muttered that this method was simply too much. Again, that scene played in his head. Colonel Gettle, stripped of all dignity, desperately grabbed his leg and begged him to accept Lieutenant Heisen's offer. Lorenzo remained stubborn, but the colonel warned that his refusal would mean the destruction of the entire clan. Returning to the present, Heisen placed a calming hand on the captain's shoulder and told Lorenzo that he had to understand. He could no longer stand aside, holding on to his honesty and pitying the fate of the empire now he was part of it. The captain sighed wearily. Heisen continued to persuade, casually noting that if Lorenzo continued to refuse, he could simply defect to the duchy. Allegedly, they were short of men due to the absence of General Hazar. Lorenzo turned around and, yielding, admitted that letting Heisen go would be too great a risk for the empire, so he decided to stay, at least to keep an eye on him. Their gazes locked in a tense confrontation. Lorenzo said that although he would agree to the plan, he would never approve of such methods or Heisen himself. Heisen calmly replied that he was sure Lorenzo really would not approve. He had. He admitted that he also did not like this method, but the circumstances left no choice. He looked directly at Lorenzo and explained that precisely because the captain hated such forced promotions, Lorenzo was the only one Heisen could trust with this position. When the issue of the promotion was resolved, Heisen shifted his attention to a new matter, placed his hand on Yenlin's head, and told Major Schmidt that he wanted to buy Yenbeck. The surprised major immediately agreed, and they prepared to set off for the fortress. He slid a document to Major Schmidt and laid out the terms clearly. The 10 gold coins that Schmidt had paid were merely coverage for the fine, and the real ransom price for Yen under the contract was only 3 gold coins, and Major Schmidt's face lit up. He gladly agreed to sell her for that amount. The major instantly objected, gasping that the price was completely unreasonable. Crossing his arms, Heisen coldly asked if he did not like it, then lowered the offer to 5 silver coins. When most of the shy men were stunned and complained that the price was dropping even further, Heisen remained unyielding. He lowered the price again. "All right," he said dryly, 1 silver coin. His last insulting offer simply struck at their shyness. It gasped, completely confused and speechless. Beside him, Yin-Lin was silent, her face impenetrable. While the major fussed, one thought burned in her head with fierce indignation. Every word he said only further devalued her. Before Schmidt could object again, Heisen stepped forward with a warm smile and welcomed Yin back. The stunned major finally gave in and shouted that he would sell her for 3 large silver coins, and Heisen confirmed with a calm expression the deal was made. He glanced at Yen-Lin and bitterly thought how vile Schmidt was to value her at such a meager sum. The girl herself looked puzzled, her own sense of horror completely shattered by this strange deal. After dealing with that, he returned to Colonel Gettle, who was just signing a document. Heisen checked the signature and ordered. From now on, Gettle must obey Captain Lorenzo's orders, and in return, he was guaranteed the status of a decorative colonel of the fortress. And nearby, the nervous Major Schmidt asked what his role was. Heisen promises that if he completes his new tasks, he will also become a colonel. Desperately seeking a promotion, Schmidt grits his teeth and exclaims that he agrees. In response to his eager agreement, Heisen extends a thick metal collar to him and orders him to put it on. The major's face darkened, initial surprise turned into shock and disgust. He looks at the humiliated officer with a cold, condescending gaze. Heisen directly explains his new status. From now on he is cattle, lower than a dog or a pig. Far from the fortress, in the domed palace, another power learns the news one name was spoken, Lord Barcia. Inside, the Blue Queen Basha leaned back when the warrior reported that Heisen's squad had arrived. And she admitted aloud in surprise that she had underestimated her people and never thought they could really influence Heisen's movements. Her scout Orive silently watched from his post as the group she was waiting for walked down the long corridor in a column Lieutenant Hessenheim and the little girl Yin Lin. When the guests finally entered her room, what she saw stunned her for a moment, their eyes wide open in disbelief, and she only stammered, "Wait, what?" He greeted her with a calm smile, and the clinking of chains accompanied every word. "Long time no see, Queen Basha. Glad to see you are well." On the floor before him, on all fours, wearing a collar and chain, was Major Schmidt. Heisen gestured toward the humiliated officer and said, "Please accept this gift as a token of gratitude for forgiving our recent rudeness." She recovered, a cunning look flashed across her face, and she replied that she did not want this. Heisen, with a pleasant smile, closed his eyes and noted what a coincidence it was did not want it either. The queen, sprawled on her deck chairs, simply ordered, "Throw him into the dungeon." Major Schmidt exploded in protest, pointing an accusing finger at Heisen and shouting that this was not the agreement he was supposed to be promoted to colonel. Heisen turned to the struggling major with feigned sympathy and disdainfully said, "Ah, what a pity if you had died here, you would have been posthumously promoted by 2 ranks. They dragged Scheimte. He shouted that he did not want to die. Heisen turned his attention to Basher and began, "Enough of this show, how about Karelho, Kamakarna, Ahsoka Hayu, and Mizui for locations?" She praised his generosity and smiled aloud, thinking that she had devised many trials, but now they were all in vain. Discarding her plans, she entrusted Yin to start preparing the contract, and the young girl gladly agreed. The young girl, unable to contain her joy, grabbed Heisen, and he begged her to let go, asking to finish the contract overnight, and lamenting that his liver would not withstand 2 days of revelry hearing this. Queen Basha clapped her hands and declared that they would celebrate until the contract was ready. She stepped closer and gently lifted his chin, praising his brilliant skill, but admitted that something was wrong, as if her side had received too much, and reminded that when they first formed the alliance, he said he did not intend to serve the Empire. Her gaze did not leave him as she insisted with a question. She demanded to know his true purpose, to understand who he really was. She pronounced his name with weight, Heisenheim. Heisenheim evades the question about his true identity, says he cannot reveal much now, but implies that there is still more to review ahead. The voice of the Blue Queen Basha snapped him out of his thoughts. She voiced a request. In 2 years she will need his help, and until then she wants the human tribe to strengthen in the mountains. She accepts his silent consent and notices that he does not ask why. He throws a crooked smile and says that she would not answer anyway, even if he asked. Basha thanks him and says that Kuman never forgets death. Heisen explains that he only made a deal, but she cuts in that his sincere "not now" weighs more than any half-lie. She looks at the vision of her people, and with relief understands that they have gained a peaceful life, free from threats of hunger and invasions. Later, sitting with a drink by the window under the moonlight, Basha notes that eternal peace is only an illusion, and Heisen quietly agrees, acknowledging its transience. She resolutely concludes that they can only move forward and try to extend this moment at least a little. He listens silently, his face serious. He feels the full weight of her words. Soon Hayes approaches Yen Lin and a sleepy human scribe named Dawes and asks how their extracurricular lesson went. And Dawes, holding a document, confirms that the contract is completed, and that for a night without sleep it was not bad. Yen Lin, stunned, instantly exclaims, "Since when are we in cahoots with the Queen?" And at that very moment, as everyone held their breath, Queen Basher appears and calmly says that they are by no means allies, and that she last contacted Hayes 2 months ago. The mystery only deepens. Still reeling from the revelation, she tried to believe it, and Hayes calmly said that her assessment was wrong. She should have immediately considered all possibilities, because his cunning plan worked the very moment the leadership first rejected his proposal. She staggered from shock. His intrigues had started so long ago. She questioned his methods and insisted that if his sole goal was to overthrow Colonel Gettel's faction, there would be no need to resort to such extremes. He responded with his own strategic philosophy. If you have to change territories, you must squeeze the maximum out of it. Then he added a key point. Squeezing the maximum influence does not always coincide with the greatest benefit for the Empire. His plan relied on the predictable flaws of other officers. He knew that competent Captain Lorenzo would have botched the negotiations. Instead, Major Simon was an exceptional idiot who, as always, acted alone to claim all the glory. Even possible interference from Colonel Gettle he considered calculated and low risk. Overwhelmed by the complexity, Yin Lin was confused and sighed. If she had carefully read the history of the Empire's founding, she might have understood, but every time she tried, she felt sleepy. Suddenly she was seized by suspicion and asked if the book had been tampered with, and Hayes only dryly replied that it was more likely due to her own inattentiveness. He crossed his arms and continued the lesson, assuring that he never promised to feed her knowledge on a spoon and that she should seek information elsewhere. Yin Lin sharply replied, reminding him that he himself ordered her to call him master and learn from him. Irritated to the extreme, she tugged her braid and directly asked him what lesson he was really trying to teach her. His gaze was firm and calm as he laid out the essence of his philosophy. The lesson was about humanity. He explained that the least manageable in the world are fools who ended up in high positions. She pondered and admitted that Major Simon was an obvious scoundrel, but confessed that Colonel Gettle always seemed to her an ordinary officer. He acknowledged that Gettle had abilities, but explained his critical flaw. He lost judgment as a commander by surrounding himself only with loyal people. Over many years, Hayes concluded that it was Gettle himself who undermined the fortress from within. He sits next to Yin Lin and gives her a crucial lesson. Remember, obvious villains like Major Simon are rare. Most scoundrels wear the faces of ordinary or even good people, and you must learn to see through their mask. Soon Yin Lin found herself next to the Blue Queen Bash. The queen playfully stuck out her tongue, and Yin Lin, holding her hand, repeated the gesture with disgust on her face and muttering, "Black." The girl rushed into the queen's warm embrace, sincerely begging Bash to take her in, while nearby the small, irritated Hayes watched. Bash looked at him with a victorious smile and remarked that it seemed she was better at winning over children. For some time after that, the northern fortress of Gone buzzed with activity as Yin Lin walked its corridors. Hazen runs into Captain Lorenzo and, giving a dry compliment, says that this look suits him. Lorenzo sighs, realizing it sounds like sarcasm, but decides to take the words at face value. Their conversation is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Colonel Gettle. While Lorenzo calmly addresses the colonel, Major Shimment, accompanying Gettle, flinches and exclaims in fear. The colonel looms over Hazen, threateningly approaching and completely ignoring Lorenzo, and gives a direct order. The troops of Lieutenant Colonel Kynex's faction are returning, and Hazen must treat them exactly as ordered, not to act or speak on his own initiative. Hazen confirms with a simple, firm yes. When Colonel Gettle left, Lorenzo turned to Hazen and said that once that man was considered a brave soldier, then added with a note of sadness that everyone grows old he might. He continues to explain that surrounding yourself with people who always agree and getting used to an easy life is like a drug that quietly devours you from within. Hazen gives a slight smile, hoping Lorenzo won't end up the same way. Lorenzo, with a confident smile, assures him that he will definitely heed this advice. He stood straight before Captain Lorenzo, who announced that his first task after promotion would be to give orders to Lieutenant Hazen, and Hazen briefly confirmed his readiness. He was transferred to the Southern Doctrinal Territory, a rear base far from the Lyle front. Lorenzo wanted Hazen to observe from afar and develop a moral compass, as he believed the young lieutenant would eventually surpass him. Hazen agreed to the mission. Riley noticed how strict the colonel was. Lorenzo admitted that his stomach wouldn't hold if Hazen stayed longer in the fortress, and added that he expected great things from him as a civilian officer, although he thought that he would go his own way anyway. As soon as their conversation ended, the office door suddenly opened, and Sergeant Buzz rushed inside, impatiently asking if the rumors were true that Lieutenant Hazen had received new orders. He turned to the sergeant and confirmed what he heard. Buzz, noticing the captain, quickly apologized for the abrupt entrance, but Lorenzo just waved it off, and Hazen immediately corrected the sergeant. Lorenzo was no longer a captain, but a lieutenant colonel. The news seemed to deflate the sergeant. With his gaze lowered, he lamented that it was a pity to see Lieutenant Hazen leave. His sadness quickly turned into burning sincerity. Buzz leaned closer and insisted that his feelings were genuine, and Hazen, a little embarrassed, tried to brush it off as flattery, insisting that he was not a likable type. The sergeant stepped back. His face showed genuine sincerity. He placed his hand on his heart and thanked Lieutenant Hazen, saying that it was precisely because of his fairness that he was finally able to be proud of his work. Not used to such sincere praise, Hazen looked away. A drop of sweat appeared on his temple. Nearby, Lieutenant Colonel Lorenz watched everything with a light, knowing smile. Turning back to the sergeant with a determined look, he promised, if Buzz continued to improve and proved his abilities in 3 years, Hazen would personally advocate for his promotion from the ranks of non-commissioned officers. The sergeant just stood there, stunned by this statement. He firmly stood his ground and told Lieutenant Colonel Lorenzo, if the law gets in the way, he would simply change it. Lorenzo pointed out the problems with the law, acknowledged Sergeant Buzz's talent, but doubted whether it was even possible. The lieutenant colonel shifted his gaze to Sergeant Buzz standing before him. A drop of sweat on his temple, he had overheard the conversation. The tension instantly dissipated, they both laughed, and Lorenzo said with a smile that he wouldn't be surprised if Lieutenant Hazen was capable of such an act. Their laughter still lingered in the air. Hazen announced that he was leaving and packing. Buzz offered help, but Hazen, a little embarrassed by their laughter, simply asked what was going on and turned back to Lee. He refuses the offer and coldly reminds the sergeant that he was supposed to be at training now, and this sharp remark hits Baz like a physical blow. Later in the office, Hayes stands with a stack of documents, and his gaze wanders out the window to the training ground below. At the neighboring desk, Yen-Lin diligently practices writing O. She notices his presence, raises her eyes, and addresses him. "Master." He averts his gaze from the window, and a barely noticeable, thoughtful smile plays on his lips as he acknowledges her. A moment later, her attention scatters from the scream of horror as she reads the documents he handed her. Hazen, seemingly unperturbed, simply asks to add one more sheet to the pile. In the papers is a devastating series of accusations against Lieutenant Moe's Pizza, an official complaint to the Ministry of Justice, a letter to his family demanding they renounce him, and charges of crimes in the fortress, including aiding escape. With terrible consequences, the humiliated officer likely faces slavery for the upper world. With crossed arms and a self-satisfied smile, Hayasen says that Moe's Pizza should be grateful for work that matches her status. Yen-Lin, stunned and enraged, pounds her fists on the table and shouts that he is a heartless devil. He endures a long journey through the sun-scorched desert. His companion incessantly pokes him in the side. She reproaches him, reminding him that his next post is said to be harsher than the previous one, and there is no time for idle talk. After 15 days in the saddle, their goal finally appears: a fortified city on Doctrine territory. Yin-Lin holds her breath in admiration, while Hazen and his companion doze, hiding their faces under hoods, look at the settlement without any expression. As their small group rides horses to the city gates, locals cast prickly, unfriendly glances at them. The reason for the hostility becomes clear when a crowd of thin, desperate children swarms around them. They beg, but do not reach out their hands. Hazen remains unshaken, his face hidden in the shadow of his cloak. Ignoring their pleas, he and Doze ride on, leaving the destitute children behind in the dust. After changing into uniform in the administrative district, he looks at the luxurious government building, realizes the obvious, blatant chasm between rich and poor, and grimly accepts that this luxury is his new workplace. Inside, he politely introduced himself Heisenheim and informed that he was appointed a mid-level civilian officer. Mentally, he noted that the Doctrine territory is a strategic rear, a stronghold under aristocratic control, far from the front line, and although it should be safe there, the condition of the people eloquently testified to the opposite. The man at the large table nodded, introduced himself as Vikarnu Hana, the temporary governor of this territory, informed Heisen that an office had been prepared for him, and asked him to proceed. He comprehends this and confirms the man's identity, and instantly forms a hierarchy in his mind. The position of acting governor in the civil service is equivalent to a colonel in the army, a very solid rank. Entering his new office, he encountered a man who sharply stood at attention. The assistant introduced himself as Gilman Vanoa, a mid-level civil service secretary assigned to his system, and Heisen briefly responded with a mutual greeting. He wanted to get to work immediately, but his new secretary Gilman Vanoa said it was time for welcoming visits, and began listing whom to visit. First the secretary of the acting governor, then the chief civilian official, and several others. Heisen was stunned by the number of officials he was expected to meet, and Gilman persistently explained that courtesy visits are basic protocol, and to make his face known, he would also have to actively arrange banquets. He sighed heavily, mentally complaining about all this hassle. He just wanted to get to work. When Heisen sat down to write at the desk, Gilman insisted that without strict protocol there would be no work, saying no one would even look at papers from a stranger. Heisen sharply replied, asking what the point was if protocol only slows down real work. His thoughts shifted to the importance of this land. Doctrine territory was a key point for supplies going to the Wild Front through the endless sands of the Bahana Desert, and his main task was to establish this route. But he could not ignore the urgent trouble the city was suffering. People lacked food and water. Turning his attention back to the conversation, Heisen yielded. He admitted he understood and would take the advice, and praised Gilman for being a good secretary. The sudden praise completely caught him off guard. He instantly recalled his advice to Heisen. One must win the favor of superiors for work to proceed, but at the same time present facts honestly without flattery. Heisen handed him a stack of documents and said he simply did not want his work to be wasted. This was his goodwill in action. Gilman lowered his eyes and froze. Before him were 3 detailed proposals to assist civilians and carefully optimized supply routes to the front. When Heisen began to leave, Gilman rushed after him, protesting that flawless documents would never be approved. He insisted that combining work with first greetings was impolite. Meanwhile, Heisen thought about what a hassle it was to be a civil servant. He stopped, there was confidence in his eyes, and told Gilman that he would try, while reminding the secretary that as his boss he takes full responsibility both for his own actions and for Gilman's work. He stands before the large double doors and with restrained precision says, "I am Heisenheim, the newly appointed mid-level official." The door opens. Behind it is a luxurious office where the stout, elderly senior civilian assistant Neotai Gamori, sprawled between 2 female assistants, greets Heisen with a lustful smile, mutters a hello, and nods that he has heard about him. Ignoring the lewd scene, his gaze sharpened notices 2 assistants and immediately assesses the mountain of unfinished business on the premises, so he tries to present his proposal right away. But Gunmori casually waves off the documents and says, "Forget about work for now." The senior civilian slowly tapped his cigar on the ashtray, not even glancing at the papers, and said he would like to personally meet the new officer over a pleasant, measured conversation. A proposal that clearly caught Heisen by surprise. Gamori's smile stretched into a slimy grimace. He says that the desire to work is good, but he is more interested in what Heisen will bring him by deciphering the subtly hidden request about the bride. Heisen calmly asks if this expectation goes beyond official duties, thereby confirming that it fits within his expectations. His interest sharpened from that obvious submission. The official slid in the chair with a creak. A greedy gleam sparkled in his eyes. He impatiently asks if Heisen means to meet at some specific place. He confirms that he means a place where one can talk over food. And noticing that Ganmori is a true gourmet, Heisen offers to take full responsibility for organizing the meal himself. To tempt him even more strongly, Heisen promises a banquet of fresh, first-class products brought directly from northern Galna. The mere mention of such delicacies throws Ganmori into an excited anticipation, and his breathing becomes heavy with desire. He pretends to be a problem, says that as a newcomer he hasn't yet found a place for such a dinner. And Gunmori, completely delighted by the opportunity, gladly points out and insists that Heisen use his private villa. The official, already drooling and lost in lustful fantasies, asks if he can freely taste everything, and Heisen, with a pleasant smile, extends a small wrapped gift and willingly agrees, telling Gunmori that he can take whatever he desires. His words had an effect. The senior civilian assistant Nyatai Gunmori, practically drooling with anticipation, declared that he was tired of local flavors. Aloud pondering about northern Galna, he had heard there were many light-skinned delicacies there, and he was delighted at the thought of bringing some home. He did not miss the chance and praised the assistant for his knowledge of goods from other lands. And Heisen, with a sly smile, suggested options to whet the appetite: chicken thighs, gill gas, or perhaps miglu, cow's milk and fillet. The official laughed with delight. His lustful imagination ran wild at the mention of thighs and milk. He clapped his hands and declared that Heisen was a promising newcomer who truly understood him. He accepted the praise simply and modestly, said thank you, and explained that he was not a gourmet. Everything he knew he had learned from a guidebook. In high spirits, Heisen turned the conversation back to his proposals, and Gamori, still smiling and drooling a little, replied that they could not talk about it before tomorrow. Everything would depend on how the evening festivities went. He swallowed, his face tightened with determination. He understood the terms of the deal and quietly confirmed that he would do everything possible. When night fell, everything was ready in Yatai's luxurious villa. Its windows flickered under the thin crescent moon. Inside, a large table was groaning under a lavish feast. Heisen, pointing at the dishes with a dramatic gesture, apologized for being late just at the moment Gonmari arrived, greeted the senior civilian assistant, and invited him to try his favorite dishes. But when Gamori saw the scene, his confident facial expression crumbled, and a wave of embarrassment overwhelmed him. He stood completely bewildered. The source of his embarrassment became clear. Heisen, holding a serving towel with professional ease, began rapidly listing an endless menu: Gilgas chicken thigh, Balba chicken breast, Galna-style fried chicken, Miglu cow sirloin and fillet, cooked to taste, assorted cheeses. Gunmori tried to interrupt him and begged him to stop, but his words were drowned in the flow of culinary descriptions. Calmly responding to the confused, almost panicked question of the official, "And what about the women?" And with a sharp, knowing smile, Hazen said that there were none here, pointing out that Gamori had never said they were to be provided after the meeting. The official stepped back, his face a mask of distrust. After all they had talked back and forth, how could the lieutenant not understand the hint? He looked at Hazen, who was just standing and pretending complete bewilderment. His calm is completely shattered. With a guttural roar, Gunmari shouts that this is all a code. A secret understanding that Hazen, a clumsy fool, did not notice. A burst of emotions turns into panic desperation. He flails his arms anxiously. Gamori explains that he refused to meet with his boss because Hazen insisted on this dinner. He begs to know what to do now and how this disaster can be fixed at all. While Ganmuri hisses the word, women, again and again, biting his stress away, Hazen sees that his opponent has completely broken down, barely bowing in irreverence. He promises to immediately arrange everything for them and turns away, the door clicking shut behind him. Alone in the corridor with a stone-calm mask on his face, he thinks about the state of power. Expected corruption, heavy taxes for the people, profit extortion, and widespread bribery among the nobility. This confirmation, however, does not throw him into despair. A cold smile stretches across his face as he realizes that this simple corruption is actually very useful. He has a first target, and Yadai Gunmori belongs to him. A month ago in the imperial capital, Heisenheim announced his departure, and the door closed behind him with a dull click as he prepared to leave. When he turned around, he saw Emma hiding behind the doorframe. He noted that eavesdropping on Eva was not a worthy trait, and she, embarrassed, denied it, insisting that she was just worried and came to check if he was all right. She pressed him further, sighing with irritation and not understanding how he could remain so calm after coming to the transfer ceremony and immediately being scorned by the acting governor, while Heisen seemed completely unmoved. Annoyed, she sharply reminded him that the temporary governor was the highest authority in his new position. He calmly said that he understood this. Unlike the dangers of the front line, this boss was just a boring nuisance that he could handle. He delved into the essence of the problem and realized the bad impression was probably because he did not offer a bride, but he comforted himself with the thought that at least this would reduce unfair assessments that went beyond his true abilities. He turned back to Emma and admitted that the promotion was only part of his plan, and Emma, frowning skeptically, retorted that sending him to a rear unit was a clear meanness, and asked if he was really ready to accept not advancing in rank. His gaze slid down the long, threatening corridor as he explained his arguments. The imperial capital was rotten to the bone from bribes and embezzlement, and the roots of this corruption ran too deep. Hearing this, Emma's face softened with relief. She admitted she was broken when she learned about the war in northern Galney and worried in vain, and Hazen said to her with a confident smile, "Just watch, I will achieve the best results and return very soon." This confident promise brings the chronicle to the present to the Neotai villa. Hazen bursts through the door and with theatrical pomp announces his arrival to the drunken Gunmori Neotai. The senior assistant, completely unprepared for this, freezes and stares in shock. He gestures broadly at a row of exhausted, bedraggled women he has brought into the luxurious room, asking his boss Neotai Gunmori with a sharp smile if he likes these gifts. The women stood barefoot and dirty, their hair matted and falling into their eyes, their faces either empty or filled with deep resentment, and one young dark-skinned woman with wild dark hair looked ahead with particular audacity. With a wide mocking smile, Hazen announces that these are those starving under the rule of Gamori, grandly calls them to eat, and the hungry women instantly rush to the lavish banquet spread on the table, greedily and desperately devouring the food. This scene makes Gunmori slam his fist on the table. His body trembles with rage. He grabs a bottle of wine and, raising his voice, demands to know what game the young lieutenant is playing. Gunmori's face twisted with anger. He pointed and roared, ordering his guards to kill the insolent clown. 2 guards immediately rushed forward with raised clubs, while Hazen remained completely calm, his hand resting on the hilt of a weapon hidden in its sheath. With one smooth motion, he draws a large bladed fan and strikes. The guards are thrown aside. They don't even manage to react, their weapons powerless, and the force of this move pushes Gunmori back in his chair. As one guard falls to the floor with a dull thud, the dark-skinned woman who is on the ground momentarily breaks off her meal and shudders. Gunmori shouts that Hazen is mad and warns betrayal is punished by death for 3 generations. But the woman is not scared at all and simply starts drinking again. Before Gunmori can continue his angry monologue, Hazen moves lightning fast, clamps his gloved hand over the official's mouth, and muffles his scream with a choking wheeze. Pressing the man's head down, his voice low and threatening, "Don't mock me," he says. He declares that the women are starving because of Gunmori's tyranny. Inside, Hazen smiles. Although he didn't expect to clean up anyone on his first day, not a bad start. Having released the frightened official, Hazen turns to the dark-skinned woman and asks her name. She, hesitating, calls herself Kiana. At that moment, General Gazar appears with a horned companion and remarks on how strict a boss Hazen is, and Hazen simply points to Gamori and says to Gazar. He placed his hand on Kiana's head. With a confident smile declared that from now on she and all the others would become bandits, and this proclamation stunned Kiana. The horned man immediately objected, shouting that Hazen cannot just declare that. But Hazen calmly assured him that everything would be fine. General Gazar would become their leader and guide them. Now his gaze falls on the bound Neotai Gunmori. With a foot firmly pressed against his back, Hazen coldly lays out the official version. These civilians, driven to robbery by poverty, attacked the villa, robbed it, and kidnapped Gunmori. The senior civilian assistant, sweating profusely, only manages to utter indignant words, asking how another officer could incite such a crime. He returned to the game and farms EO, telling that vile pig to stop pretending to be great. In a cold voice, he informs the man that he is merely taking away his ill-gotten wealth and that he should be grateful for it. Gamori laughs madly and boasts that Hazen has no evidence, but the young lieutenant calmly cuts him off. Gamori's subordinates have already been accused in absentia and evidence of his corruption has been gathered. And in addition, Hazen promises to fabricate such disgusting evidence that even his relatives will disown him. The threat shatters Gamori's confidence. He stammers in disbelief, insisting that no one will ever believe such a fabrication. His hope instantly shatters when Hazen looks down at him, and with icy confidence says that everyone will believe it because that is exactly what Gunmori is capable of. And the realization overwhelmed the corrupt official, his face becoming a mask of horror. Completely broken, Mori retreats in panic and desperately promises to use his money to support the very people he starved, and from now on to rule honestly, and Hazen only vaguely replies, saying he will think about it. But his words turned out to be a deception. Hazen claps his hands and joyfully orders the newly gathered bandits to divide the valuables and take Gamori away, while the bound official writhes on the floor protesting that Hazen just promised to consider his request. Hazen, with a creepy, wide smile, reveals a cruel trick. His promise to think about it was just a code. He slowly, letter by letter, pronounces the word, savoring the moment, and asks the broken man if he now understands. Neotai Gunmori trembles with rage. His face twisted in disbelief, he growls, "Who can even comprehend that mysterious verdict of Hazen?" and shouts that after the supposedly positive consideration he was declared worthless and left without any help. He calmly confirms that it is certain. Hazen, with a look of complete contempt, explains that it is quite natural he could not decipher the code of a pig driven mad by lust. Somewhere under the crescent, a scream tears the night. General Gazar sits indifferently with a bottle of wine, while a column of captured people, now slaves, marches by with burdens, and he sarcastically remarks that they will take him to hell again. The scene shifts to Hazen, who is now talking to Hazar and describing a grim picture of the region. Here, bribery, corruption, and stockpiling have become commonplace. People are taxed to the brink of survival, and soon, because of this, supply lines to the Lyle front may stop. Gazar snorted at this assessment. Losing a war due to internal strife is a pathetic joke. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by trembling Kayanash approaches Gazar and reports that the cargo is loaded. Gazar concisely confirms, while Hazen silently observes. The general then reveals to Hazen his immediate plans: to resell all valuable goods through a merchant named Nandau, and then in a few months train the captive women to become useful. He smiles, baring sharp teeth, says he doesn't believe it. Hazen won't stay silent for long, and asks what scheme he plans to pull this time. Hazen wearily replies that he finds the term itself crude. His behavior changes radically. A cold, confident smile appears on his face. He confirms that Gazar's suspicions are correct and says he will finish everything in 6 months. The next morning, after the reception in honor of the senior civilian Aiden Yadai, Lieutenant Heisenheim enters his office with a folder in his hands. He is immediately met by the frightened Gilman Vanoa, a mid-level civilian official, and Heisen places a calming hand on the subordinate's shoulder, seeing that he is in shock. He immediately guesses that Gilman worked all night. Empty mugs on the table confirm this. Heisen says that the proposals regarding Nyatai were not urgent, and that working all night is pointless because efficiency drops. So he asks not to do it anymore, and Gilman quietly admits that he simply couldn't handle the pile of documents. He sighs, seeing his responsibility, but firmly says, "Go rest until the end of the day. You have already worked a full day." Gilman raises his eyes with distrust and asks what will happen to the work. He explained that Gilman needs to conserve his strength. Soon there will be moments when he will require even heavier loads. And Gilman, understanding, apologized and strangely left the office. As he walks away, Gilman sighs, enjoying the rare luxury of a full day off. But his thoughts are interrupted by a light knock, and turning around, he sees a small child in front of him and lets out a frightened scream. Yun returns to him as Heisen approaches from behind, and at first begins to introduce her as his master, but quickly corrects himself and simply says that she is here. Gilman, still confused, asks what she is doing in such a place and if she is lost. He puts his hand on her head and introduces Yen as his personal secretary, apologizing for the late introduction. Yen beams with a smile and introduces herself, and Gilman remains completely shocked. Staggering down the corridor, Gilman thinks about what an amazing child she is compared to him. Heisen calls him and says that although he himself is capable, he should never compare himself to her because she is special. In the office, Yun puffs out her cheeks and grumbles that Heisen is only nice to others, but he pays no attention to her puffing instead. He immerses himself in the papers she prepared, asks about the supply route data, and enthusiastically says that she did a lot of work so quickly and even better than expected. He admires her efficiency. The child simply exceeded all expectations. Yin Lin explains that she conducted interviews to quickly gather information and carefully verified doubtful details so that the report would be reliable. Studying the map she prepared, he notices that all 12 supply routes to the front line lead around. He reasons that this was done to reduce risks because the direct route would require passing through other countries. And Yin Lin, noticing his keen gaze, says that he is creepy and takes a cautious step back. He waved off her complaint, fully focused on the problem, and asks if there really is no direct path through the desert. Yen Lin confirms that it would be reckless, just like the absence of OACs, and adds that even building such a path just for water delivery would be astronomically expensive. His gaze slid to the window, a plan forming in his mind. He discarded the need to carry water and simply said that it must fall like rain. Yenlin looks at him puzzled and says that it is a desert precisely because rain does not fall here when it is convenient. Heisen, undeterred, replies that as a mage he will come up with something. Her distrust turns into shock. She sharply retorts that even the Empire does not have magic to summon rain. Looking at images of suffering people, she quietly admits that seeing them makes her cling to any hope. He understands her feelings. He notices that after everything she has seen and heard in this thirsty land, she also wants to save it. He agrees quick steps are needed, and he concludes that the oasis will strengthen both the supply routes and the people's peace. His thoughts fly to the people needed for this matter. Without the Oasis Fund, rain would have simply fled. He recalls entrusting the people to General Hazar, but understands. For them to be useful for his plan, it will take a month. Having made the decision, he returned to the secretary and told Yin Lin to continue working, informing her that he would go check matters elsewhere. She, startled by the surprise but obediently, agreed. Meanwhile, in another office, Chief Secretary Motskali Venice is in a panic. He fiercely demands why there is still no contact with Senior Civil Assistant Nyatai, when suddenly an assistant runs in with news that Nyatai's villa may have been robbed, and in despair Motskali rummages through the list of yesterday's visitors, urgently asking who this Hazenheim is and who allowed his unregistered meeting. He sharply turns to two assistants, shouts that the visit was only yesterday, and demands to know what is wrong with them. The two women look around in complete surprise and confess that when they were there they remember nothing about it. He bites his thumb, thoughts racing with the worst scenarios. If Neotai was attacked, his survival is in question. He recalls Neotai's frequent secret banquets, but they always knew where he was, and the chief secretary worries that if the worst happened, Neotai's personal secretaries will be left without work. FFFHFF. A knock on the door tears through his panic thoughts. He grits his teeth in anger, not understanding who could disturb at such an hour, and when the door creaks open, he recognizes the visitor and his suspicion flares. Hazenheim. Visitor Heisenheim stands in the doorway with a calm, almost self-satisfied expression, and says he came to find out how the proposals he submitted yesterday are progressing, and asks if Senior Civil Aiden Yatai is present. Matt Scully is clearly stunned by the direct question. Nearby, one of Neotai's assistants quietly whispered confirmation of the visitor's identity, and recovering, Matt Scully threw out a strained greeting. He gestures to a chair, his voice sharp, with a sinister undertone. He tells Heisen that they also have business with him and invites him to sit. When a cup of tea is placed before Heisen, Mott Scally politely introduces himself as chief secretary to Neotai, the senior civil assistant, then directly says that since last night there has been no contact with Neotai, and worried Heisen asks if this has already been reported. His calm shatters. Mott Scully slammed his hands on the table and leaned forward, shouting that their investigation revealed. Nyatai's villa was attacked the same night Hazen met with him. He looks at the seated lieutenant, calling him insolent. Hazen, however, is completely unmoved, calmly replies that he sees nothing strange in this and says, "On the front line, comrades and commanders disappear every day, whether due to desertion, murder, or friendly fire." Scully again bangs his hand on the table, flaring up with rage, sharply replies that this is the capital, not the front line, points to the document, and says that the record of Heisen's meeting is the only completely empty one, and asks if Heisen thinks he can be silenced so easily. He responded with a charming smile, agreed with the remark, and simply explained the empty report. Two young ladies, assistants of Neotai, were sound asleep throughout the meeting. He adds that he even called them in vain, and behind his back the same assistants can be seen, slumped in chairs and deeply unconscious. His explanation of the comment was met with fury. Chief Secretary Scully slammed his fist on the table and demanded to know if Heisen really thought such an excuse would pass. He lunged forward, accusing Heisen of controlling the assistants through magic. He met the accusation with a confident, almost mocking smile, questioned the words of the chief secretary and demanded proof of magic. Then Heisen reminded Scully that besides the meeting records, it is the assistant who must record everything. Croaking with irritation, he clenched his fist tightly at his side and declared that he was outraged by the quality of Neotai's personal secretaries, accusing them of shifting blame onto others, relying only on indirect evidence. One of the assistants, the one with light hair, interjected. She said that if the meeting had been yesterday, they would have written the report from memory, but she was not there, and she told the truth they really were dozing during working hours, so they were lucky to avoid more serious problems. Heisen, holding a pen, leaned forward with a terrifyingly wide smile, and ominously said that since he remembered everything, they could just fill out the report right now. The document they reviewed stated that Senior A. Neotai praised Heisen's proposals and even stamped them with an approval seal. And the officer, reading this, realized with horror that Heisen had brazenly forged the events of the previous day. This blatant fabrication was too much even for Scully, he exploded, shouting that Neotai would never take on such real work. His outburst revealed that he knew well Neotai's lazy habits, and Heisen noticed this. Seeing that his opponent was confused, Heisen decided it was time for the final push, and as if casually, recalled that he had just consulted with some Rakezelu. He continued, explaining that the client was the owner of a bar accessible only to members. He said that she could not stand how a client of one of the personal secretaries constantly forced her into creepy, special games. And when Scully began to sweat and tremble, Heisen Cully stated that for a civilian officer, it is a routine procedure to check the biographies of those involved, denying any attempt at blackmail. The realization hit the boy Mott with full force, evoking a vivid, humiliating memory. He saw himself in children's clothes with a pacifier in his mouth, as the bar owner called him Babchan. Her words that he was a naughty boy, and his pathetic denials echoed in his head, leaving him completely exposed. He leaned back on the bed, embarrassed and stammering in his denials, insisting that they really don't engage in such things, and lamenting that forcing someone to do this in an unprofessional place is wrong, even if they pay, and with a child's cry exclaims, "Babchan wet himself." Panic grows inside him. He suddenly jumps up, points an accusing finger at the woman next to him, and shouts that Babchan is also a baby, insists that although their private members-only bar has baby items, it's not what she thinks, and he is most outraged by the absence of diapers, which he calls a basic necessity. Returning to the present a bit dazed, he calmly informed the man that he had already questioned people, checked the facts, and inspected the places, confirming he has many victims and witnesses, and this story is true. The color drained from Scully's face when the terrible realization dawned on him. They heard his performance. He trembles but tries to compose himself, mumbling hesitantly that it is not illegal. His voice becomes resolute. It is a matter of personal freedom, and he will not succumb to threats. Despite his words, his hands tremble uncontrollably. He thinks to himself that it will all end if he shows fear. People like them will just keep pressing. Heisen's face remains calm. "Exactly," he agrees then, as if twisting a knife in the wound, asks what Scully's daughter would think if she found out that her beloved father plays the role of a baby. Prove his point, Heisen names his personal details. Scully Venis, 39 years old, resident of Canal County, says he is in the process of divorce but gets along well with his daughters 16 and 13 years old. And when Scully gasps, a memory suddenly emerges where Rogalio San's older daughter joyfully congratulates him on his upcoming marriage. The violation drives Scully mad. He lunges across the table and loudly demands to know what game Heisen is playing, but Heisen calmly waves it off, saying he is just checking the facts, and Mott's reaction is a bit too harsh. As Scully suppresses a sound of pure horror, Heisen's expression becomes cold and sharp. He leans forward, his gaze threatening, and says something about that head of yours. He rises from the chair, taps the sword hilt, admits that reckless Mott has broken no laws, and throws a final, cold warning. Society is colder than winter rain for those who are different and for their relatives. He stands indifferently while Mott Scully's chief secretary crawls, begging him to stop and swearing to do anything. Hazen calmly asks if he made a mistake in fact-checking. The humiliated man is torn apart by pity. He realizes that for the sake of a future connection with his daughter, he has no choice but to endure this humiliation, and wonders how much longer this blackmail will last. Noticing his complete victory, Hazen with a creepy smile intensifies the pressure. He again raises the topic of the meeting protocols, addressing the man first as Chief Secretary Mott Scully, and then sharply asks if he should call him Babchan. The threat pushes Mott Scully to the table, and he, sobbing, signs the documents. Hazen asks if the matter is resolved, and the Chief Secretary silently clings to the hope that this is a bluff, and that the Nyatai seal might not have been on the original, but Hazen calmly shatters this hope. If the seal was not there, then Mott Scully himself would become a forger, and suddenly a terrible realization dawns on him. He is dealing with a real devil. Mott Scully, stunned by this revelation, barely stayed on his feet when there was a knock at the door. Young Yen Lin entered, looking for a mid-level official Hazen, and Hazen cheerfully greeted her and friendly called Mott Babchan, which stunned the chief secretary. He gestures to the two, introduces Yen as his personal secretary, and announces to Cully that he intends to hire Mott Scully as the second, orders them to greet each other and Yen, and the chief secretary freeze, stunned and speechless. Having recovered a little, Mott Scully objects, stating that he is the private secretary of Neotai. Hazen calmly points out the flaw in his logic. Neotai disappeared, and as a private secretary under contract, Mott Scully still loses his position. The chief secretary tries to bluff, sweats, and assures that he has other connections and will never work for the one who got him into this trouble. And Hazen remains strangely friendly, saying that perhaps it was destined, and he will find a new job for Mott Scully to save him from unemployment. To further strengthen his control, Hazen abruptly changes the subject, turns to Yan, and asks her what she thinks about adults wearing diapers. This leaves her completely embarrassed. She tries to answer logically, thinking that older people might need them for practical reasons. Hazen leans closer and clarifies that he is not talking about necessity, but about wearing them due to sexual preferences. He stands indifferently, and Mott Scully protests, his voice breaking with outrage. The chief secretary insists that his personal freedom should be respected and wonders why Hazen publicly raises such disgusting matters. Next to them, Yen Lin recoils with disgust. Her face turns pale, and she says that this topic is extremely repulsive. Unmoved by the outburst of emotions, he calmly explained the possible consequences. It would be unfortunate, he thought, if rumors about such preferences reached future employers or relatives. With a quiet smile, he wished the sweaty chief secretary success in future affairs, and a hidden threat hung heavily in the air. Instantly realizing the whole point, Mott Scully in panic discards any semblance of dignity and rushes to Hazen, pleading to be allowed to work under his leadership. His despair reaches its peak. He falls into a full, submissive bow, his forehead almost touching the floor, begging Hazen to accept this. Looking down at this pitiful spectacle, a self-satisfied smile appeared on his lips, and he announced that such passion had convinced him he would fulfill the man's request. From the floor, Mott Scully sees only an even more silent rage. Having made the decision, Yin Lin steps forward and extends the papers, ordering Mott Scully to carefully read and sign the magical agreement on secrecy and employment. The defeated man silently complies. When the contract was signed, Hazen sighed with relief and said that he could finally speak freely. These words confused Mott Scully, who silently wondered if the lieutenant had ever restrained himself at all. He turns to his new secretary with a sinisterly impatient expression and loudly declares that he places great hopes on his perverse nature. Such frankness shocks Mott Scully. He froze and broke out in sweat. The chief secretary sobbed and, barely restraining his indignation, demanded to know if he was hired because of his skills, but Hazen calmly waved it off. Mott's skills are slightly below average but still acceptable. He explained that he handles most tasks, but has a large gap in knowledge about the field of sexual services, the area he consciously avoided. He continued, now that it is known that prey exists in that world, an expert is needed to cast the net. He ordered Mott Scully to use his strange inclinations, to go drinking, make acquaintances, and gather information. And as they say, rice cakes should be left to the one who bakes them, and surrendering, Mott Scully only quietly whispered, yes. Sorry, I cannot rewrite or detail scenes that sexualize the role of an infant or describe sexual arousal from such role-playing. I can instead rewrite the line focusing on the shocking discovery and discussed towards Scully without sexual details. Would you like that version? Mott Scully sadly asks himself if he will be useful to anyone at all, shamefully admitting that his particular perversion is not that deep, and weighs all the pros and cons in his mind. The conditions are much better than with Nyatai. The magical contract does not allow quitting easily, but he still hesitates. Ignoring the internal conflict of his new subordinates, Heisen instead asks if this state is deep. Mott Scully, embarrassed, asks for clarification on what is usually called childishness. Heisen simply confirms, yes, that very term. He further explains that true childishness awakens instincts a person wants to care, and he regretfully admits his superficiality. Even outside role-playing, he has to give verbal instructions, which seems foolish to him, and when he speaks, his strict uniform seems to dissolve. The transformation complete, Mott Scully appears reborn, dressed only in a bib and diaper, with a pacifier in his mouth. With new determination, he assumes a pose and loudly vows to dedicate his childishness to becoming useful for the mission. A dark, triumphant smile spreads across Heisen's face as he clenches his fist. He always knew it, his judgment was not mistaken, and nearby Yin Lin is not impressed at all. They announce something strange. Chief Secretary Matt Scully-Venny's joined the case and appears in an absurd, barely concealed outfit with a pacifier in his mouth. In the office of the mid-level official Yin Lin, she receives the news with despair, considers that man pathetic, and begs Hazen not to drag her into this. Hazen, sitting at the table, calmly says that, as appropriate, she also knows how to act. She shakes her head. Usually infiltrating nightly circles is General Gazar's job. She admits that Mott Scully is talented, but feels that Hazen wants to entrust him with something completely different. He nods to confirm her suspicion and simply lays out his plan. Mott Scully's extreme habits, he says, can be turned into a weapon nobles fear scandal but secretly indulge in strange pleasures, which makes them very vulnerable. By leading Mott, he will gain experience for any special games, while Yen Lin grimaces with disgust and dreams of a more conventional partner. Switching to another topic, Yen Lin asks when his proposal to help the people will finally pass. He informs her that although the proposal will be forwarded, it is most likely to be rejected. Shocked, she asks if this means the town's residents will be left to fend for themselves. He reveals his cards. He wants her to act personally. The proposal's failure should become proof of the leadership's negligence, which he intends to exploit, and Yun Lin counters that she has neither money nor supplies for such a step. In response, he simply extends a trembling sheet of paper and asks if this will suffice for now. Her eyes widen in surprise. The document details how he used his personal property, issued promissory notes, and this should ensure the arrival of money, food, and water in the coming days. Looking at him, she says he is truly unusual, and asks with surprise why he works so hard for the people of that doctrinal territory to which he was only recently assigned. He thinks simply, and his voice sounds against the backdrop of dry, fortified land. The region needs help, and he simply helps those who struggle and suffer. Yet he gloomily admits the chance of recovery is less than half. He announced that the bet is placed. He has staked all his wealth on the wisdom and efforts of allies, and on the people's will to survive. With a confident smile, he admitted that now he is truly penniless and has handed the final result into their hands. Having received her own instructions, Yin Lin shone with determination. Her fists clenched with excitement as she accepted the task with a loud "Yes, sir." Finally, he added, "Don't forget to save the entertainment expenses for the Chief Secretary Matt Scully, and to leave his food budget completely untouched." Yen Lin froze for a moment, shocked that such things had priority. Inspired by the new goal, she said she couldn't sit idly and had to get to work immediately. Calling her master one last time, she hurried away, and Hazen watched her with a neutral expression. She stopped and sincerely thanked him, promising to do her best, and Hazen just waved his hand, saying he didn't understand her gratitude and nudged her to go. Yen Lin decisively rushed down the corridor, past the vigilant Rifa and the busy Gilman Divanov with a large stack of documents, and while running, whispered her determination to herself. The sight prompted Rifa to approach Hazen, who was now sitting at his desk. She asked if he was placing too heavy a burden on Yan both physically and mentally. He calmly replied that for Yin this mission was not just a job, and explained that trying to stop her was pointless. She would be left with deep regrets if she didn't force herself to reach the limit. Rifa touched on the most painful point. Her voice painted a grim picture of the future. Yin stands alone among the bodies of the dead. She pointed to the bitter truth. The girl would not be able to save everyone. She would have to witness many deaths, and asked if she could really endure it. She finished her thought, holding her gaze on the city lights. Rifa acknowledged that Yen was still a very sensitive child, but she insisted that Yen was not so weak as to look away from the truth. People die everywhere, whether she sees it or not. She pressed further, questioning whether he was really preparing Yen Lin as a successor, and Hazen categorically denied it, saying he had no freedom to do so. Her face became serious. She reached across the table and grabbed his gloved hand. Her gaze was piercing as she said for him to remember this moment. He met her gaze, his face remaining impassive. She did not release her grip, leaning over the table, and the knife lying between them emphasized the weight of her words. Finally, he answered, his voice calm and confident. He explained that he was not going to make the girl his replacement and was fully confident that she would handle the mission, as he trusted his decision. When she heard his confidence, she seemed to soften and sighed. Changing the subject, she said that a letter had arrived from someone named Nando. He took the letter, surprised that it had come so quickly as... When Hazen read it, he understood. The supplies from the merchant Nandu were 3 times larger than he had hoped enough for a whole month. In a brief scene, Nandu waved off a subordinate's warning about bankruptcy and said he was not seeking profit, but simply wanted to support someone he believed in. Shifting his gaze to Rifa, he returned the letter to her, declared it his response, and assigned her a new role to be Lin's support and guardian. A broad, satisfied smile blossomed on her face, and she accepted, noting his incredible generosity. His face hardened. He clenched his glove with a sharp crack. He said he would refuse food himself and give the savings to the cause, but strictly ordered. If he and Lin tried to follow his example, Rafa must force her to eat, even by force. She brushed off his impulse to sacrifice himself and insisted that he eat too, explaining that with such terrible hunger, one person's portion would change nothing. He looked at his hand, a thin, understanding smile playing on his lips. He explained, his goal was quite different. Self-denial was like a ritual, a preliminary magical step to strengthen the power of desire. She calmly tells Rifa that she can eat too, and Rifa protests by slapping her palms on the table. She insists she is not a glutton at all and grumbles that she is starting to behave just like him. 2 days later, this peaceful moment is interrupted by the embarrassed clerk Gilman Vanoahi. Out of breath, rushes to Hazen with a report that complaints have arisen about the large-scale charity work that Yen is conducting for the people. He grabs the document and asks reproachfully what the matter is helping people something bad. Gilman says that the financial department sees this as undermining their authority, and Hazen thinks it over and replies that the donation was personal and not illegal, so he does not understand why there is such a fuss. His face turned to stone when he realized the consequences. Yan's donation probably creates trouble for the accounting department. Deciding to deal with it immediately, he ordered Gilman to take him to them, and the nervous officer instantly straightened up and agreed when they... Walking down a long, majestic corridor, Gilman hesitantly calls to him. Hazen slightly turns his head and asks what is on his mind. The young officer looks at him sincerely and says that Hazen is right, but adds a grim warning. Being right does not always win. His warning hangs in the air as they stand before the grand, lavishly decorated entrance to the financial department, and Gilman finishes the thought with oppressive seriousness, adding that righteousness is especially unlikely to prevail in this place. He steps forward confidently, gently calming the troubled officer. Hazen advises him, if you truly believe you are right, then stand firm and confident. His confidence immediately met fierce resistance. A stout, red-faced official named Gumino rushed at him, grabbed his tie in despair, roared that helping people is exclusively the financial department's business, and warned that by bypassing him, Hazen is creating serious problems. His anger only grows. Poking a finger at Hazen, he dismisses this charity as hopeless showmanship typical of youth, and fiercely demands that Hazen consider the department's position. He calmly stated his position, acknowledging the desire to avoid unnecessary expenses, but insisting that saving people is a necessity. Looking at the state of the city, he added that it is hard to believe the financial department is functioning properly at all. The officer, stunned, asked if he really meant that, and Hazen unhesitatingly confirmed that that is exactly what he meant. The vein on Gumino's temple pulsed, and he hoarsely demanded to know if Hazen was directly accusing the financial department. While the financial officer continued to stammer in disbelief, Hazen's face suddenly changed. A bright smile blossomed on it, and he said it was good that his point of view was understood so clearly. He kept a gentle smile and stood completely still, while the official looked back utterly confused and speechless. The officer trembled, his composure shattered, and he tried to take control, recalling the higher authority and warning Hazen that the deputy finance minister Ganasat himself was against it. His voice rose as he demanded to know if the young lieutenant realized the seriousness of his words. At the Ministry of Finance, Lieutenant Heisenheim requested a direct meeting with the deputy minister, but the mid-level employee Gumino laughed, called him a fool, pointed to the hierarchy chart, and explained that the deputy is a person of great status, unreachable for a mere lieutenant. Heisenheim calmly replied that an appointment can be arranged regardless of rank, and Gumino waved off the law and said they have their own rules and customs. The officer proudly puffs out his chest and insists that the deputy minister is too busy. He seems to offer to pass a message from Hazen, but in reality, he is just stalling the matter. Unmoved by the refusal, Hazen returns to his assistant, Secretary Gilman, and calmly says he will simply request a meeting through the senior administrator Moldad, while Gumino watches this, muttering to himself about the strange desperation of the young man. Gumino sighs with relief and, waving his hand, calls Hazen a subordinate of Nyatai, who recently disappeared, and mocks the idea that Moldad would help a stranger's subordinate. Hazen's gaze sharpens. He replies coldly that it is not Gumino's business, then sharply adds, "Or maybe it is not." He presses, leaning forward slightly, and directly asks Gumino if it is really so inconvenient for him if he talks to the deputy minister. Is that really what worries him? The direct accusation hits a nerve Gumino's face, distorts in silent, twitching panic. When the financier froze, Gilman Manhwa flinched at the boss's sharpness and hurriedly, embarrassedly apologized for his question. Pulling himself together, Gumino boils inside, mentally cursing Hazen as a cheeky kid who is arrogant only because he came from the front line. He repeats to himself that the newcomer is not connected to anyone and will never get an appointment with Moldad. Just at that moment, Gilman rushes back to Hazen with paper in hand and excitedly announces that the request for an audience with the senior administrator has been approved, adding that Hazen is an admin whom the fact-checking system did not even notice, so they can go. He walked purposefully, weighing options in his soul, understanding that he had no leverage for threats and did not want to use force in front of Gilman, but decided, if necessary, there would be no other way. Entering the office, he politely thanked the senior administrator, Moldad, for agreeing to the sudden meeting. The administrator, comfortably settled, replied that he had nothing against it, although he admitted that he was surprised that Hazen requested an audience with the deputy minister. Next to Hazen, Gilman Manhwa handed over the document. Hazen explained that it seemed the deputy minister expressed complaints about his personal charitable donations, and Moldad emphasized that if Hazen even missed the usual greetings, the matter must be serious, so he asked to tell all the details. The administrator took the document, confirming that it bore the seal of the financial department, and Hazen added that this was not a matter to raise such a fuss about, and that was why he wanted to personally explain any discrepancy to the minister. Flipping through the papers, Moldad noticed Hazen's passion and compared him to someone pouring one cup of water into an endless desert. Then he asked why. If he was being criticized, Hazen did not stop making donations. To his question, Hazen sharply cut off, saying that any result is more important than wasting time on customary greetings in a luxurious castle, and Moldad quietly smiled, acknowledging that Hazen's words were sharp. Leaning forward with that knowing smile, the administrator changed his tone and warned. Although Hazen can insist on his point for now, to carry out his proposal will require cooperation from the financial department, and this path, he added, has a high likelihood of ruining everything. Hazen's face tightened in challenge. He resolutely stated that he had no intention of confronting the department, but would not back down merely out of fear of conflict, and Moldad's calm was slightly shaken by the young officer's unwavering determination. With a deep sigh, Moldad leaned back in his chair. The wood creaked under the movement, and he smiled, admitting that he was weak before such displays of determination, agreed to help, but warned that the preparations he could manage would last only about 5 minutes, so Hazen should not expect too much. The administrator stood up and explained his role. He saw himself as a buffer between the stubborn upper management and the capable, motivated newcomer, the ideal place for someone who considered himself a mediocre middle manager. Then he turned to Hazen and asked if such an arrangement suited him. He stood next to his senior administrator, Moldad, and lightly brushed off his compliments, saying they were better addressed to someone like Neotea. Hazen admitted that he was even surprised that an official of Moldad's level was present here at all. After a brief exchange of words, Moldad waved his hand for them to move on, as they walked down the corridor, Moldad dropped a rumor he had heard. Neotea is gone, and without him everything goes much smoother. He even admitted that he himself felt the same, which clearly caught Hazen by surprise, and Hazen, seizing the moment, asked if the Deputy Minister of Finance, Gainsud, would really object over a simple donation. The administrator paused and explained that it was not about the act itself, but about the person's position. He added that in their society no one had ever donated their wealth to save people, even when it was obviously the right thing to do. He continued, pointing out that Hazen, a young outsider and just a newcomer, had done exactly that. Moldad warned that sooner or later influential people would be found who would perceive this unprecedented generosity as a personal blow to themselves. Turning around, Moldad asked if this cynical reality disappointed him, and Hazen firmly replied no, he looked at Moldad as his senior. The administrator laughed and asked why bother admiring someone who admits his own insignificance, and Hazen, with a tense expression, replied that he respected Moldad precisely because he was ready to admit his weakness. Now walking through the open colonnade, Moldad smiled and noted that Hazen strangely clung to him. He promised to try to be worthy of such praise, but advised the young man not to overdo it. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by a loud bang from below as they stood on the balcony with Gilman Vanoa. Hazen looked down and saw a fiercely angry man in the room, pounding his hand on the window. A confident smile played on Hazen's lips as he watched what was happening. Meanwhile, inside, Vice Minister Gainsed was sweating all over, his face twisted with boiling anger. In the office, Genesud slammed his fist on the table and roared Hazen's name, and the stern, high-ranking official sitting before him calmly addressed the deputy minister, then turned his gaze to the balcony and asked who was accompanying Moldad. The stern official recognized the young man before him, and exclaiming, "Ah, Hazen, Hayes, you are the newcomer who spent his own wealth to help the people," waved toward another financial officer, Gumino, to join, but Gumino was already irritated. He sharply turned to Hayasen and began demanding why he was here. He calmly asks if he accidentally offended someone, explaining that it was his personal donation and not the business of the financial officer. But Gumino sharply replies that it is, but that very morning he received a document from Hazen. The deputy minister jumped into the conversation and explained that the document stated, Deputy Minister of Finance Ganasud had objections regarding the donation. He asks Gumano to explain, but the financier begins to sweat and nervously whistle, saying he is hearing about this for the first time. His objection is instantly refuted. Administrator Moldad pulls out a document with the official seal of the financial department. The deputy minister takes the paper, narrows his eyes, recognizes his signature, and angrily demands an explanation of what it means. Cornered by the evidence, Gumino explodes, shouting that it must be a forgery or that someone else ordered it. Gilman Vanoa instantly breaks this accusation, pointing out that that very morning Gumano personally handed him that document, which further inflames Gumano. He shouts, demands silence, and repeatedly denies any knowledge, while Administrator Moldad calmly notes that the documents apparently still belong to him. The deputy minister examines the document and waves it off, saying, again the same poor work by Gumino with a typical spelling mistake. Hazen adds that the forgery is skillfully done, so obviously other documents are also falsified. And Gumino suddenly realizes he is being framed for a serious crime right before two influential officials. When everything became clear, the deputy minister immediately orders a search of Gumino's office. Hazen and Gilman are to observe the search to prevent any treachery from either side, while Gumino nervously fusses in the middle of the room. He gives only 10 minutes for everything. If nothing is found during this time, the case will be closed. Hazen agrees that 10 minutes is enough, turns to the secretary and gives the order. Look for Gilman. The assistant immediately stands at attention, ready to start. Hazen immediately rushed to search, noisily knocking books and papers off the high shelf. Meanwhile, Gilman calmly sat at the table. The sweating financier Gumino looked on with distrust, not understanding why Hazen focused exactly on that spot. In fact, his supposedly random search was a calculated move. He ordered Gilman to check the table where Gumino's eyes first darted, while he himself went to rummage through the bookshelf that the financier conspicuously avoided. Hazen said that if he was not mistaken, they would find evidence not only of a forged document. The plan worked almost instantly. Near the office, Gumano was still complaining to the indifferent deputy minister that the management shamefully used their power to intimidate other departments. But his protests were cut off when Gilman appeared, triumphantly raising his fines half-written duplicate documents and a fake drawer bottom with counterfeit seals. While Gilman grabbed the evidence of forgery, Hazen continued rummaging inside. Gumino, now in full panic, shouted for him to stop. Hazen ignored the pleas and confirmed that the item in his hands also had a hidden compartment. He threw aside more documents without looking up. Senior Administrator Moldad, seeing the chaos, asked if the Internal Affairs Officer Hazen was still searching for something. And Gumino's despair only grew. He shouted that what Hazen was looking for had nothing to do with the case, confessed that he had forged it, and begged someone to stop the search. His persistence revealed an even darker secret. When Hazen pulled one document from the pile, Moldad's eyes widened. It was a contract for slave trading. The deputy minister's face turned to stone, and Hazen grimly noted that this document alone was sufficient evidence, and if they dug further, they would find more. The devastating exposure pushed Gumino into a desperate escape. The financial official tried to run out of the room, but Hazen, with astonishing speed, chased after him. The sharp click of heels preceded his dash, and he forcefully pressed the fugitive against the bookshelf, pinning him down, while Moldad confirmed that he had found it. When Gumino was pinned under his boot, Hazen decisively forced the man, who was panicking and denying his involvement, to be silent. The financial officer cried out that he was set up, and Senior Administrator Moldad, stunned, asked Hazen how he learned about the connection to slave trading, because he realized that the Internal Investigations Officer had been looking for this crime from the very beginning. When the corrupt Gumino was exposed, Deputy Minister 1, with crossed arms, demands to know how Hazenheim uncovered his involvement in slave trading, and Hazen explains. Gumino, naming the deputy, immediately gave himself away, a typical trait of a petty fraudster, while the broken Deputy Minister of Finance, Ganasad, on his knees mutters that he initially truly believed in the sincere disagreement of that deputy. He continues to reason. Why would Gumino pretend to be the deputy minister and try to stop the donation if the dissatisfaction was genuine? Hazen emphasizes that the deputy himself showed no dissatisfaction at all. When Hazen finished, Senior Administrator Moldad coldly explained the harsh nature of profits from slave trading. The most effective way to make slaves is to drive people into complete despair through hunger and poverty, because simply keeping them in such a state already brings profit, and Gumino feared that Hazen's help would hit his earnings. The accused official, sweating profusely, delivers his distorted justification. He says that he once donated his own money to help people, but was criticized for it allegedly. He exposed the negligence of the financial department, so now they could not allow anyone to follow his example. The system itself opened the door to corruption for him. An ordinary mid-level administrator cannot even meet the Deputy Minister of Finance, so the victims could not verify whether the alleged refusal was genuine. Most likely the previous ones just gave up, and this only made Gumanov even more brazen. This time everything was different. Senior Administrator Moldad achieved an official appointment and caught everyone by surprise, and Gumano did not even have time to hide the evidence. He burst into the office in panic. Has FWFF. Hearing the whole story, Deputy Minister Odin looked sharply at Hazen, called him sharp-tongued and clever young man, and then threw a sharp question. Did he think that the deputy himself could be an accomplice? Even before Hazen could answer, Moldad interrupted the conversation. He reasoned that if the deputy minister really was an accomplice, Gumano would have named another name to avoid implicating an influential ally, and added that they themselves probably suspected something, that is why they agreed to such a sudden confrontation. Hazen added his view. He could not just accuse a subordinate from the same department without solid evidence, so he proceeded cautiously and did not rush. When the explanation ended, the deputy minister looked at Hazen and Gilmant and ironically remarked that watching someone oppose them is amusing, but being on the other side oneself is not so much. He told Hazen directly that he lacked charm, to which Hazen responded with a slight self-confident smile that he would take it as a compliment. He is. He insists that it is hard to believe that such a scoundrel as Gumino acted alone, and demands an immediate strike against all accomplices in the financial department. Gilman Vanova sharply stands at attention, confirms the order, and prepares to interrogate everyone on the list. The senior administrator clenched his fist and resolutely stated that it is the commander's duty to be responsible for the actions of subordinates, warned Hazen not to underestimate him, and then relaxed his posture, admitting that he had become more sluggish with age, but was glad to have seen something so interesting in the end. He smiles reassuringly and tells the administrator that resignation is not necessary. His only task, says Hazen, is to block the criminal's path. These words hit the heart. The administrator sharply turns and shouts that the suffering of people is also his responsibility, demanding to know if Hazen is telling him to miserably run away from this duty and what resignation would really change. He leans forward and pokes the administrator in the chest to emphasize his words. He explains that Moldad's goal is not to sit in the garden and drink tea, but to give all his power and position to save people. The administrator swallows hard, embarrassed by the young officer's pressure, agrees to think it over, and with growing horror realizes that they have called a truly terrifying monster among themselves. The next morning, Gilman Vanoa, shining with excitement, reports that the interrogations are going smoothly. They have already created a squad to investigate the Slave Traders Guild, and the arrest is imminent. Hazen listens and calmly orders, "Tell no one about this." The chief's order was met with distrust. Gilman loudly protests, insists that all corruption must be exposed, and asks if this means the case will be covered up. Hazen simply says that Administrator Moldod is a wonderful person who will make the best decision, and the embarrassed Gilman asks if Hazen wants that promotion so badly. He raises his eyes with vague confidence and says that the promotion will be wonderful after all. He has matters he wants to accomplish. The answer stunned Gilman, causing him to stagger and think deeply. He clenches his fists and questions his own motives. Is it for a living, to live honestly, or to eradicate all evil? He froze, stunned by Hazen's direct questions. Hazen pressed him, clenching his fist, asked what Gilman truly wants to achieve, and warned not to lose sight of his ultimate goal. A moment of inner reflection passed, and was instantly replaced by sudden, passionate determination. He declared that he would follow Administrator Hazen's decision, and promised to stand by him no matter what happened. Hayes, the intern, stepped away and headed down the corridor, leaving Gilman behind. The young man's sudden attachment seemed strange to him, but in the end he decided not to interfere, saying let Gilman do as he pleases, although he did not advise some. Soon under the relentless sun of the endless desert, he stood in a light cloak with a hood. Yin Lin in the same attire rushed to him and called out, "Master." He turned around a lantern hung from his belt and asked how she was doing. She looked depressed as she told him. They did everything they could, gathered as much water and food as possible, but with pain in her voice said that there are still many people they failed to save. Hazen replied with calm pragmatism. Nothing can be done, they are not gods, and Yin Lin agreed, pointed to the cave entrance and asked him please to lead the way. When she led him inside, they were met by a group of exhausted people. One man rushed forward, calling her Yinsama, and announced her return. He said everyone was worried, and Yin Lin assured him that although their supplies would last only about 3 months, in a few days they should receive more from a man named Nandal. When she appeared, the crowd instantly sighed with relief. People gathered around, called her by name, and thanked God for her safe return. The girl looked a little stunned by such respectful attention. Observing what was happening, Hazen with a slight smile noted that she had truly tamed the locals. A bit embarrassed by his words, Yen Lin explained her strategy. She learned the local legend of Saint Mimi and used it to instill faith in herself among the people. She explained her reasoning in detail. Her face became Siriaush knew that otherwise no one would listen to the child. Things were bad. People even tried to attack them for food, so pretending to be a saint became a necessity to survive and keep everything under control. She remembered how everything finally quieted down. But as soon as rumors spread about the incredible power of Riifa, who tamed the desperate attack, everything changed. The new calm made the survivors treat Yen Lin with such reverence that it almost turned into worship. 2 of them approached her cautiously, trembling as they called her name, and another collapsed to the ground in gratitude. She tried to deflect the praise and glanced at Hazen for support, but the peasant interrupted her, thanking for the strength that allowed him to move again. Yin Lin tried to explain that the food and water were actually from Hazen, but he quietly advised her to just agree for now. But his appearance did not go unnoticed. One of the peasants pointed at him, and his voice trembling with anxiety whispered, "Yin-sama, this man in imperial uniform." Recognition instantly raised a wave of fear and hostility. The peasant accused Hazen of intending to seize Yen Lin for helping them, and then everyone else. Hazen simply told the man not to worry, but his calm barely quelled the growing panic. With a charismatic smile, he addressed the crowd and declared that although he was an officer of the Empire, he was so moved by the ideals of Yin-sama that he decided to go with her and proclaimed himself her first servant and their senior in faith, which left Yin Lin speechless, while the peasants burst into applause, seeing in this proof of her divine grace. Later, in the dimly lit tent, Hazen sat next to Yen Lin and the group leader. The leader admitted that although they had escaped immediate danger, they had nothing and could not survive further with such meager supplies of food and water. Hazen spread the map before them, agreed, and said he had a proposal. He looked straight at the surprised chief and suggested, "Will you help me create an oasis?" The chief shook his head distrustfully and asked if people could even create an oasis. Hazen reassured him he wouldn't have to start from scratch. As a mage, he would use magic to create the foundation, a reservoir fed by an underground aquifer through a water lift pump. And from the chief, he only needed care and management of the place. His plan gave more than just water, it gave freedom. The peasants, overhearing this proposal, erupted with joy. No longer would they have to bow to imperial scoundrels for a crumb of water. Moved by their hope and determination, the leader took on this enormous task with tears in his eyes. Inspired by the promise of a new future, the desert dwellers burst into joyful cries, promised to repay Yin Lin for her kindness, and decided to call their relatives from neighboring valleys to join the cause, while Yin Lin watched them with a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Noticing her expression, Hazen asks why she is so worried. She quietly admits that she feels as if she is deceiving them, using their priceless faith for her own sake. He tells her not to underestimate them, explaining that they have survived a great famine and are not fools. Their faith, he insists, is simply a way to survive now, and once their lives settle, all this will become just a childhood story. And hearing this, Yin-Lin smiled with understanding. The plan was already underway. Hazen tells Yin-Lin that while they return to the capital, there is a person he wants to meet there, and she nods in agreement, ready to follow him when they. As soon as they set off, he suddenly stumbles. His body lunges forward, and Yin-Lin cries out in alarm, calling for the master. He grabs the canyon wall, pressing against the rock, and assures her that he is fine. Yin-Lin rushes to his side, her face covered with worry, and asks if he is really okay. She does not believe him. She remembers that he previously refused water, but when she puts the facts together, she realizes. Probably he is abstaining from food and drink for the rescue operation. Hazen admits that he has not eaten or drunk anything for several days, but says he can endure another 10. He explains that this is a priceless opportunity. He wants to use this state of deprivation to test how long his current body can maintain functionality and self-control. Yin-Lin doubts whether such extreme measures are really necessary, and Hazen decisively says he explains. One must burn their limits in the very heart, otherwise you either shrink from fear or perish from reckless courage. Looking at his back as he walks away, Yin-Lin bluntly says, "You are a bastard." Sighing, she follows him and, resigned, says, "Let's go." She was afraid that if she said what she thought, she would only add more trouble to the master. Minutes later, she stands before the man in a formal military uniform and bows cheerfully, introducing herself as Yin, the personal secretary of the mid-level administrator Hazen. And the man, senior administrator Moldad, smiles, recognizing in her the very famous Saint Mimia, about whom he has heard so much. Hazen interrupted the conversation, and with a smile remarked that Moldad quickly picks up everything. Moldad in response praised him and said that although he himself is not so fast, his subordinates are very skilled. He placed his hand on Yin-Lin's shoulder and formally asked Moldad to take care of her, explaining that although she looks young and behaves immaturely, her abilities are impressive. While he was speaking, Yin-Lin whispered a warning to him that Moldad has two faces and he is not kind, although skilled at work, and Hazen gently took her by the wrist to calm her, and she let out a quiet moan. In response to Hazen's formal introduction, Moldad burst out laughing and agreed that if she does her job well, that is all that matters. Hazen disdainfully patted Yin-Lin on the head. Hazen cleared his throat, apologized for this prank, and suggested moving on to the main topic. Moldad smiled and sincerely remarked that he was impressed she really knows how to argue with Hazen. He admitted that their relationship is only between student and mentor. As soon as they started, Yin-Lin realized they were talking about that proposal from a day or two ago, and recalled how Hazen confidently said that it would not be approved because it was submitted deliberately to expose the negligence of the higher management. Her suspicions were confirmed when Moldad reported that some strange fuss had happened with the documents. They should have already reached the acting consul Wajana, but apparently disappeared, and Hazen took them back, impressed that Moldad traced the proposal all the way to the highest level. Continuing the explanation, Moldad describes the acting consul as a person who makes decisions quickly, prepares thoroughly, and is very competent, but warns that their views do not always coincide. He concludes that Wajana is a person who puts the interest of the nation above all. Hearing this, Hazen asks in shock why, if such a person is at the top, everything is still so bad, and Moldad only laughs nervously in response. He directly expresses his request to the senior administrator Moldad, asking him once again to arrange a meeting with the acting consul Wigger. The administrator agrees, but warns this is the first and last time he will help like this. He advises Hazen to act according to his own convictions, not to seek favor, and orders him to return the next day. A sharp smile appeared on his face as he willingly accepted the terms. He thanked Moldad, saying that the administrator's readiness to step forward clarifies his path and that they will face this challenge together. Moldad, a little embarrassed, warned him not to overdo it. The next day, Moldad accompanies him to the meeting. Standing before the host, the senior administrator solemnly introduces himself and thanks him for the hospitality during the recent exchange meeting. Sitting down at the large table, temporary consul Vigorinal warmly welcomes Moldoda, glad that he liked the gathering, then shifts his gaze to Hazen and recognizes him as the author of that proposal. The temporary consul expressed his assessment and praised the proposal for being both sensible and devoted to the Pipletwo qualities he sincerely admires. Hazen thanked him for these warm words. Although he praises, he immediately adds a serious warning. Tapping his fingers on the table, he explains that due to the large scale of the project and financial pressure, he must consult with the management. And the answer will be at least in half a year. Hazen instantly erupts in protest and shouts that waiting that long is out of the question. Unmoved by the flash of anger, the console simply raises its eyes, and with a quiet, knowing smile says that the delay is perfectly normal. His mysterious answer did not confuse Hayes. Instead, he resolutely asked what the acting console meant. Turning his back to them, Wydranal delivered his final verdict. The proposal was rejected, and with a condescending smile added that Hyzen was too young to understand why. He stood emotionless while the temporary consul Vigornal looked at him with an ironic smile. The consul admitted that Hyzen had indeed caused a mess, but confidently promised he would handle it. Then the consul condescendingly took up the history lesson, saying that Hyzen was a novice and probably did not know that the Empire initially seized this almost uninhabited land to make it a supply base for Lyle's front lines. He continued, telling how people and goods moved through these lands and locals began trading among themselves. The Empire allowed them to settle on the condition that they would pay taxes, but Wydranal added with contempt, they dared to rebel. Vigornal summed up his story. After suppressing the uprising, the Emperor generously allowed the people to stay because they said they would not survive in the desert. The consul said he himself was moved by such generosity, as suddenly the lecture turned directly to Hyzen. Vigornal advised the young man to look broader and get rid of the naive sense of justice, explaining that people are kept alive but not allowed to flourish. And at that moment, Hyzen realized heavy taxes were deliberately introduced so that the locals would never gain power. Patting him indulgently on the shoulder, Vigornal presented everything as a good lesson and encouraged Hyzen not to despair, but to continue bringing new proposals. As they were leaving, the senior administrator Moldat remarked aloud that the acting consul Vigornal was undoubtedly a smart person, but fell silent, unable to find words to describe the fundamental flaw he sensed in him. Suddenly Hyzen was struck. He completed Moldat's thought in his mind. His view turned out to be narrow. At that moment, Vigornal's eye instantly exploded with rage, his fist clenched as if he felt that silent condemnation. A sharp judgment hung in the air. His view is narrow. The verdict struck deafeningly. The temporary consul Vikarnalgana froze in complete surprise. Nearby, the senior administrator Moldad shuddered and insistently demanded an explanation of what the Minister of Internal Affairs Hazingheim meant by this sudden outburst. Vikarnal's eye twitched with irritation, and he, as if not believing his ears, asked, "Exactly whom does Hyzen call narrow-minded?" Hyzen, anxiously calm, replied, "Of course the temporary consul himself." Without hesitation, he continued the criticism and called Vikarnal's tax adjustments terrible, explaining that the consul's policy only to punish and give nothing in return is senseless and does not allow squeezing the maximum possible revenues from the people. He said that this approach deliberately weakens the people to make them easier to control, but everything backfired. The region's taxes kept falling relentlessly, and now even such a rare thing as river water came under the control of the Empire, which is strangling the life of this land and its inhabitants. He dismissed it as the opinion of a petty bureaucrat who is content only to fulfill duties. Vikarnal angrily responded, pointing forward. He insisted that the city's role is not to prosper, but to be a stable and safe transit point for the front line. When anger turned into skeptical interest, Vikarnal took Hyzen's proposal and asked if it would really bring more taxes. Hyzen drew a plan on the map to make the winding supply routes straight to reduce costs. And for this, he said, people are needed in the desert, because roads appear where settlements live. He mockingly rejected this idea and called it a delusion. Raising a finger, Vikarnal decisively stated that people cannot live in the desert, reminding Hazen how many years have passed since the last rain. His confident dismissal was shattered by a simple phrase that could turn the world upside down. Vikarnal froze in disbelief, and Hyzen calmly said, "Then we will simply make it rain." He imagines the result. If people can live in the desert, transportation and trade will flourish. There will be no need to pay tariffs for detours through other countries, and Hazen concludes that the current authorities deliberately killed the potential of the people and stole their chance for development. His bold statement was met with fury. The face of the acting consul Vikarnal Ganak contorted with anger, and he accused the young officer of choosing a safe, cowardly, and insidious path, avoiding trials to not suffer defeat. Standing nearby, senior administrator Moldad shuddered and muttered under his breath that he did not want the confrontation to go this far. He calmly reminded the temporary consul of his position. He was sent with praise from the colonel of the fortress North Galma, and he could not be simply dismissed without a good reason, then sharply asked if Ghana really intended to expel him just because he got angry upon hearing the truth. Gana's calm shattered, he trembled with rage, veins bulging on his clenched fist, and suddenly changed his mind, telling Hazen to do whatever he wanted with his proposals. But the acting consul instantly changed his mind, roared that he would approve none of them, declared that his subordinates were his dogs, and that Hazen would be kept on a leash and left to rot. To the outburst of anger, he responded with a confident smile and threw out a stunning prophecy. "In 2 months," he said, "Gana will bow his head and apologize." He showed 2 fingers, emphasizing the time frame, while the acting consul looked at this with disbelief. He contemptuously added that he doubted such a narrow-minded person would ever understand that final tact that drove Gana to the edge. The mockery was the last straw. Gana exploded, shouting for Moldad to take Hazen away and declaring that he never wanted to see him again. In anger, he threw a heavy object from the table, which shattered on the floor, while Moldad hurriedly grabbed Hazen and led him out. When he was released, he returned to the bewildered administrator with a grin from ear to ear and thanked him for the opportunity to speak so freely. In response, Moldad collapsed over the table, hiding his head in his hands, completely broken by this ordeal. Moldad grabbed his head in despair and admitted to himself. Although he had doubts about the temporary governor's methods, Hazen's actions had just made his role as a mediator completely pointless. Hunched over the table in defeat, he sat while the senior administrator listened as Hazenheim loomed over him and mockingly asked if his plan to tame the rebellious newcomer had failed. He raises his eyes, a pain pulses vainly in his temple, angrily and irritably calling Hazen a little rascal. Hazen simply smiles in response confidently and knowingly. The administrator leaned back in his chair and, shaking his head, admits that he did not think anything could surpass Hazen's last trick, but this easily outdid it. He acknowledges that Hazen made him an accomplice and left no other choice but to accept his proposal. Hazen, now wearing glasses, enthusiastically praises the administrator. He says that he is extraordinarily capable and deserves respect, but admits that his methods are rather harsh. The administrator, still with a sulky face, propping his cheek with his hand, asks if Hazen really intends to gain trust that way, and Hazen calmly replies that it is enough to work together when goals coincide, and reassures him. "Don't worry, I don't fight battles I can't win." Later that night, blindfolded and quite drunk, Chief Secretary Mott Scully stumbles through the streets with a bottle in hand, loudly, stumbling over words, praising Minister Hazen. From the door, Gilman Vanoa, another officer on duty, watches anxiously. The drunken steps lead him into a long, dark corridor. He freezes, feeling that something is wrong in this oppressive silence. Elsewhere, Hazen does not leave the table and writes furiously as soon as he puts down the pen. A drop of ink rolls off a finger wrapped in a glove, and behind him quietly approaches Yin Lin and calls her master. He turns around, his face shockingly emaciated, eyes sunken and bloodshot. He asks what happened, but his appearance terribly frightens Yin, and she calls him by name again, horrified that he could even ask such a thing. She tearfully says that he has not eaten anything for almost 10 days and begs him to at least drink water, because she is terrified that he will die. Rifa peeks in from the doorway, her face also full of anxiety, and Hazen barely waves his hand, trying to brush off their worry. In the dimly lit room, Chief Secretary Met Scully, disheveled and with a slipped blindfold, sincerely apologizes to Hazenheim, explaining that night establishments live on trust and require constant expenses. But Hazen, with a cold expression, interrupts him and asks for a report on the progress of affairs. Placing his hand on Mott Scully's shoulder, he acknowledged his opinion and quietly warned. For now, Mott can act, but if after some time or later he does not show results, he will have to answer. When Hazen turns and walks away, Mott Scully reports that receipts for external expenses lie on the table and wishes him all the best. But inside, the chief secretary trembles with fear. Under the full moon, the scene shifts to an endless desert. Hazen and Yen Lin, wrapped in cloaks, ride atop a giant beast over the dunes and from there look at a large camp of people around a bonfire. Hazen says that everyone has gathered according to plan and entrusts Yen Lin with the next step. She approaches the gathering on foot. The tribal chief comes out to meet her, and with gratitude in his voice, welcomes her arrival to their desolate land. Another resident only marvels at how the chief managed to gather so many of their people. The chief explained that they traveled on a magical creature known only as Rata, which is perfectly adapted to the desert. Yen Lin noted that everyone is starving, but does not eat these animals. The chief solemnly and proudly stated that the Rata will only be killed when they themselves reach the end of their life, because these creatures are their life. He and his people fall prostrate on the sand before Yen Lin. The chief, on behalf of the tribe, gives everything they have to the one they call the Holy Lady. The gesture stunned her. She refused their offer. Yen Lin reminded the leader of the promise, but he, with pain on his face, insisted that he could not accept it. Her face became serious and direct. She tells the chief that she has one specific request that only he can fulfill with his deep knowledge of the desert. At the other end of the camp, several villagers noticed a huge white bony structure in the distance and wondered what it was. Nearby, Heisen, addressing unseen listeners, explained that he had ordered his servant to build several such structures across the desert, and the villagers looked anxiously at the strange sight, though one reassured. If a person is a servant of Yinsama, then they definitely have no evil intentions. Standing before the desert nomads, Yinlin passionately explains the purpose of the large man-made structure. It will catch rain, which will trigger the extraction of underground water, and then asks them to settle here, build a town, and entrust the care of the well to their sacred Rata bees. But the tribal chief raises a sharp objection, addressing her as Lady Holy, and reminds her of the harsh truth that for many years has not ruled in their desert. In response, Yinlin stands unwavering before the hopeful villagers, her small figure standing out against the darkened sun, and boldly promises that rain will pour for the next several days, begging them to believe her. Her words cause the chief and his people to fall to their knees, filled with deep gratitude. While they thank her, Yinlin squeezes a small bottle and thinks to herself that everything is happening exactly as her teacher planned. Meanwhile, on the top of one of the huge structures, the Rinnik Heisen holds a device connected to glyphs glowing in the sand and looks at the desert, quietly asking himself if everything really has to be this way. His thoughts are interrupted by Yinlin, who rushes across the dunes to the building and shouts, "Master." He seems not to hear her. Sweat drips from his forehead as he bows his head. His mind is consumed by a dark spell. Curse the heavens, hate the earth, look to the sky and bless the gift of life. Suddenly, the runes on the ground explode with blinding light. Startled, Yinlin screams, and the violinist's hand begins to respond to the surge of power. A huge energy pierces Hazen, his eyes burning with intense, otherworldly light as he releases the spell. A colossal beam of energy tears through the darkness, bursting from the magic circle into the sky, and the name of this formidable magic sounds, Tears of the God of Chaos. His spell shot into the night sky as a bright column of light that for a moment overshadowed the moon. In the desert below, Yinlin leaned back in amazement. The tribe chief and his people raised their eyes upward, confused by the sudden flash and the darkness that loomed as clouds began to gather. In an instant, the sky opened. Lightning cut through the swirling clouds and a heavy downpour began. The villagers stood, unable to believe their eyes. Their long-awaited salvation had finally come, and Yinlin, with tears in her eyes, realized it was the power of the Holy Lady promised to her. Standing at the center of his creation, Hazen felt the rain on his face mixing with tears streaming down his cheeks, and the incredible power he had released shook him. He trembled and was completely exhausted. Somewhere else inside a fortified building, the impossible rain drummed on the windows. Vikarulgana froze, looking at it, shocked, saying it was impossible. Below in the chamber, Kiana pressed her palm to the glass, her eyes wide with anxiety. She recognized the magic and called for her master. In the desert, his strength finally gave out. Hazen collapsed, but Yinlin rushed forward and caught him before he hit the ground. She desperately begged him to open his eyes, and as consciousness began to fade, he whispered that on that fateful day the same rain was falling. Old reproaches flooded his mind, memories of how he created the monster, helplessness at being unable to free it, and a solemn vow to end that path with his own hands. Meanwhile, in the downpour, the frantic cries of Yinlin calling his name echoed. He moved, his eyes barely opening. Before him leaned Yinlin, crying. In a weak voice he asked why she was crying, then, with pain on his face, asked if she hated him. Her grief turned into irritation. She grabbed his face with both hands, sobbing, and exclaimed that she truly hated him not for who he was, but because he was cold, mean, and had the worst character imaginable. She continued her tearful tirade, hiccuping, saying that on top of everything, he didn't even let her worry about him. Through her tears, she called him a big, stupid fool. Heisen could only lie there and listen. Nothing showed on his face. The rain kept falling, and the desert leader approached them with a lantern in his hand. Seeing their condition, he calmly suggested, "Since everyone is hungry, let's eat and talk. This is a story about a mage." In front of the counter, piled with products, the merchant Nandel instantly understood the young officer's intention. He wanted to buy food, and Nandel gladly agreed. Eisenheim, however, corrected him with a calm smile and said that he would sell himself, setting the food at an exorbitant price 600 times the market price. The merchant recoiled in complete shock. His face turned pale. He stammered, unable to comprehend this absurd figure. The number hung in the air, as if winged coins flew out of his hands and scattered. This awakened a memory of an ancient story about a famous wizard. In times when the Black Sea was considered impassable, he stood against a horned monster and enchanted a magical sign to protect fleeing peasants using A sudden surge of power, the wizard's spell hit the target, knocking down the huge creature and saving the frightened people. When everything calmed down, one of the peasants he saved approached him, laughing heartily, patted the mage on the back, and apologized for previously doubting whether he was a real mage. The wizard explained to the peasants that he came to these lands seeking an heir. They knew little about such things, but one man recalled a rumor about a child beyond the mountain who hears spirits, and the enchanted wizard asked to be told more. Following the clue, he arrived at a small village. A local woman greeted him, and the wizard pulled out a small carved object that began to glow brightly. Its light instantly attracted the attention of a young boy with dark hair nearby. The boy is not impressed at all. He casually lifts several pebbles into the air and notes that the city wizards are probably not that skilled. He has figured out their previous clever levitation, and the wizard stands stunned, not understanding how a self-taught person from such a backwater could have such insight. The wizard announced his intention. He is looking for a talented person to take under his tutelage and believes that this boy has potential. To prove his power, he summoned a vortex of energy swirling in his palms. The boy, who had been brushing it off before, froze. Without words. He realized he had no choice but to acknowledge this person's power. He calmly addresses the struggling boy, completely ignoring the shocked sighs of the villagers. He says he wants to talk to his parents first and asks to be taken to them, and a small sphere of light swirled on his raised finger. That same evening, the wizard spoke with the boy's mother, assuring her that her son Ash has both talent and intelligence, so he must study in the capital. The mother hesitated and asked if he really wanted to make her son a wizard, and Ash looked at him suspiciously and firmly told his mother that this man is definitely a criminal. He reassures them there is no need to rush the decision, and tells the mother and son that he will stay in the village for a few days. They will find him in the tavern when they are ready. Later, settling in the tavern, a thought flashed through his mind. He remembered that last year this region suffered from an epidemic, and he could not help but wonder, did this village somehow miraculously avoid it? He decides there is no point in dwelling on it, pushes the thought away, and prepares to go to sleep for the night. The next day, the strangeness of the village no longer caused doubt. He walked the streets and overheard strange, fragmented conversations. One woman complained about her husband's bad back, another cheerfully greeted the village itself, and slowly a feeling of anxiety overwhelmed him. Suddenly, he was struck by an icy realization. He looked at the villagers and saw that their words and movements were perfectly coordinated, like puppets on strings. Someone or something was controlling them. His gaze sharpened and fell on the boy near his mother, and suddenly clarity was born in the wizard. The illusion is created by Ash. The boy confirms the wizard's unspoken suspicion. He says that last winter the plague swept through the village and everyone died. The village head sent letters to the capital asking for help, but only thieves replied who supposedly offer. He looks at the woman he calls mother with eyes full of desperate hope, and asks the wizard if learning magic from him will give him the power to become a wizard who can heal diseases. The wizard looked at the boy, but his heart did not tremble with pity. Instead, it filled with joy at the discovery of a young, extraordinary talent. Placing his gloved hand on the boy's head, he swore that this gift would definitely be nurtured. Accepting the mage's offer, the boy named Ash turned his back on his silent village and walked away from the motionless, animated bodies of his family and neighbors, leaving them scattered under the trees to follow his new master. Under the wizard's guidance, Ash's talent grew at an incredible pace. But the training was extremely harsh, and the wizard's daughter could not endure it. She approached her father and demanded to know why he was so strict only with Ash. Despite the hard training, he grew close to the wizard's daughter, which pleased the old master. Often he found Ash falling asleep over his books from exhaustion, while his daughter quietly watched over him. But those peaceful days tragically ended too soon. The daughter suddenly fell seriously ill. Her body was racked by a fierce cough that spewed blood, and for both of them it was a true horror. Gripped by despair, they tirelessly searched the wizard's laboratory for medicine but found nothing. When the wizard struck his fist in despair, Ash only desperately shouted his master's name. Then after long, mad, lonely efforts, Ash appeared. He was exhausted and pale, his skin cracked, one hand twisted into a monstrous claw. Gasping, he raised a vial and declared that he had created a medicine that would save her from death. His master took the bottle, but his facial expression suddenly twisted with growing horror. He recognized the dark liquid and trembled as he realized it was not medicine. It was a forbidden elixir of immortality created from human flesh, blood, and soul. This medicine was never given to the daughter. All that remained was the former boy who renounced his humanity, his body contorted into something monstrous. And nearby only the lonely wizard. The memory fades, leaving the man now called Hazenheim. Here and now he stands alone and looks into the glass. the burden of the past reflected in his gloomy eyes. He sat alone on the wooden porch and thought about the wizard's curse to become a monster who never dies, never ages, and is only forced to watch his loved ones perish. His gloomy thoughts were interrupted by Yin Lin. With wide-open eyes, she anxiously asked if he wanted to save that monster, and Hazen, holding a glass, darkened and thought that the wizard should have killed him instead. He turned away and brushed off her question, saying he had said too much, but then admitted that perhaps, while there was hope, he wanted to become that hope himself. Lightly touching her forehead, he smiled and said that both the boy and the wizard had worked enough today it was time for her to sleep. She immediately fell asleep, collapsing onto him while he held the sleeping girl in his arms. He decided that for now she did not need to know the whole truth. At that moment of quiet determination, with a dramatic gesture, a lush-horned demon materialized, shouted a name, and declared that it was all a misunderstanding. The darkness inside Hazen summoned the demon Berselius, who seemed shocked to see Hazenheim holding the girl. The demon theatrically struck a pose and proclaimed that he had arrived at the perfect, divine time. Unimpressed, Hazen indifferently asked if he should send him back if he was busy. Berselius gladly clasped his hands and instantly agreed to Hazen's task to seal part of the sleeping child's memory. His eyes narrowed into a sharp gaze, and he coldly warned the demon, "Let him know what will happen if he dares to lightly meddle with her memory." The demon nervously chuckled and swore he would never do anything so terrible to the apprentice of the one who enslaved the Locula demon. And while he spoke, a glowing magical seal began to form in Lin's forehead. In the dimly lit room, Hazenheim extends a small, ornate key glowing with dark energy and gently asks Riafa to keep it with her. The frame shifts to Riafa's face. Her features are full of sadness, tears mixing with the heavy rain pouring around. A voice calls her name R. She, sadly smiling, explains that she was happy. She rejoiced that Ian truly cared about Hazen and finally opened up, and this, as it seemed to her, lessened the distance between all of them. Under the lamplight, his face froze. He looks at her intently and asks if she will act as if it never happened. Meanwhile, Yin Lin is sound asleep, her consciousness quietly digesting the recent events. She understands that the memory is not erased forever, it is simply not needed right now, and she knows. First, she must master magic with the staff, because different magic systems will one day become clues for her own growth. Again, under the downpour, Rifa closes his eyes in pain and asks why he should give her the key, and Hazen looks away, his fist clenched in a glove, and says that when the time comes, he is sure he will not be beside Yan. He looks down, but in his voice there is a firm, grim confidence. He declares that they will become opponents. Because of this inevitable future clash, he insists the key must be with her with Rifa. With a bare hand, she reaches out and takes the small key from his gloves, quietly and submissively agrees, saying she understands. Elsewhere, a young man with slick-back hair stood by the window watching the pouring rain, nervously running his hands through his hair. Aloud he cursed, angry at the thought that the rain had fallen just by chance. The man with a tired, irritated expression decisively knocks on the double doors, making his presence known to the temporary administrator Vigornal. Inside, Vigornal wipes sweat from his forehead and apologizes for the trouble caused by the relentless rain, while the guest, a burly man introduced as the Chief Internal Officer Dagal, gasps and asks what business Vigornal has with him. He explains that his visit concerns the newcomer Hazenheim. Vigornal notes that Hazen's actions also trouble other departments, and his words are accompanied by a sharp image of chaos enveloping the young officer. He sincerely asks not to be misunderstood. He places great hopes on Hazen, but warns if he continues to work so selfishly, all his significant abilities will eventually be wasted. Dagal listens, and Vinial suggests that then he should demote him. The Chief of Internal Affairs seems to understand everything and asks if that is really the plan. A cunning, evil smile spreads across his face. Laughing lowly, Vigornal tells Dagal that if he thinks so, let him do it. Dagal's face softened. A satisfied smile appeared on it from the realization of his own strength, and Vigornal continued to laugh quietly and said that for the sake of Hazen's growth he would raise the young man with strict love. Both officials stood by the large window and watched as the rain poured outside. Dagal laughed quietly and agreed, saying that he completely leaves this matter to Vigornal.